How y'all doing? Hope everybody's doing okay. Looks like we got somebody on the audience here. Go ahead and bring you up. How you doing, Quinny? How you doing?
Hello.
How's your day going?
Hello. Yeah, whenever I'm like listening to one of the events, it doesn't let me turn it on the speaker
Mm-hmm.
until I'm in the chat. So I'm
Yeah.
just like, what's going on? What's up?
I'm about to go on modern day debate.
You're on modern day debate.
No, I mean the YouTube channel.
Oh, pretty early.
It is. It's in about an hour. I'll be on the modern day debate YouTube channel to argue my position.
Oh, well, in about an hour, I'm gonna drive to work. But
Yeah. Let me also just take a look at
but
my scenes here. What I'm going to be. Yeah, that looks good. That's fine. Okay. I think we're good
have
there.
you noticed like an increased amount of anti-Semitism since
Yes.
Trump won?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to
I
see if
mean,
I'm the only
especially
person.
on this
Every
YouTube on
lefty that's
on
like,
especially on this Discord, it's
oh,
had
like
just like
just
an
in
increased
general
amount of
across
people
all the
who's just been
political
very hateful,
discourse.
and it's really a shame. Let me
Because like because I was looking through. I asked all the lefties that I know that are still active, and they're like, yes, that is. It's definitely a more common thing now. Like, didn't Ethikos used to be like left wing?
um yeah, I don't know, like a Thictos, he went off the deep end.
I feel like he's like kind of a turncloak. I thought he was like a moderate lefty,
Yeah, I
and
mean,
now
like he
he seems to be
sounded
like
pretty
doing
like
anti-Semitism on the main. I'm like,
yeah.
what? He was advocating for like a Muslim registry ban the other day. I was like, what the fuck?
Give me a moment. I'm adding some stuff here.
I don't know. I just like I've noticed it, and I'm like,
Yeah, I've
I don't know if
noticed
the
it as
same thing
well.
happened after
It's been
this
pretty
win. I'm too
concerning.
young to remember that, but
No, it's been concerning for sure.
yeah, I'm just like a little bit of a yikes about it. I mean, like the weird thing is it's like anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, right?
Hmm.
Seem like yeah, the black, you know,
Yeah.
it feels pretty targeted.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. What is going on? I think I need to have my waterfall background. Okay, there we go. There we go. I got it. I figured it out. I think that's okay, I guess. I don't know. I'm just adjusting the game I'm playing right now. Let's see here.
So
I'm coming in with no prep. I'm just not gonna prep. Just gonna
no
go
prep,
in. Yeah, I'm just gonna
just go into
just
the
gonna
deep
just
end. I don't recommend doing that with your
yeah.
boyfriend.
No, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with just going in on the deep end.
Yeah, I don't recommend that with your boyfriend. You should use prep.
What?
Don't worry about it. That's a joke.
Got it.
That's a gay joke. It's
Yeah.
fine if you don't get it.
We're gonna see what happens on the modern day debate. We'll see. I mean, like I have some ideas of Donald Trump's foreign policy. I mean, I guess I could probably study up on it. That would be the
I
smart
think
move.
Donald Trump's foreign
I'm not
policy
even
is
gonna
like
bother
completely
with that.
idiotic.
Well, that's what we're supposed to argue. Whether or
Well, I
not
mean, you
Donald
could just
Trump's
talk
foreign
about like
policy is
tariffs,
good.
right? Like, there's two major things that you can discuss on Trump's foreign policy, and one is the military, and the other one
Boss
is
clips, just
tariffs,
come up.
right?
Just come on up. Come on up.
Yeah, I mean, he can raise his hands, and he
Just
hasn't yet.
no. He can
So,
just come up. He's able
oh,
to come up
let him
if he
out.
wants. Go, boss clips. Feel free to
But
invite whoever wants to come up right now, because right now this is like pre-show. We're waiting for the modern day debate YouTube to start. And so I'm going to be receiving an invite link. Speaking of
Like,
which,
so
let me
very
keep my
basically, the two
Gmail up.
major things when it comes to Trump's foreign policy being a failure is tariffs. With the tariffs, what ends up happening is other countries place counter tariffs on our products. So not only does America purchase less foreign goods, but less people purchase American goods,
Well, yeah, I
which
mean, anybody
results
could
in
tell
the
you that.
purchasing power of the U.S. dollar going
I mean, that's
down
just one
and giving your
example of
average
foreign
American
policy.
less
That's,
influence abroad.
I mean, is that even foreign
But
policy other than it may just be like an
yeah,
economic policy, right? Because it's
well,
like,
it is economic policy, but it wraps into foreign policy because it discusses how other states interact with us. It decreases how much other states buy our things, reducing America's soft power abroad.
yeah, I mean, I get you. I'll be
Like
arguing
there's
that as
a
well. I mean, we could also point
like
out
there's a
other like
reason why
issues that
China's like
happen with the
so
foreign policy.
powerful.
Max, feel free to come on up if you want. Feel free to come
Yeah,
up.
there's a reason
Invite
why
whoever you
China's
want.
so
Everybody can
powerful, and
come
it
up if
isn't
you want.
the yeah. There's a reason why China's
How
so
you doing, Max?
powerful, and it's not because they have a big military. It's because everyone buys their things, and since everyone buys their things, they're semi-dependent on China,
So
which
Max,
is fine. Right?
I'm
It's fine
going in.
economically.
I'm going in on this modern day debate thing with what is this Brandon Martinez. I'm going into this debate completely blind. I'm just doing zero prep. Zero.
Well, I
Ooh.
could like throw some
Yeah, like why not? I don't care.
articles
Who
and
cares?
studies
I don't
at it.
care about this. Like what? Let's see how it goes. We'll be all right.
The second big failure of Trump's political of foreign policy is his nuclear arsenal and his nuclear umbrella. Due to Trump's lack of willingness to support Ukraine, as it seems, and Trump's proposed peace deal being eerily similar to Putin's proposed peace deal, a lot of countries that were priorly under our nuclear umbrella are currently discussing building their own nuclear arsenal, including Poland and South Korea. Which, if this happens, it would create a second arms race
I mean, you're
amongst
barking up. You're
secondary powers
barking up
across
the. You're barking up the same tree that I'm kind of
yeah, but like,
arguing. So it's,
just,
we're
I mean,
not going
yeah,
to find a
I
huge
get
amount of disagreement on that.
yeah,
As
no, I get you. It's just that like those are the two key issues I've noticed so far, right? I don't think Trump really thinks a lot about foreign policy, which is fine. It is America, so it's mainly like local. How much do I have to pay policies that affect the globe? You know,
as a
Trump doesn't know anything.
Go ahead, Max.
as sort of a professional critiquer of debate, I kind of bash people a little bit when they're not prepared.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Are you trying to goad me into being prepared?
Yes.
Well, I mean, you have 45 minutes. There's not much
Yeah,
preparation
there's
you
no.
can really do
You
now.
can at least get
but-
sources,
I mean,
like get your sources under, and
Oh
put
no!
those-
When I mean preparation, I mean like look into your opponent, because a big
Oh,
part of this debate
There's very little
is
on this guy.
knowing what the other person is going to say. That goes such a long way.
Maybe. Yeah.
Well, it can also work to set a framework if you're the person speaking first. Like, this is the specific area of foreign policy I want to discuss. And then when they breach out of that, you can just be like, oh, well, you're shifting the goalposts.
Amanda
Let's
Don't
stay
Thomas-
on
take advice from Quinny. Quinny lost a fight against people that are nobodies on the server, and I haven't
You
ever
did.
won a debate other than beating Quinny
I'm
last
joking.
time.
Okay.
They got
Oh,
destroyed.
I sense some stuff there. But, okay.
No,
Amanda Thomas says, "Good morning, Amanda. Good morning to you, Amanda. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day." Anyway, so you think I should prep for this? I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends. But if you say that there's not much on the opponent, then,
Yeah, like
there's-
I sat down and I looked for like information on this guy, and this guy like has a Twitter, and like I googled this guy's name like all over the place, and just didn't find a whole lot, and so I was like, okay. And honestly,
Yeah.
like I think that in terms of debate, I feel like I do better when I stop thinking about it so hard. Right? Like I don't know, I've been trying to like kind of either hold myself back or to make myself something that I'm really not. And really, I just kind of need to just approach it as if like I'm going into a regular debate on here. Does that make sense?
Yes, but it's not. It's not the same.
Well,
No,
It's
I
not.
mean,
But my
I think
nervousness,
the issue is that like you prepare like certain opening
my I have to move him down for a sec. I'm so sorry.
I've been
Nothing against you,
critiquing.
Quinny. I just have to move you
I've
down. I
been
need to
critiquing
concentrate.
debates for a year, and I've seen all of the debates in all of the topics on MDD, and yeah, it shows when someone is not prepared. But if there's not enough info, and I get it that someone called Brandon Martinez, that is a hard Google, because
Well,
there's
I mean,
probably
I can type in like Brandon Martinez clips, for example. That's his Twitter moniker, and like I can click on his Twitter and hopefully find anything. There's really not much, right? This guy's got like 10K followers on Twitter, and it's like that's all I have to work with. There's really not a lot that I can work with. So, I mean, I don't know. I just have to kind of do my best, I suppose. At the same time, I'm aware of Donald Trump's policies and what he argues. I can pull that off the seat of my cuff and discuss like why that those are bad ideas. And honestly, I just need to approach it as if it's like a random caller coming in on my show. Cause like when I'm way more relaxed, I think I'll come off better. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking.
why are the other thing that I was wondering is, why are they having a Trump debate after the election?
What do you mean? Like,
I mean, yeah, it makes more sense to have a political debate before the election, but now Trump has already won.
yeah,
So what difference does it make?
yeah. I'm not aware of there's another debate coming up. That's kind of weird. Why would that be the
No.
case?
No, that's what I'm asking. Why is MDD doing a Trump debate
Oh,
now
no
that
clue.
the election has come and gone?
No clue. I mean, I guess we're just discussing foreign policy. I mean, like, we're going to be dealing with Donald Trump's presidency for the next 4 years, and we're going to start seeing the effects of his foreign policy. And I think his foreign policy is horrendous. I think it's going to be really bad, right? I mean, he wants to, screw it to NAFTA. He wants to say goodbye to NATO. He wants to cede land over to Russia, who is they're effectively against the United States and the United States interests. And, Donald Trump is for all of these things. I mean, the reality is that by advocating for these things, it's just going to result in what? A weakening United States, right? We're going to lessen our ability on the world stage. That's what we can observe. And I don't want to see that happen. What do you think? Do you disagree or?
No, yeah, that's fair. I was just wondering what is the purpose of having the political debate post-election? Did you know that
Content?
last Sunday the left won the elections in Uruguay?
Did they? That's great.
Baby.
That's fabulous.
Yes. We are back.
Bro, I'm so sad. It says link to guests, and it just says at First Amender, and there's no link. There's no link.
Yeah, sometimes they drop the ball a little.
There's no link. Are you guys having an after show for this one, or?
Yes.
Cool. I'll probably join you on it because now it's like me not showing up late, or like it's too late for me to do anything.
That after show, it was so boring.
Which one?
I fell asleep. The one
I showed up to
last weekend. Yes, that was with Daniel Hakikachu. I got so bored that I leaned back on my chair and fell
You just fell asleep.
And I
Nice.
woke 4 hours later.
Sick.
Because it was like they were talking like every 3 words there was one Arabic word, and I was like, "Fucking speak English, motherfuckers!" He's like, "This is America." Fuck.
That's a
And
good
then
point.
I got so bored. The other guy was like, "You support ISIS?" And
I mean,
then
another, yeah,
Daniel
like, isn't
going
like the problem, at least back then, at least the
we
issue
had
that I was
to.
concerned with is that, like, two people could say that, oh, I'm a Shiite and I'm a Sunni, and because I'm an American, the context is not very good, right? Like, I just don't have any frame of reference outside of like what I've read, and that's all I got. So it's like it's pretty like ineffectual, specifically.
Yeah, you're completely disconnected from
Yes,
what the fuck is
exactly.
happening.
Like why would I be aware of this, and why would I care? Like, I just wouldn't, right? Because it's just not something in my life that is of a concern.
Yeah, and the Arabic just it doesn't help. When you're
No,
in an
no,
English
no,
speaking
no. That
channel, it doesn't help one bit.
so I don't know. Well,
Between that and every time, Mohammed, peace be upon him, Mohammed, peace be
yeah,
it's like, fuck,
this is so annoying.
I get it.
I get it.
Police be upon him, yes. Shit. But for example, Isa will say, he will do sort of like a blanket. So whenever he names him the first time, it will be like wasalayhu wasalam. But then he won't repeat it every time because he understands the communication aspect of the thing. It just makes you look like an idiot.
I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe to them, they think it's like being respectful, I guess. I mean, that would be
Yeah,
the
it's
mentality,
mandatory, I
right?
think.
Like, it's mandatory? Is it actually mandatory?
Yeah, depends on your interpretation, I think. But Daniel wants to come across like he follows the book exactly, so
Yeah.
he will go.
Very quick. I'm going to collect some coffee, and I will be right back. Can you just give me one quick second? It should only take me, give me 20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Sure. Collect some coffee means it makes it sound like you're going to harvest it. I was going to give you the link for the after show. Matters now. No, not this one. This one. Where's the stage here? Hello, Krishan. What's up, bud? I left
other
you the
news,
link for the
coffee.
after show there.
That's great. Fabulous. I'll join you. Let me just say that coffee is excellent for debate. It's wonderful.
Yes. I do coffee and mate.
Mate is good too. That's something that there's a lot of white people that don't know what that is. Like a lot. And it's actually, it's a fabulous drink. It's a really good drink. Did I ever tell you the story of when I used to work at a jewelry store and we made mate?
No.
Okay, so my family, we come from Chile. My dad, he owned a jewelry store for a little while. Don't think he's rich. He wasn't rich. he was poor as heck. Though, one thing that we did is that we made our own bombillas. And for anybody who doesn't know what a bombilla is, here, I'll post a picture online. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna post a picture of what mate is and the bombilla. So I'll post it inside chat so you can see it. There it is, and I'll also I'll post it on my YouTube channel. Just give me a quick moment to do that. Where is my Chrome? Okay, so this is it. And basically what you're looking at here is there's like a gourd and then there's like a straw that has like little holes at the end. And what you do is that you fill the gourd with the tea leaves, and you put hot water in it, and you just drink from the straw that has the little holes at the end of it. Right. So it's called mate, and the straw is called a bombilla. Okay. So I was working at a jewelry store, and when you work at a jewelry store, you have access to metals, right? Both inexpensive and expensive. This ability to be able to, you can make just about anything, right? With tools. And so they got to work in making some bombillas for mate, right? Like even I got to make my own bombilla, right? With the tools that we had. And so, we made like mate with our bombillas, and it was great. We had a good time, right? Anyway, there was a customer that showed up, and she said, "Do you have anything to drink?" Right. And sometimes what we try to do is be very accommodating to, customers, because sometimes our customers, they would pay thousands of dollars for a single piece. So we offered them, we were like, "Would you like to try mate?" And she's like, "What's mate?" And I was like, "Okay, it's, it's XYZ. It's this." We're explaining what mate is. She says, "Sure, I'll try it." Right. And so I pull out the bombilla, right, with the mate, and I made it like just perfect for her. And she was like, "This is weird. I don't want this." She's like, I don't want this. And like, honestly, I didn't know what to do with that, because I was just like, man, like you're just hating on like something that's like even minorly different, right? It's literally just tea. It's like it's not this. Yeah. It's just consumed slightly differently. And like this white woman just had a really hard time dealing with that. I don't know. It's just weird. It's a weird story. What do you think?
Yes. The first time I showed an American friend my mate, he was like, "Man, that's a huge ass bong."
That honestly, not a bad guess, right?
Last month, a friend of the channel, Dr. J, who's from Kansas, came to Uruguay to visit me. He stayed at my house. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that caught his attention the most is that you can go on the street and people will be walking on the street at 12 p.m. in the middle of the sun with their thermos with boiling water and their mate. Yeah. And they are walking down the street and drinking and sharing. And he was like, "Dude, I've never seen anything like that. Everyone is carrying their mate. They're going into the restaurant with mate and drinking right up until the food comes."
For sure. Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, it's a pretty popular drink. It makes me curious though. Like, I wonder how it started, I suppose. Like mate.
The Indians.
Oh, okay. Well,
the charruas, the Indians from here, they did kind of the same thing with the dried up gourd and basically the same way that coffee drinking started. But down here we don't have coffee plants. Yeah. So the natives, and when I say Indians, it's not discriminatory. It's how we call them in Spanish. The natives would drink it, and now everyone drinks. I started drinking mate regularly all day, every day at 14. And now if I don't drink mate, if I skip I do one in the morning and one in the afternoon. If I skip one of those, I get
Like
headaches.
super tired. Really? Oh, you've got a caffeine addiction.
Yes.
I believe I would not be surprised if I had a caffeine addiction. I've never experienced a day if I don't have coffee, then I don't have a headache, or that I have a headache. I'm sorry. I don't get headaches by skipping on my coffee. So I don't know if that's just like I'm lucky genetically, like, because I guarantee you I have to be addicted to caffeine because I drink so much of it.
Yeah, I took an espresso, a double one just now, because I wake up, turn on the computer, go to the coffee maker, make an espresso, and while I'm drinking the espresso, I'm getting the mate ready.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So wait, you're having coffee and mate? That's a lot of caffeine.
Yeah, I have a coffee, and then I do.
I just
mate.
have my coffee, right? I had a coffee in the morning, and I'm now having this coffee in the afternoon. Honestly, I probably would not be having this coffee if it weren't for the fact that I have to debate on Modern Day Debate against a fascist.
Look at this. I have a feline, and his name is Cat.
It's
Don't bite me. Yes.
so how
His
do you?
name is actually Cat.
It's just cat. That's a really
Yes.
cute cat. I wish I could. I could probably
Yeah.
show that on the Discord. Maybe if you just give me one quick second, I could probably do exactly that. Hang tight.
Yeah, sure.
I'm a.
And I have the turtle is awake.
That's sick, dude. Look at that freaking turtle. What's its name? Does it have a name?
It doesn't have a name.
Is the name
It's a
turtle?
turtle. If you call it, it doesn't come.
The name is Turtle.
No, it's not even that, because you don't call the turtle. You don't talk to it. You don't refer to it.
No, but I mean, it's your pet, right? I mean,
Yes.
this is a white thing, right? Where you just like name every pet, right? Like people will name their
Yes.
fish, right?
Yes.
The fish
Why?
doesn't respond to because it makes the human happy. That's it.
Yes, but I don't. I go against the grain. But yeah, the turtle doesn't have a name, and the cat's name is Cat. I was going to the gas station. I saw him in the street. He was feral,
Your
and
cat?
I pet him. Yes,
How
I
old was
pet
the
him.
cat being feral?
6 to 8 months.
Oh, okay. So
And
very young.
I went to the gas station. I came back. I pet him again, and I was like, okay, I have to go. And I started coming home, and he followed me like half a block. And then I opened the door to my house. I came in, and the cat came in. It's like, okay, I guess you live here now.
Classic. That's classic.
Yeah.
Let's see, I'm playing.
Coyote,
I'm
Coyote
just gonna.
saying
I'm
he
just gonna.
named
I'm
his
literally just gonna
car.
play RuneScape while I debate this guy on Modern Day Debate. I'm literally not gonna care. I'm gonna just treat it like it's just a regular nothing debate, right? And then we'll just see how it goes, right? Because obviously, my intense level of prep on the first time didn't hit, and my, moderate amount of prep, people just thought like, I lost the debate. And it's like, screw it. Just go with what works. Like, who cares? Like, stop thinking about it so hard. That's where I'm at with it.
Make it so that I don't fall asleep, because I was streaming last night until 5 a.m. So, like, put some energy into it.
Yeah, I'll try to. Yeah. Like I usually,
And then I have, there's
you see my usual
there's
debates.
another
I mean, they're
debate.
usually pretty. They can be pretty lively, like at times, especially if the other guy's yelling.
There's another debate in the afternoon with a flat earther called Witsit against a neuroscientist.
Oh man,
on is fluoride in the water poison.
that would
But
probably
Witsit knows
be
jack shit about chemistry.
that would probably be one of my least favorite debates, like having to debate with Witsit. Because like there's one thing that Witsit
Oh no,
does
it's
is
great.
that he's very good at word salad. And like I have to spend
Yes.
time having to unpack the word salad and then realize it means literally nothing. And I would just be
Yes.
very annoyed. I would be very annoyed.
There's a trick. You just have to know that Witsit is constantly lying, that everything he said is not true, and you start from there.
That Witsit is
So,
constantly
yeah.
lying. Well, what do you
Yes,
think? Do you
Witsit
have
is a
any
liar.
do
It's
you
a
have any
pathological
advice?
liar.
Do you have any advice on this debate coming up for me? Do you got anything for me? Because this debate's going to happen in about 20 minutes.
Yes. Not much. Just don't let. Maybe try. Oh, fact checking might be a good thing. Just if you fact check him live, that might be good for you.
Okay. Yeah, like that one time that I went into a debate with somebody and they were arguing that crime was up, right? You remember that? And then I posted
Yes.
the fact that crime is down. Do you remember that? That was amazing.
Yes. Yeah. Fact checking usually goes because it destroys the credibility of someone who's just making shit up on the spot.
It's a good point. Yeah. I'll have to think about that. Yeah.
You can do like a quick fact check and what works for me, for example, with flat earther is like, okay, what's the source for that claim?
hmm
So and if they can't give you the source for the claim, okay, claim dismissed.
Yes. I mean, is it really appropriate to be like asking for a source like mid debate? Like
Yes.
for me, it doesn't seem
Yes.
to be appropriate because it's like, how are you going to, I guess, deliver on a source if, like you're just like mid debate and you're like over video? Like, it's not like you could just like link it super easy
Share
and
the
the
link.
audience can observe it. Right.
So
Right.
actually,
It's not for the audience. It's for you. And even if you don't get to check it in the like live, if they refuse to give you a source, like for example Sal, when I was debating him on creationism, I knew he was purposely misunderstanding some papers he was referencing, and he refused to give me the papers. So that made him look really bad
hmm
because he had them, he showed them on screen, and he refused to send them to me. So that made them look super, super bad.
can I throw something in there for you, Minder? Have you
Yeah,
ever
what you
done
got?
like a college presentation or a speech?
Yes.
So whenever they tell you to cite your sources after you say something, you're supposed to, if it maps in and you used it as a quote, you're supposed to cite your source after. That's similar to what you should do on the thing. That's why I was telling you gather your sources, because as you say something, as soon as they rebuttal with that didn't happen, you already have the source ready to say you can find this at blank, and then they don't have to look at it then, but it's for after, it could be during, it's for the people that are actually going to fact check. You just persuaded them for the people that actually want to pay attention to what you're saying.
Okay. But like
The
that
one
would,
thing that I do is I create a presentation. For every slide I put on the footer, I put the source, and then I make the presentation available to everyone. I just throw it to my Google Drive, I make a bit.ly link, and I share it with the audience, and I put it on the presentation itself and say like, okay, if you want to check all of the material that I used, it's all there. And that makes you really stand out from the rest. But it's late. You won't have enough time to do a presentation right now. But
someone is
I would keep it in mind for the
someone was
future. People
already
love that.
hating on me in the on the YouTube on the modern day debate YouTube. This is, oh God, not this dude. This Amender guy is insufferable. I'm just like, God
You hear what
damn,
Rob
bro.
said about you?
God damn, like right away. Like I haven't even said anything, and people are already hating on me. Like, bro, I feel
you
like
want to know what Rob said?
what? What did Rob say?
All right, here, let me go to it real quick. He responded to me in messages. Hold on.
Are you saying Rob Noer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I said you need to debate one-on-one First Amender on MDD. It would be really good. He said you really want the most frustrating and least productive conversation possible. After the poem debate and then watching him flounder against Andrew Wilson, I don't I don't ever want to see a debate featuring First Amender again. I said
Jesus, man.
I think this debate would be super funny, and then somebody else responded with, "Amender is almost always a flaunder fest whenever he isn't empowered to control the debate." And
Got
then
it.
that was the end of it, and I was like, "Wow, damn."
A
Got
lot
nothing
of
but
it is
haters, man.
tribalism.
Telling you,
A lot
man.
of it is tribalism. If they see you, it happens a lot with flat earthers. Like last night, there was a flat earth debate with a flat earth who is like literally mentally challenged. And the flat earthers were all supporting him, and he was making flat earth look so bad. But people will just cheer for their team no matter what.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I hope this goes okay. I mean, I'm gonna go easier on it. I'm just not gonna focus so heavy on it. Just treat it like it's a regular debate. This is a regular user, nobody special, and just whatever happens, happens. That's what I'm gonna do.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
Please do not. I don't know this guy, but I'm just gonna assume that he's like the last two. Please don't let him steamroll you.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
Like
so
if they
be
start
more
throwing
argumentative.
Yes, exactly.
Like how
Please.
I usually actually argue, where I just go in
Exactly.
and I show them, like, if they're gonna steamroll, I steamroll back.
meet their just try to meet wherever they're at. Like if they're gonna be super insulting,
Yeah.
just go one below them. Like don't stoop all the way down there, but make sure that you're not just like getting insulted the whole time and just taking it on the chin. Make sure you throw and get your hooks in. But if they're being respectful, then of course be respectful too. But I'm just saying, like, if that is the way that they're gonna go, don't sit there and take it. You took it the last two, and you see how it went. It's probably time to start firing
how
back
am I
if they
supposed to?
should.
Okay, here's the thing, right? Like, there's a moderator, and obviously, if I'm constantly interrupting, that won't look good on me, right?
Insult people or to fire shots back, you don't have to interrupt. You could. It would actually be better if you didn't. Like if they say something super, like insulting to you, and then after you rebuttal with just a few words that eliminate whatever it is that they said, that would probably be better for you in general, because it makes everything they said for let's say they went 2 minutes on about how you don't know how to debate, and the last thing you said, well, I don't even see any of your debates, on anywhere because you haven't been featured. That would probably eliminate everything that he said for the last 2 minutes. You don't even have to interrupt him.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. I got this. It'll be okay.
I believe in you as long as you don't let him do that. I don't know the guy, but the Andrew Wilson one, I told you beforehand, don't let him do it. And he did it. He definitely did it.
Andrew Wilson was horrible. That was one of the worst
Andrew
guys
Wilson?
ever, man. He was so nasty, man. Like
He's-
he started bringing like my relationship into it, right? Like he was just like, "Oh yeah, you like sucking dick, don't you?" And I'm just like, "What is happening right now? Like, how is how is this appropriate?"
I have an awesome comeback. I have an awesome comeback for that, but it's not PG. But if someone told me that, I would just say it. It's like, okay, yeah, I'll just seduce your father, become your stepdad, and punish you forever in your room.
Anyways, that was crazy. I mean, I'll be honest though. Andrew Wilson's he's kind of on his peak right now. I think you debated him like at his peak.
Did I?
Yeah, I don't know if you actually watch him or not, but he's getting millions of views
Yeah, I
whenever
got
he's being featured.
hundreds of haters, man. For and it was like weeks. It was like just weeks
Yes.
of just haters on haters, and I'm just like, bro, what is wrong with people? Like I feel like people just vicariously get pleasure from just like the harm of people online. Like they feel better about themselves by being super disparaging to other people. Like that is so disappointing to even be aware of. Like that's the level that you're operating at with like a lot of people. Like just people that like to degrade people, and they just live vicariously through that, and that's their life. They look forward to that. They physically get up and look for exactly that. And
They were even like quarreling with me because as soon the first time Andrew said bro, I implemented the bro rule. So I started the bro counter, which counts how many times you lose the debate when you say bro, because it's not serious to say bro during a debate, right?
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, bro counter 19. And they got so triggered by that. They got
Really?
so triggered. Yes.
I
Dude,
guess
I have implemented.
have it like on this screen. Have it like pop up, ding, ding.
Yes. I implement the bro rule. If you say bro even once in a debate, it's an automatic loss.
I feel like I've said bro before in a debate. Have I? I mean, it would not
I
surprise
don't
me
know.
if somebody
here-
told
yes,
me.
you have.
In
You
here,
said
it's not the
bro
same thing,
twice
but on
in the debate
YouTube,
versus
if
me.
you're doing like a serious debate, then it looks, to me, it looks so bad just saying like, bro.
Like, bro.
I mean, is it that bad at the end of the day? Like to say bro?
I don't know. You have to remember that a lot of what I do is entertainment. Like
Dude.
we analyze the debate and
Where
stuff,
is
but
this email? Hold
I
on.
need to put some stuff to keep it entertaining. Now I'm doing a section on the after show where I screenshot the dumbest comments during the debate, and then we go through my screenshot,
Yeah. Well,
and that is really funny because
by
people
the-
say the dumbest shit.
By the
I
way, if
do
you
that
guys
as
could do me a
well.
favor, right? Like I could actually use the views. It's going to help me a lot. When this starts, click my stream. You will be able to see the modern day debate discussion. I'll put it up on screen, right? It won't be RuneScape. And just help out my numbers if you could.
Yeah.
That would make me happy.
Yeah. I ask you to do the same with my Twitch and my TikTok. But I stream on Twitch. I just stream like Overwatch and shit. No, but I do the same shit with like stupid comments. They're like, the healers aren't doing shit, and I'm like, bro, it's been a three round game, and I have like 25k healing. What are you talking about?
If it, we just got to see it. I'm waiting for this link. It should appear any minute. So we're just gonna, let's see. I'm still doing.
What, the YouTube one?
Yeah. I'm expecting a link from Modern Day Debate
Well,
right
I
now.
see
from
it. I
James.
see it. If that's what you mean in the side chat.
The other thing is
No,
like,
the
okay,
Zoom
let me
link.
just be clear, right? Like the last debate with Andrew Wilson, I had a feeling that there was a slight, they were giving the slight edge to Andrew Wilson from the moderator standpoint. Like, am I dreaming and thinking that, or was it like perfectly moderate? Because like he would ask like poignant questions, right? And because I didn't answer like super directly, that the moderator was like basically repeated the question at me, right, for me to like answer it directly. Whereas that did not happen under towards Andrew Wilson, right? Even though I was also asking direct questions and he wasn't answering either.
I can answer that.
Yeah. Tegos says, Amender, the moderator, was 100% favoring him, but that's because you were making super weird arguments, in my opinion. It has a lot to do with Andrew having like a super big audience. So sometimes you'll get, and we covered it also in the after show, that it's the first time that I've seen James's own personal bias shine through into the moderation.
There's a
This is
lot of
also-
people that
And we
just don't
kind
like
of,
trans
we kind of
people.
all agreed on that.
Amender, I think you're looking too much into it. I think what it truly is that you don't even realize how big Andrew Wilson is, and that was probably one of the biggest people to ever be featured on Modern Day Debate, and you was the person to debate them. Like that
Yeah.
that alone is like a huge thing. And I don't know if you know how big he is, but I watch him. He's huge. Like he's one of the biggest Republican influencers that there is. Like
Yeah,
he's
I mean,
top
like
of
the guy's
line.
a self-avowed fascist. Like I don't care how big he is. He's a piece of garbage.
Well, you can say that, but I'm just saying that like the people
Like,
there's a large.
Is that a hot take, right?
40
Calling him a piece of garbage?
Well, you can call him what you want, but I'm just saying that like it didn't seem like you understood how big he was. Now I get that you don't care how big he is, but I'm just saying that like that is peak. Like that's about as good as it really gets for somebody that you would want to debate.
I mean, you know, I had Vosh in for a debate. I'm sorry, it was an AMA on my channel. That was pretty cool. I could probably pull off. I mean, if I had a Vosh debate, that would be amazing. I would no doubt get a lot of haters by debating Vosh, or maybe a lot of people who like me. I don't know. Who knows?
We got a few people that like you through
interesting.
the Andrew Wilson thing, you know. Like
Yeah,
yes, you
yeah.
did get a lot of haters, but you still got a the,
Yeah, I think I like climbed. It wasn't a lot of subscribers, but it wasn't bad, right? It was about 50 subscribers in only a few days, which is good.
jump you've seen through a debate on MDD.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. And I'll join you on the after party, Max, if you would like.
Yeah, sure.
Right? I'll probably
It's open for everyone.
like I don't know. It's like it's quite often where I don't know. Like you feel a little like when it came to the Andrew Wilson debate, like it was just mentally exhausting, right? And sometimes it would like help to just have people that are like, oh yeah, you did good, right? This is what you know what I mean.
Yes.
You know, especially like with like these really challenging people that are just like, they're never going to change their opinion. I mean, they're so adamant about their position that it's like, you know, it gets to the point that it's no longer reasonable. You know, I mean, hell, I was bringing up the neurobiology of like trans people, you know, and how like that they exhibit different morphologies, you know, than would be exhibited among men and women. And so like under that basis, then we could easily argue that there's validity to trans people, right? And it's like, you know, obviously he can't argue on that basis, right? Because that is what the facts show. But ultimately, like what I wanted, I guess, like out of the Andrew Wilson debate was let's get him to admit that a trans woman can be a woman by his eyes, by his metric, was kind of like my thought process. And I don't know, like maybe that wasn't the best way to go about it, but I thought I pretty much had him on it. But I mean, other people just disagreed. They were like, oh, you had a terrible point. And I don't know.
You know what you should do, Amender?
You want to know
Amender,
why that point was?
Hold on, wait. Amender, you know what you should do that I always do that blows their fucking mind? Because they always talk about trans women, right? Why don't you bring up the statistics of like trans men? Whereas like after a year on T, they have the same amount of T basically flowing in their body as a cis man.
All right.
Like that little shit like that.
I
They
just got the
I
link.
tell them trans mask.
Hold on,
I
hold
tell
on,
them
hold
trans
on, hold
mask
on,
it, and
hold
they
on.
lose their.
I just got the link. So join me on my YouTube channel, right? Because I'm going to be debating on there, and we're going to be doing it. So I will see you
Are you
there.
gonna be
All right?
there?
No, I'm disconnecting. Join me on
Okay.
YouTube. Okay.
Okie dokies.
Don't drop the stage. I'm keeping it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Here we go, guys. Here we go. We're going to pull up the Zoom meeting. Open Zoom meetings. Let me close out of RuneScape here. No RuneScape. All right. Let's see. It's asking for a meeting passcode. All right. Join meeting. That looks good. And it says host has joined. All right, so just hang tight. Hang tight. I appreciate y'all very much. Let me see if I can hear anybody. Join audio. Audio settings. Why don't I hear anything?
Definitely hear the background noise from it.
Yeah,
But
yeah. So when I'm not speaking,
think-
I'll mute it.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay? How you doing?
That sounds good.
Yeah, I
Yes.
can.
How are you?
Fabulous. I'm doing great.
Good. What I'm going to do is we should be able to get running pretty quick here. Let me just do a sound comparison for your audio levels. First, Amender, can you do a quick 1, 2, 3? Ooh,
Hello,
1, 2, 3
1,
for
2,
me?
3.
And then Brandon, can you do that again? Just say anything.
Hello, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, actually,
Testing 1, 2, 3.
okay. We're right where we need you guys. Excellent. And then, yeah, what I'm going to do is start the stream. They won't be able to see or hear us yet. This is just to be sure that the connection's all good. For the format, you guys are probably, I think I maybe mentioned this would be about roughly 10-minute opening statements. That's flexible if you guys need it to be shorter or longer. We just for sure not go over 12 minutes. And then open dialogue for about an hour after that, and then Q&A in the audience. And then for the opening statements, do either of you have a preference on who would go first?
I don't care. I'm just going to fly off the seat of my cuff.
Okay. Brandon, if you're cool with it, we'll have you kind of make the case for Trump, and then we'll have First Amender do his opening where he kind of makes the case against Trump. And then I think you guys will both remember that we talked about basically, even though it's Trump on trial, and I'm trying to.
Can I ask
think
real
that's
quick,
the
just
best-
specifically the exact phrasing of the question regarding the foreign policy of Trump?
Just whether or not it's good. So it is very broad. But yeah, you're right that the primary topic for this debate, and I might even update the title to
So
reflect
is the
it,
foreign
is-
policy of Trump good is basically the prompt?
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
I thought we're doing like immigration, right?
Oh, sorry about that. Immigration. Yeah.
Okay, so is the immigration policy of Trump good?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was what I thought it was. I mean, we could get into some of the other stuff too, but if you want.
Definitely immigration. I'm 99% sure that I sent that to both you guys then, even though the title is broader. If you guys really have something you really want to cover that's outside of the immigration topic, like that's not a big deal. Probably I'd say
Right,
maybe
right.
ideally that would be at the end. But
Mhm.
cool. I think we're all on the same page. So, oh wait, one sec. I do have a little. This will be easy. It's not uncommon that OBS has something like this where it acts funny. So let me just do a little tweaking here and we'll be off to the races. Are you guys having a good day? Hopefully it's nice where you are. Hopefully it's not too cold.
Yeah, I'm over in Spain, so it's 17 degrees here.
Wow.
Kind of cold out, but not a big deal. I'm in Florida, so Cold for me is not cold for others.
What's the weather like? What's the weather like out there?
Nice and sunny right now, but I think it's when I woke up it was in the 50s, 60s, and that to me that's freezing. That's that's freezing.
Yeah, when I say 17 degrees, I mean Celsius. So
Yeah.
I don't know what that is Fahrenheit.
Uh,
It's not bad. It's actually pretty warm.
let me at 50 Fahrenheit, or let's say like 55, that's 12 degrees Celsius.
Can't beat Spain, man. Can't beat Spain. Ever been to Europe?
Yes, I've been to Ireland.
Too rainy, man. Too rainy there.
I loved it in
My brother
Ireland.
was there.
Beautiful country.
Yeah, it's nice.
Let's take a look here.
Okay, stream show. Oh, okay, yeah, the stream key. This is an easy fix. The restreams seem to reset my stream key. But yes, today's gonna be fun. It's going to be it's always get me in a good mood. I told Ryan he covers a lot of the hosting, and I said, like, man, it's like I haven't done this for a while. Like this is fun, and it's just nice to get back at it. So, two, and what is 17 Celsius in Fahrenheit?
I don't know. It's
62.6.
Really? Have you, Brandon, how long have you lived in Spain?
a few years actually. I moved into Spain since 2016.
Really?
So yeah, a long time, and I've lived in a different country too. But I moved back to Spain last year. My
That's
dad's
cool.
Spanish. My dad's Spanish. That's why I have the passport.
That's awesome. When I went to Spain, the prettiest girls in the world. The dark brown
Hmm.
eyes, just angelic,
Oh, you
like
like that?
oh my gosh. I've always thought like dark brown eyes were like beautiful, but when I saw all the women in Spain, like these dark brown eyes, I was like, wow, like very pretty ladies here. Um, I think
Yeah,
frankly, like more than any other country.
I sort of like the opposite. I like those Scandinavian girls, like the blue eyes, the green eyes.
That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how it works. I don't know why different strokes for different folks, but it's
What's your background? German or something?
yeah, I'm German and little Polish, little Belgian. Uh but yeah, it's all right, cool. The stream is rocking and just glad to have you guys here. And I'll go on and I'll do a cold open. I'll say, hey, everybody, today we're debating Trump on trial, and we are starting right now. And I'll say, with Brandon's opening statement, thanks for being with us. Brandon, the floor is all yours. And at that point, you can pick up the ball and start running.
All right, makes sense.
Oh, that's right. Let me just swap this here. Okay, perfect. Let's tweet. And next. Here I go in 3, 2, 1. Ready, set, here I go. Hey, everybody. Today we're debating Trump on trial, and we are starting right now with Brandon's opening statement. Thanks for being with us. Brandon, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, appreciate it, James. Thanks for hosting. And First Amendment.
Hey, everybody. Today we're debating Trump on trial, and we are starting right now.
Our guest here. All right, so yeah, I'm not actually American, so I'm kind of arguing from the position of a national conservative. So I like Trump. He kind of fits my worldview to a great extent, maybe not perfectly, but to a great extent. I was very thrilled to see the resounding victory of Trump in this election, of course. We saw a firm rejection of what I consider to be gay race communism in the form of Kamala Harris. She's somewhere hitchhiking over to California now. Just the last video I saw of her, she seemed to be a little bit intoxicated there. So I consider her to be, a Marxist. She's a cultural Marxist. She kind of uses race politics. She invokes slavery and reparations, and she attacks the history of America, Christopher Columbus. She attacks the founding fathers. She supports anti-American terrorist groups like BLM. She supported, I think, getting on one knee. She kind of national uses anthem. Race politics. She invoked Jussie Smollett, the race hoaxer who tried to frame some MAGA people for a hate crime that never happened. She supports affirmative action. She supports gender privileging, race privileging. I mean, she's on record saying that she wants to help specifically Black people, give them advantage, a leg up. This is sort of the reheated Al Sharpton kind of narrative, right? This is race hustle politics. At every turn, she invokes being Black, oppression, and so on. As far as her, she supports open borders more or less. Obviously, it's not like completely open borders. They do send a few people back, obviously, but she's the most pro-immigration politician we've seen on the Democrat side for a long time. She's actually was voted the most liberal, the most leftist politician in the Senate on the Democratic side. You've seen huge numbers of illegals enter the country under Biden-Harris, and that's by design. Joe Biden himself said, of course, that it's a good thing if white people become a minority. He said that a few years ago. And then in 2020, during the debate with Trump, he told asylum seekers to surge the border, and that's exactly what they did. And what's the reason for that? Well, I think it's pretty obvious. They think that opening up the border will bring in new immigrants, new voters that they can take advantage of, or that they can recruit to the Democrat Party. I mean, they already do get the majority of the minority vote, right? When you look at Black people, I think 90% vote Democrat, 86% of Muslims, 80% of Jews, and so on. So they pretty much are banking on this idea that if they bring more people in, that they could continue to rule the nation. You saw Julian Castro said that. He's a Democrat. He talked about the shifting demographics of Texas and how it's going to turn from a red state to a purple state to a blue state. And there's many statements from Democrats and pro-Democrat journalists talking about this demographic change. So as far as Trump, I like him because he's a patriot. He's a nationalist. He's somebody who preaches love of the country. He's not negative about the country. Of course, there's obviously bad things in every nation's history, but he's not going to emphasize that and obsess about that and demoralize the country. So there's that. And he's, of course, for a secure border. He wants to deport most illegals, if not all illegals. That's what he has said in this last election. He wants to end Mexican cartels trafficking humans and drugs across the border, which is a huge problem, of course. He wants to eliminate, at least that's what he said on his website, the anti-white indoctrination in schools, critical race theory. He said he's going to do something about that. He wants to get rid of the transgender insanity. He's going to put restrictions on hormones and puberty blockers and stuff to kids. He wants to promote family values. He wants to end men and women's sports, and so on and so forth. I think most of these policies are good, and most of them align with my worldview. I think when you look at the birth rate in the country, it's quite quite low. I mean, across the Western world, the birth rate is super low. And part of that is due to the fact that the government and the institutions are not really encouraging family formation, or they're not kind of promoting it. They're promoting feminism, they're promoting women in the workforce, um, you know, going to college, women going to college instead of forming families and so on. And so you see the birth rate is massively dropping, and that's a problem. I think one of the main issues I have with the immigration is that, you know, eventually white people will become a minority in America. In fact, that's the prediction, is that in 50 years, whites will be a minority. And you can see even now, despite them not being a minority, there's, you know, some anti-white stuff going on. You know, you have affirmative action in colleges. You know, Yale and Texas A&M was sued for this. There's studies that show that that whites and Asians get passed over for minorities in admissions. You had in 2021, 94% of new people hired by major companies were people of color. And this was a deliberate policy by the companies to discriminate against white people. And they said, well, we're doing this because of Black Lives Matter. We're responding to Black Lives Matter demands. And so we have to elevate Black people and non-white people. So I think when whites become a minority, these kind of anti-white policies are going to get worse. They're not going to get better. That's a fact. If they're already happening now, imagine when whites have even less political power, wealth, and so on. So I think the Democrat Party overall represents this like new Marxism, this cultural Marxism, this race Marxism, race agenda. You know, they're going after white people. They want to demographically change the country. They want to create a coalition of minorities to fight against white people. And you see that more and more with Democrat politicians talking about openly about white privilege and white people this and white people that. And so it doesn't really make much sense if you're white and American to support a party that hates you and wants to see you demographically replaced. So from that perspective, Trump is obviously the clear best option here.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. We will kick it over to First Amender. Before I do, I want to do a couple of quick housekeeping things. First, folks, if you're new to Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James Coons. We are providing a neutral platform so that everybody has their chance to make their case on a level playing field. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. Hit that subscribe button right now for more debates coming up in the future. With that, First Amender, the floor is all yours for your opening as well.
Yeah, wow, I have no idea what that intro was from my interlocutor, but I mean, the prompt is immigration policy of Trump good, right? We weren't going to be talking about the trans agenda. We weren't going to be talking about Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has already lost. We're not talking about white people becoming the minority. Also, just FYI, whites are already the minority. I don't know where people get this idea that we've already been replaced. It's already over, right? That's irrelevant to the discussion, right? Let's talk about the immigration policy. Donald Trump has made it very clear that if your skin color is not white, then effectively by his metric, you're a second-class citizen, right? He had created a border wall, desire of a border wall construction using eminent domain over specific plots of land that are owned by Native Americans. And they, Donald Trump says, be damned to that. We don't really care about that. We're going to do the border wall. And then really at the end of the day, the border wall doesn't even actually solve the problem, right? The problem is with an idea of like a border wall, and it has more to do with how the policy for amnesty works, specifically regarding asylum seeking, right? You can have a wall or no wall. And what happens is that these people, they show up to the border, they go up to one of the checkpoint sites, and then they claim for their asylum. And then they get a court date, and then they just wait and chill out. And then they can either come into the country or not. And currently there's way too many people coming in for asylum seeking, and that's kind of the issue that needs to be addressed, right? A wall doesn't actually address that problem, because if you have the wall, people are still going to asylum seek. That doesn't actually solve the problem. That also doesn't stop the fact that there are coyotes that have underground tunnels that can be accessed. And then there's also the fact that there's tourist visas that you could just purchase for about $400 and then just fly into the United States. How tall do you plan on making this wall? Is it 40,000 feet to stop the 737 Boeing from making it into California? Like, the reality is that they just overstay their visas and the wall will do nothing, right? That's an example of foreign policy that is completely idiotic. It's a 12th century solution to a 21st century problem, right? We're in the United States, and it's like, really what we want to do is have a sensible policy that actually has some efficacy, right? He's instituted a travel ban. That's another more discussion of immigration policy that Trump did. That's total failure. He is restricted entry to the U.S. For particularly Muslim countries, which included Iran, I think Syria, Yemen. I think there's some others in there, but that to me, it's like, okay, well, you're brown, therefore, that's bad, right? And that's really what it is. Okay, he decided to also leverage his visa suspensions of COVID-19, right? He suspended green cards and some work visas, even though that they are legal, like basically legal immigration to this country and like actual labor that we actually need, the H-1B visas. And he specifically denied that, right? Why? Because you're brown. We don't like you. You're brown. And that's kind of like that's the policy of Trump, the immigration policy. And I mean, there's all sorts of stuff that he's created. Because of his zero tolerance policy, he created a family separation. He basically was having instances where families were crossing the border illegally, and then it basically caused they physically put children in cages, separated from their children. It was actually so bad. It was thousands and thousands of children. And by the way, just so you know, it got so bad that the United States actually could not figure out whose children went to which parents. And the United States had to pay for DNA tests so that way they could link the proper parent to the proper child. That was under Donald Trump's design, right? It's completely nonsense. It's idiotic. And Donald Trump is a moron. And yeah, there you go. I think his immigration policy is stupid, and people who are uneducated support it. Go for it.
We will jump into the open conversation. Want to let you know, folks, Modern Day Debate is available via podcast. Whether you use Spotify, Apple Podcasts, you name it, you can find Modern Day Debate to listen to debates on the go. With that, thank you very much, gentlemen. The floor is all yours for open dialogue.
Yeah, how do you justify?
Well, I would.
I
would actually support.
Sorry, go ahead.
Him deport. I would actually support a total ban on immigration, an immigration moratorium. In fact, I'm in favor of what we call remigration, where you send people back to their countries or you pay them to go back to their countries. And it's not simply an economic thing. I don't really care about the economic thing. I care about the cultural aspects. I think America was founded as a European country. And if it was founded as a European country, it should sustain a European majority population, just like Italy or Spain or any other country.
Are you arguing for a total ban on immigration?
Yeah, I mean, Trump is not, but I would stop all immigration, at least temporarily, until
Where's Trump president of? What country? What country is Trump president of?
I think you know what that is, right?
Is it the United States?
Yeah, so I think.
What's the world's largest economy in the world?
There should be a ban on.
What's the world's largest economy in the world?
United States, right?
Yeah, the United States. So Donald Trump is the president of the United States, and the United States is also the world's largest economy in the world. Do you believe that you can maintain the world's largest economy without globalism?
I don't care about maintaining the largest economy, man. That's not really in my priority list. I think.
Okay, so you're okay with degrading the quality of living of every individual in the United States just so that you can fulfill your xenophobic tendency?
Well, look, I think the quality of living can be high without all these workers coming in. I think that when all these low skill laborers come in, that also affects the low skill
We need
labor in
low
the
skill
country,
laborers
right?
too.
Yeah, but look, I mean, it also pushes down wages for low skilled workers in the country if they're flooding that market as well.
That's
So
a discussion
that's
on
not a
worker
good thing.
rights.
Right, but if you're flooding like the construction industry with a bunch of low skilled labor,
What? Just
that's not going to
establish
help
worker
those
rights.
people, right? No, but that's not going to help those people. You could
Why not?
easily just
We
block
did it in
them
the
from
past. It
coming
worked
in.
before. Why can't it work now? Right? We don't have to
You can
establish a
stop them from
xenophobic
coming in.
tendency.
Well, you call it xenophobic, but do
Yeah,
you
you're
believe that
literally looking at
nation
brown people and going, I don't like brown people. I need to have more white people around me.
Well, no,
Yeah, that's xenophobia. So I'm
the
asking you,
Democrat
right?
Party.
You're
So
arguing
wait,
for
is
a
the
total ban
Democrat
on
Party
immigration
is
that
the
literally
Democrat
lowers the quality
Party?
of living of every individual in the United States, and I don't want that, right? I'm thinking about like the Maslow's hierarchy
So wait,
of
your
needs, where like the
your wages
lowest
are going
level
to
is
go
like your
down.
physiological needs, and if you
So
can't
your
match your
wages are going to go
physiological
down
needs, that's a
immediately
huge
if there's
problem.
not millions of people flooding into the country. So your wage is going to drop immediately
What?
just
No,
because
there
there's
just
not
means that there's
millions
more
and millions of people
workers. There's
coming into
more
the country.
workers in the
So
United States
what?
when you have
You
immigration.
don't need more
Right?
workers.
And yes, we do. We are literally the United States. We are a
So
global
what?
economy. How exactly do you think you have, say, avocados in winter? How does that work? Do you think avocados grow in winter? Right? And it's not just avocados, right? It's vehicles, it's lithium, it's copper, it's wine, it's cheese, it's all sorts of different products that exist.
Yeah, and
and
the
then
United
and
States
services that
became a
you
great
like what do you
economy.
think the
The
farmers
United
are in the
States.
United States? Do you think that it's a bunch of white people working there, or do you think that it's like underpaid immigrants?
Well, then you shouldn't have the immigrants. Have them come from a kind of a better country like Europe, and have these people
They
who
don't
can
want to go and
assimilate and
work on the freaking
who
field,
are
dude.
who are similar to your nation. You don't want to bring people in who speak a totally different language and they, you know, are demographically changing your states to be more similar to their own nation, like in California, like in Texas, like in Arizona.
Why does
I
that
mean,
matter?
these places are going to become Mexico,
Why does that matter?
right?
And also,
Because
wait,
it's not
hold on,
America anymore.
stop. Oh my
It
God,
is
what?
a
Wait, hold on.
listen, you dumbass.
You're talking
The
about
fact
immigrants
is,
that they're all of a sudden.
Hold on,
Like, do you think
gentlemen. I
there's
do have
something
to just
inherent?
quick interrupt. I want to
is
mention
it
that we do want to redirect specifically to Trump's immigration per se. I know that there are peripheral issues where it's like,
yeah.
well, it's not Trump per se, but I do just want to direct us back there.
Yeah, so like Trump, when he in his first term in office, he tried to stem illegal immigration. He cut legal immigration in half with Title 41, I believe it was. And he tried to put in all these policies to deter illegal immigrants from coming into the country. And basically, what Biden does is, as soon as he gets in, he rescinds all of the executive orders. Trump tried to get rid of DACA. Biden expands it. So the Democrat Party is ultimately just looking to do a race replacement policy, and Trump is trying to circumvent it. This guy wants to talk about xenophobia. Well, why are the Democrats saying it's a good thing white people are becoming a minority? It's a good thing to replace white people. Why is that not xenophobia, but it's xenophobia to stop a group of brown people from coming into the country? Well, I think that you should have a preference. Every country should have a preference. Many countries do have a preference. Many Muslim countries have a preference for Muslim immigration. Israel has a preference for Jewish immigration, and America should have a preference for similar type of people coming in. And that's what Donald Trump supports. And Joe Biden supports the exact opposite, just complete chaos and open borders.
I'm still muted. I'm muted.
1 second. I forgot First Amenders on mute and maybe didn't mention it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you're arguing for a total ban on immigration, but that literally would result in a huge degradation of life in the United States that would turn the United States into a much weaker country and would physically make things much worse. So, like, let me just ask you this, right? I mean, obviously, like, your motivation isn't economic, right? But I think it actually is. You just don't realize it. So one example is think about, like, have you ever heard of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, so it's basically like a triangle where it basically says that there's like some basic needs that you need to fulfill before you fulfill higher needs. So at the absolute lowest is your physiological needs. So air, water, food, shelter, sleep, clothing, and reproduction. These are absolutely necessary for a person's like to like survive, right? And then there's your safety need. Like if you got your physiological needs met, then you could focus on your safety needs, which is your personal security, your employment, resources, health, and property. Then after, if you have all of that fulfilled, then you focus on love and belonging, which is friendship, intimacy, family, sense of connection. And if you have that fulfilled, then you go for esteem, which is respect, self-esteem, status, recognition, strength, and freedom. And then finally, there's self-actualization, which is like a desire of becoming the most that one can be. Okay. And so what I'm trying to argue with you is that by having this immigration, right, that allows there to be more economic players. If there are more economic players, that means that there's more products, goods, and services to go around, which means that the lowest levels of Maslow's hierarchy of needs actually gets easier to fulfill, right? Air, water, food, shelter, sleep, clothing. You need these things in order to like live your xenophobic desires.
Yeah, so look,
right?
everybody,
you can't actually
this all
live without
existed
it.
before this. White people all had all these things, shelter, food, jobs, all before
What?
mass immigration started. Okay, all
What?
of this stuff was there. The United States
Was the quality of life
was
lower
the
in
United States was a
1910 versus
successful
today?
country. Yeah, obviously things have improved as technology improves, as everything
That's
improves over
correct.
time.
And we had
Yes,
a
so
lot
what?
of immigration, haven't
And
we?
yeah, from Europe,
What?
but now
No,
it's
we've had
massively
we've had
demographically
lots of
changing
immigration from all
since
sorts of
19
the all sorts of
since
the world. We had it throughout
1965, but not
Africa.
since
We had it throughout
1910,
Just to
man.
be sure there's not too much interrupting.
Yeah, since 1910, the United States was mostly white until 1965. Then there was a change in the immigration quota system, and then they shifted it over to all these other countries, people from countries with all kinds of problems. And that's not a good thing. We don't want to bring in all these Muslim people who have a higher percentage of terrorists coming from those cultures. Mexico with all these drug cartels, there's obviously going to be more instances
What does
of
this have to do with the immigration policy of
traffickers,
Trump?
because he's trying to block immigration from Mexico, a country that's a narco trafficking country, full of cartels, full of criminals, and of course they're using the border to get
Immigrants and
that stuff into
tourists?
America. So block it,
And
block
people that
the
want to work?
border. Well, look, stop all of them from coming in. Obviously, they're going to use these people as
That's
mules to bring
physically
in their
impossible.
stuff.
That's never going to happen. Never. Even under Donald
How?
Trump, that's
You
never
just send the
going to happen.
military.
What?
You can send the
Okay, all right, let
military
me
to
just get
block
this
them off.
clear, right? I'm arguing for like this multicultural society where I think that like people who want to work should be able to work, right? And your argument is if they're brown, kick them out. I don't like brown people. And what does this look like to you? Like societally speaking, like from a mechanic
Well,
standpoint,
it looks like
how does this look like? Like
pre-1965.
are you banging down people's doors? Are you like shoving them into a bus? And are you like physically moving them off? Are you physically separating parents from their kids? Like, how does this work?
Well,
to
what
you?
it looks
what does
like,
this look like?
what it looks like is the United States prior to 1965. And you go back to prior to 1965 is exactly what it would look like if I got these policies and
There were
implemented these
immigrants prior
policies.
to 1965.
Yes,
What are
but
you
not
talking
very,
about?
but not very many from these
There were a
third
lot of
world
immigrants
countries.
from 1965, even before.
Yeah, but it all exploded after 1965. And so prior to
What?
1965, the country was 90% white. There wasn't major demographic shifts in the country, but until that time, and
Who
then that law was
cares?
passed. And then, well, what you don't care because the Democrat Party wants to use immigration to get more votes, big
Bro, I
guy.
got news for you, man. More
That's what
immigrants
they
voted
say.
in favor of Trump this election. So, like, what you're
Yeah, so that
saying,
just
maybe if
proves
you were
it
like
just
in
backfired on
2008,
them,
you
right?
could probably make that argument. But that is not even the argument. And even then,
But that's
still
what they
you have
believe,
Democrat.
man.
No. The reality is that Democrats, what they want is to uphold people's rights, right? Which would include people like you,
Right.
and it
By
would include
discriminating against
brown
white
people as well,
people,
right? Because we're the United States, right? I'm gonna spell it out for you, right? It's called the United States of America, right? So people coming into the country who want to become Americans, and if they're willing to work, right, and they're willing to be the if they're willing to spend the time here and want to benefit their own life and they want to work, why not? Let them in. Who cares?
Well, because I believe nations have identities, and America used to have an identity.
I just
It was a
explained the
European
identity.
Christian identity. No, it's not
The
just,
United States is
we're
not a
all
Christian identity. I
American.
have no idea where you got that
It
from.
used to be. Well, it used to
No,
be.
it
It used to
never
be a
was.
mostly
No,
Christian country,
literally
right?
just look up the Treaty of Tripoli.
And
If you
it
just look
used
up
to
the Treaty of
be a
Tripoli,
white
it literally
country. It
tells
used to be
you
a
that it was
European
never
country.
intended as
Just to be sure
a
there's not too
country.
many. Just to be
Look,
sure
a
there's not too
Christian,
many interruptions. First
a
Amendment, I do have
Christian
to give you a quick
theocracy.
check.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's not a Christian theocratic country, obviously not. However, it used to be mostly a Christian country, just as you have Israel's mostly a Jewish country, and they sustain their borders and they have policies to sustain their ethnic group as a majority. And Muslim countries really do the same thing. I mean, you can't go to a Muslim country and start demanding to import masses of Christians and non-Muslims to change the demographics there. In fact, the president of Pakistan, when the Indians were bringing Hindus into Kashmir, he says it's a war crime to change demographics. We need to sustain the Pakistani Muslim majority in Kashmir. And so it makes sense that nation states are one dominant group. That's what I believe. You don't believe that because you don't have
because you're not
an
in
identity.
reality
You don't
world,
care.
right? I'm stuck in
You care about
reality world, and
GDP.
you're stuck
That's
in like
it,
let's
man.
make believe all sorts of stuff, right? So I want you to spend the time and Google what is the Treaty of Tripoli, right? And you will find that this is right. It was Article 11 of the English translation that specifically says from the founding fathers, the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. You can look up the Treaty of Tripoli yourself, right? It's there. Okay. So this idea, this identity of Christianity, it's just not there. And then secondly, right, just so you know,
Didn't you used to have
most
prayer in schools,
Mexicans
man?
are Christian. They're Catholic. They're Catholic. That's
Yeah,
a that's a
but I said-
denomination of Christianity.
Yeah,
so
but I
they
said
are
white
also
identity,
Christian,
white
right?
Christian
And by the
identity,
way,
man.
just so you know, they also want to speak English, right? Believe it or not, there's a lot of Mexicans that like speaking English, right? So they literally want to be part of the identity of the United States. And by the way, the identity of the United States is on the basis of Lockean theorem, which is a right to life, liberty, property, and pursuit of happiness. There you go. That is the identity. Your argument, however, is not the identity of the United States, but rather an exclusionary one that only benefits the whites, but be damned anybody else's rights, which is wholly antithetical to the United States.
Well, it's not, because the first Naturalization Act says the law limited naturalization to free white persons of good character. So there was always an exclusionary character to all immigration law in America, right? They had Chinese Exclusion Act and so on.
And you think that those are good things?
Well, you just said, oh, it's all based off of
things?
multiculturalism.
Are those good things? Yeah, it kind of is. Have you been to New York?
No, it wasn't.
There's a lot of foreigners.
The original nation state was not founded to be multicultural. It was founded to be one group of people, white people. That's what it said.
That was never implied.
That was the Naturalization Act of 1790. Free white persons of good character was the qualification for being an immigrant at that time. And so
there were people who were not white.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, black people started out as slaves in America.
Are you in favor of slavery?
No, are you?
No, I hope not. I'm not. Definitely not.
Are you in favor of enslaving white people?
No, I'm not in favor of treating anybody as property.
Right. Are you in favor of discrimination against white people?
Stuck on is immigration policy for Trump good? Let me ask you this: is the wall
it's good? It's good for white.
Does it work?
The wall,
does a wall work?
Walls do work. Yes.
Really, you think a wall will work? Right? When the problem now has to do not with people physically moving, but because of the asylum seeking.
But how do all these illegals get into the country if there's such a great big wall there?
What?
Because there's millions of people
asylum seek. There's an overwhelming amount of people asylum seeking.
And is there people getting in that are they claim they're
through border
asylum,
security by asylum seeking.
but are there people getting in as well that are just circumventing that?
That is a minority of people. A majority of the problem is asylum seeking.
Yeah,
this is why I think the wall is stupid. It's literally a 12th century solution to a 21st century problem.
There should be zero asylum seekers.
What do you mean there's zero asylum seekers? There's people that come from war-torn countries like Syria, as well as portions of Mexico, where they say that they want, and there's all over South America of instances where it is not safe for them to remain there, so they come to the United States.
They can remain in a safe country. They can remain in a country.
What? Some do.
They can remain.
Some don't.
One sec. Let's hold on. Just to be sure that we hear from Brandon.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brandon, quickly.
Those asylum seekers can go to the nearest country next to them that is safe. The Middle Eastern countries are pretty far away. The conflicts in Africa and the Middle East are very far away. And there are plenty of other safe countries they can go to that's not America and not Europe, but they choose to go to America. They choose to go to Europe because these countries are economically better. So ultimately, I don't believe all of these people genuinely are asylum seekers. A lot of them are claiming they are. There's refugees. There's refugee NGOs that coach them and how to pretend that they're asylum seekers. So these systems are being exploited. You have human traffickers who are helping these people cross the Mediterranean. It's a business now. So this whole thing is a total sham.
You're getting closer to the reality of the situation, right?
Wait, don't interrupt me, man. These people are exploiting the refugee crisis to just do economic migration. Okay?
All right.
That's what this is.
You're arguing that you don't believe that they are really asylum seekers. So then that would mean
not all of them.
That what you do is you have a court proceeding and then you have them go over the evidence to see whether or not that they actually are asylum seeking. But that would be a direct response to asylum seeking, not a stupid 12th century solution wall. Right? Yeah, you would you arguing that shows that, hey, that would actually be more efficacious than a stupid wall.
Well, look, I think there should be a wall, and the other policies should be improved as well. And there should be a complete and utter ban on all refugees, asylum seekers, and
including eminent domain of all of those Native American lands, as well as over mountains and stuff. There's not exactly like a straight, like there's a lot of mountains in the way, and you're going to go ahead and you want to have borders there, and you also want an eminent domain over Native American land, correct?
Well, so you believe in exclusive land for racial groups then? Native American land?
We destroyed their land. So yeah, I'm perfectly okay with protecting their land.
Oh,
yeah.
So but like only Native Americans can live on that land?
Yeah, there's a historical context to that.
Oh, okay. So you do believe in racial exclusivity for Native Americans, just not any other group.
What? That's specifically to Native Americans because we screwed them up.
Right. Right?
So
if you screw them up, what you
do is that you look at individual situations
exclusivity
between demographics and then determine what is the best possible solution out of what we currently have dealt with. And for them, a lot of their land got destroyed, a lot of their land. And so, yeah, we just kind of respect their right to their property and we don't try to take it away through eminent domain. That is a horrendous nightmare, right? You're the one arguing for the eminent domain so that way you can have your stupid 12th century wall when the reality is that you need asylum seeking.
So you are for racial exclusivity to land if it's Native Americans.
Do you believe in
racial
walls?
Do you believe in racial exclusivity to land for Black people?
This has nothing to do with Trump's policies.
Wait, answer
so I'm going to get
do
stuck
you,
on the
wait,
same exact
do you believe
problem.
in racial
walls
exclusivity
don't work.
for Black people,
they
sir?
don't work.
Of course they work.
Let's just be sure that.
Wait.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah. Does the wall like around your house work? Does the fence work? Like you could just say that for anything. Okay, yeah, you put up a fence, a security fence around your house, and someone might jump over the
entire
fence.
Country of the United States.
Yeah, but
what is this
walls? Do walls work though? Do walls work? Like if you put a security fence around your
over
house,
a house, sure. But
and
the problem is that you have security
if you put barbed wire over
that people go to,
if you
and
put
then the
barbed
asylum
wire
seek.
over a security fence,
Wall or
so
no
you
wall,
put a
they're going to do
security
the same
fence.
thing.
if you put a security fence
Oh,
around your
Jesus.
house with
You
barbed
can't do it.
wire,
It's impossible.
will that deter people from getting into your house and your property, sir?
My dude, I agree with you. Yeah, a wall over
Okay,
your
it
house,
does
yeah,
work
it
then.
helps. But the problem isn't
And a wall
people
around a country
physically
helps
walking
too, man.
across the border, right? We already have people that are constantly checking the borders
How the fuck
in,
do you
in
walk
common
across
areas
the
that people
border
like
if
to
there's a
cross
border?
over. And what you do is that you deal with the main problem, which is asylum seeking, right? The wall doesn't actually solve that problem. Right?
So
Just
you
because
agree?
you built
Wait,
a wall
so,
doesn't mean that millions of people still don't show up to
so
asylum
you agree?
seek.
Wait. So you agree that walls work and they deter people from getting into a particular space, right? Okay, we agree on that. So then that applies to nation states too. Of course, if there's a big fat fucking wall in front of you, it's harder to get into that country than if there were
Do you
no
understand that
wall.
they're not
And you
crossing the
look
border
at
illegally? They're
Poland.
going up to the checkpoint
So
and asylum seeking. That's a majority of people that come into this country.
Well, look, and there's also people
Stop.
who
It's
are
as
doing
if
it
like
the other
if I
way.
had the wall in
So
my house, but then I have a security guard that will let anybody in if you just say asylum.
yeah, well, that's a problem too, and that should stop, and those
Okay, so
people
then
should
you
not
have
be
to discuss
allowed,
that, not
sir.
the stupid wall.
But
Jesus
so why are you
Christ.
against a wall though, man? Dumbass. Why are you against a wall? You say it
Because
works,
it
so
doesn't
okay, we
work.
agree.
It doesn't work. That doesn't
How
actually
does it
address the
not work? You
problem.
just okay,
Because
so the
it
problem
doesn't
is
address
asylum
the
seekers.
problem. The problem
problem
is
is
with asylum
asylum
seeking,
seekers,
not people
and
physically crossing the border. We already have tons of security over
right.
the border, and most people don't even bother because it's actually a huge hindrance as opposed to just simply seeking asylum,
So
right? They give
so
them a
this the
piece of
asylum
paper
issue.
and they go, okay, here's the
Listen,
court date. But because of how few judges there are, there's really not a lot of asylum
right.
seeking. And so what people
Yeah,
end
so
up wanting to
obviously,
do
so
is
you
that they end
agree.
up crossing other ways through coyotes, either through
So
underneath,
wait, you
or
agree
they
that
could
there's
just
way
go
too
ahead
many
and get a
freaking
tourist
people coming
visa
in, right?
and then go over
So
with a
listen,
plane.
you
Dude, okay,
schizo.
hold on, guys. You guys, there's like so much over talking, both in terms of I just
Yeah, we
need
need it. We
to
need a 2 minute.
won't
We
be
need
able
a
to
two
hear.
minute because he interrupts me every time I speak.
Because it's
We are
dumb.
going to do 2 minute or even 1 minute. I think I'm going to do 1 minute just because we can keep the tempo going. 1 minute each. We'll go with Brandon. Go ahead first. Then we'll go with you for Samender.
So walls obviously work. He admits that. You put a security fence around your house with big barbed wire, and people are not going to jump over that damn thing. So a wall is fine. You need a wall on your border. Walls are good. Walls keep people out. He's saying, oh, well, that's not the issue. The issue is people lining up and getting in. Okay, so Donald Trump's policy to keep these people to wait on the other side of the border is a good thing as well. In my view, is that they should not accept any asylum seekers at all. They should block all of them. They should block all refugees. They should do a moratorium on immigration for the time being from these countries, from these kind of unstable, disaster third world countries. Mexico is a gangland paradise for narco trafficking. I mean, it's not a stable place. The people coming in, you don't know who they are. They could be criminals. A lot of them are criminals, drug mules, and so on. And they're not all that way, but there's the problem lies in Mexico itself, and that's why Donald Trump has been trying to negotiate with the Mexican president to get them to fix the problems in their country first, fix the cartels, destroy the cartels, so that those people don't have to come to America looking for a new life.
The problem with your argument is that you're saying that we should deny all asylum seekers. That is not the policy among any country, let alone the United States, which is one of the most international countries out there. I mean, we've have the 1951 Refugee Convention as well as the 1967 Protocol, which specifically provides asylum to individuals that are fleeing persecution based on, race, religion, nationality, etc. You have specifically like U.S. domestic laws, for example, the Refugee Act of 1980, which says that you're obligated into domestic policy mandating individuals fleeing persecution have a right to apply for asylum. if you plan on doing a blanket ban, you're likely going to face some pretty significant legal challenges that are struck down by multiple courts. We're also, like, just to be clear, right? We're not talking about like some random, whatever, who cares about these people, right? We're talking about humans, right? And like me as a human, I want to be treated a specific way. I don't want to be treated in a horrible way or treated as a second-class citizen. And so, like, you're talking about people who are fleeing life-threatening situations, and they contain, they have children, they have their parents with them, they have their families, and you're basically arguing
And
denying
time. You can finish your
Yeah, so
sentence.
this
them. I mean, you're
this is
basically
all
like arguing denying them and you're basically deciding that the way that you want to run the country is that you want to
sentence.
propagate more
this
death and
is
destruction.
going over the time.
Kick it
man.
over to Brandon.
This is just libtard spurging, man. I mean, you don't believe in nation states that have identities.
Your
You
arguments make
think-
life worse.
Yo, man.
Right?
All right, 1 minute
Just
intervals.
shut up.
Well,
So
you're going to call me
you
R
don't
slurs.
First Amender, I do need it
Listen.
just so there's not too much interrupting.
This guy is just a hyper liberal globalist. He doesn't even believe in any kind of restrictions of borders. Doesn't believe nations have identities at all. It's just an economic zone to you. But the thing is, with asylum, like I said, a lot of these people are not real asylum seekers. They just want to get free stuff, or they want a better life, and they just want to get in, and they'll claim asylum. Some of them come from countries that are stable, that don't require asylum, and they should all be totally rejected. And the thing is, we've seen this in Europe. I mean, millions of these people came into Europe in 2015, and they were let in by Germany. There's 1.5 million Syrians let in. And there was a whole slate of terrorist attacks that occurred in Europe after they let all of these people in. A lot of the Muslims coming in become radicalized by ISIS and such. You saw the Bataclan attack in France. The Belgium airport was blown up. The concert Aria Grande in the UK was attacked, and many of these people were migrants. Many of these people are asylum seekers themselves, and so for safety concerns, they should also be blocked.
All right, let me ask you this, right? Are you making an argument that they commit violence, and so we should really be discriminatory towards them because of the violence that they commit?
Well, I'm arguing that there's a higher propensity of terrorism among Muslims, and so of course there will be more Islamic terrorists recruited out of Muslim communities. So yeah, that's a security issue.
We want to, because they have a higher propensity of terrorism, then we should make sure that they are not in the country because of this, right? The concern of violence.
Not only
right?
not only that, but that's part of it.
Okay, so that's one of the things, right? So is that a main thing?
Well, I think Europe, and in Europe, there's been a huge number of terrorist attacks over the past 10 years, and they're mostly Islamic terrorists.
God, why can't you just answer the question?
Come in. Well, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So if that's the case, then it's fair to say that if there's like a group of people that sexually assault people more violent, more emotions driven to violence, and are a majority of theft, we should keep those people out of the country, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, if that's the case, and what are you going to say? Oh, men? Oh, yeah. Well,
men.
there are a lot of them are
all
men.
men do that.
A lot of them are men.
Okay. So here's my argument, right?
So stop Muslim men
Wait.
from coming
I
in.
want to argue your position, right? I want to argue your position. So here's what we do, right? We take all the men, right, because they have a higher propensity of all these violent acts, and we put them in the mud pits, right? We have a nice big wall, so that way all the women can live in this wonderful utopic society, right? And then the only reason why we use the men is when we for reproduction, right? But really, what we're going to do is we're just going to inseminate the men, and then we're just going to artificially inseminate the women, so the women don't ever have to deal with any of the horrible, violent, barbaric barbaristic men, they get to fight in the mud pits, and the women live in a utopic
Yeah, well,
society. Doesn't that sound like a great idea?
Well, we need a society, so
Why?
we need
There's
men
more
and women, of
violence.
course.
There's less
Wait,
violence.
we need
Wait, it
a
would be a
society,
utopia,
so we
right?
need
Let's
men and
involve
women,
you.
and
Let's
so
kick you out,
obviously,
right? And kick me out, right? We're more violent. Why don't we do
this
that?
is
Wait, why don't we
well.
do that?
Look, I think you're basically saying you can't have any
Oh, it's almost
preferences
like
or
that when
restrictions
I
on
involve your
anyone
demographic, all of a sudden it's a
because
problem.
no, but well, countries have people in them, right? And so
Well, no, I'm
Europe
saying
is
that
European
men
people,
cause more
and
violence.
of course,
Let's put them
we're
into the
gonna
mud
have a
pits.
preference or a bias.
We'll have to go back to the
We
1 minute
live,
intervals.
yeah, we live in a society. Europe is is European people, and we need men and women, of course. Yeah, men are more violent than women. We all know that.
Yeah, so we put them in
However,
the
that
mud
doesn't
pits.
One sec.
mean you invite more men who are potentially more violent to come into the country, right?
Wait. Are you?
You,
Hold
you,
on.
you
Are
don't
you saying
wait.
that?
All right, wait,
You
hold
want to
on one
bring
sec.
more?
Hold on, pause.
Wait.
All right. So Brandon just asked a question. We'll give First Amender 60 seconds, and then we'll go back to
What was the
Brandon.
question again?
First Amender.
What was the question? There was no question there.
So
I heard him make
you're saying that
statements, no question.
because men are more violent, you're trying to make this argument that means what exactly?
I'm
That
pointing
we
out the
can't discriminate
absurdity
against
in
Muslim
your
men?
argument, right? By applying a generalistic understanding, right? Obviously, there's going to be some men that are violent and some men that are not violent. But then what I would argue is individuals that commit crimes go to jail. Simply for the fact of being a man doesn't mean, therefore, we should preemptively separate them from society, right? But you're the one making the argument that people have a higher propensity of violence. They should be that their rights should be taken away by force because they're brown.
Well, I think there is an argument to be made that there is a higher propensity of terrorism among the Islamic community. All the top terrorist groups are Muslim. There's terrorist groups recruiting all the time, and allowing millions of Muslims to come into your country could result in some of them being radicalized and killing people, which has happened. And so, to reduce that risk, I think a common sense policy would be to prevent Muslims from coming into the country
Not all
entirely. But
Muslims
that's not
commit
my
terrorist acts,
that's
though.
I agree, but that doesn't mean there
Okay,
isn't
so
a
we
higher
would take it on an
propensity.
individual
So,
basis. So,
no,
like I could
it's
use
not
the same
only
exact
that. Wait, I
argument
didn't even
and make
finish.
the
I
mu-
didn't finish, guy.
the mud pits.
Hold
for
on
the
one
men.
sec.
I
We're,
Why
didn't
we'll
not?
finish,
give you
guy.
we'll give you hold on a sec. We'll give 20 seconds to Brandon to finish, and then we'll give you a full
So,
minute First Amender.
you're basically saying we should never look at a tendency of a group to make a decision based on anything. Well, I think police even do that. I mean, police will look at men more in a more discriminatory manner than they will women based on that, right? But look, in Europe, many Muslims have come in and done terrorism. If you cut off the spigot of Muslim immigration to Europe, I think that will solve that issue of Islamic terrorism in Europe. And it's a cultural threat as well. Islamification.
Kick it. First Amender, you got full 60 seconds.
I can't believe that you bring up like police will be discriminatory. Yeah, that's a bad thing. People don't like the fact that the police are discriminatory simply over something that they cannot control, right? Such as being a man or being brown, right? I fundamentally just disagree with you on this. And it's like, for whatever reason, you seem to be perfectly okay with wanting to discriminate against groups of people that you're not in the demographic of. But if I bring up your demographic, which is men tend to be more violent. If I used your train of logic, I could go hyper feminist and say that all men should be in the mud pits and the women get to live in cities, right? Why not? Why not? Aren't you okay with that? Oh, he's muted. I don't know why.
Because we need a society and we need to have a nation,
What? You
and
would
to
have a
have a
society.
nation
What do you
we
mean?
need
There'd be a
women
wonderful
and men to
woman
reproduce.
society
We
and
need we
the
need
mud
women and
pits
men
for
to
the men.
reproduce. So I have a preference. I don't think Islam is good in Europe. I think that's an expansionist culture. They build mosques everywhere. They recruit new Muslims,
Like
and there's a
Christians?
potential
Christians do that
for
too, you know.
recruitment. There's a potential of
Is it bad
recruitment
when
of
Christians do it?
terrorism, and there is
Is it bad
recruitment
when
of
Christians do
terrorism
it?
throughout Europe,
Is it
sir.
bad when Christians do it?
Well, Europe has been Christian for a long time.
Okay, but
so.
Christians do that, don't they? Is it bad when Christians do it, right? It's bad when Muslims do it.
No, it's It's bad when
So
the
it's
Muslims
not
do it
bad when
here.
Christians do it, but it's bad when with Muslims do it.
It's
I
bad.
wonder what it
It's
is.
bad. Wait,
What's
it's
the,
bad
what
when
is the
Muslims do
reason?
it
What's the
here,
problem?
and it's bad when Muslims do it here.
What is the reason?
Because
Why?
they're trying to change. They're trying to change the culture and the religion of the
What
people
culture? What are you
to
talking
their
about?
own
Creole
European
culture?
culture.
What?
European
There was like
cultures.
French
They're going to
culture.
bring
There
in.
was
They're going to
hell. There
bring.
was some
Yeah.
Mexican culture in there. What the hell do you
They're going
think
to bring in
Tex-Mex
more
is?
Muslims.
These are American
This is what they
cultures.
do, man. This is what they do. So they bring in, they do this hijra thing. They do immigration, and they start to spread Islam. They start to build more mosques, and soon enough, your country is going to be
And
an
halal
Islamic
food.
caliphate.
Don't forget halal food.
Yeah,
It's
halal.
horrendous.
Yeah,
It's a
halal food,
nightmare.
and
I
eventually
can't
you're going
stand
to
it. All
have
these
an
kebabs in the
Islamic
way. Oh my
caliphate.
God. If only things
And
was just like fish and
these
chips all day.
people, you can ask many of them, and their loyalty, of course, is not to the nation state; it's to Islam,
This is
right?
ridiculous.
And to other nations that are Muslim, and to other groups that are Muslim.
You're
And
arguing
so
a
why
society
would
that
we
is fundamentally worse
why
than what the United
why
States
would
is.
why would we want to invite people into the country who could potentially be terrorists, sir?
Well, I would argue the rule of law in the United States, which by the way is a United States cultural aspect. We assume innocence before guilt, right? We don't assume, oh, they're brown, therefore bad, right? What we do is like, oh, did they commit a crime? Okay, they're currently innocent, but do we have evidence that they committed a crime? And if they committed a crime, we put them in a box. I'm kind of much more in favor of that as opposed to like, I don't know, they're brown, therefore I don't like them.
Well, I believe it's not necessarily they're brown, therefore they're bad.
I think we should make a
didn't
mud
say
pit for
that.
people like you.
I said
You're really
well, I
harmful
think
to
we should.
society and like push xenophobia.
Sir. I
So
think
we
we
should have
should.
mud
I
pits
think we
for
should
you.
put your ass. I think we should
Let's
put
put
your
it in a
ass in
mud pit.
Saudi Arabia, bro. We're gonna put
Wouldn't you like
you
a
in
mud pit? Think
with,
about it, right? You'd be all naked with a
hominid.
bunch of other men, and you like got to wrestle for like food. Wouldn't that be cool? Right?
But
Because
that's
you
what
like
you
commit
want,
more
man.
violence, right? Because men.
You want to mud wrestle with Muslim men, hairy ass
Okay.
Muslim men.
We're going to redirect back to Trump's policies, in particular immigration. We will go to the Q&A shortly. So I'd say maybe about 20, 25 minutes, folks. We'll go into the Q&A. If you happen to have a question, feel free to fire it into the old live chat. You can tag me with @ModernDayDebate, or you can use the super chat. That'll push your question to the top of the list. Any last topics you guys want to cover in this last maybe 20 minutes or so?
Well, I mean, do you want to
Mother,
keep it
father,
on
I was
immigration?
I was on mute. I'm sorry. Basically, folks, Q&A coming up in 20 minutes. If you have questions, put them in the old live chat. Any last topics that you guys want to cover, Brandon and First Amendment?
Yeah, sure. I think Donald Trump, right? There were linguists that analyzed Donald Trump's speech patterns and have determined that he speaks at a fourth grade level. It gets even worse in the fact that he has a 78 IQ, and there's a lot of really dumb people that look at Donald Trump, and in some way, one way or another, they're able to analyze that speech patterns and think, well, oh, you know, that guy, he talks just like me. And then they argue for these senseless policies that result in a worse quality of living outcomes. And it's very clear to me that Donald Trump has no idea what he is talking about regarding immigration, right? If he could just like actually listen to some experts to actually understand what is going on. But, you know, I guess like Donald Trump is supposed to know absolutely everything, even though he speaks like a fourth grader and has a 78 IQ, that we're going to sit there and think that this is the guy who's going to fix the immigration policy, a 12th century solution to a 21st century problem. It's completely idiotic.
Well, but you want more people with 78 IQs in the country. That's why you're for open borders from the third world nations. So
more
you
than
can have
half
more such
of
people, man.
IQ is environmental.
But
right,
look,
but Donald Trump had all the
Donald,
opportunity in the world, but still has a 78 IQ.
whether he has a 78 IQ or not, he makes a
he's
lot
a
of
moron.
sense. He wants
He's a
a
moron,
nation.
and
Let's
he
go to
speaks to
1
other
minute.
morons.
Let's go to 1 minute intervals. We'll give Brandon the 60 seconds.
So he wants a nation. He wants patriotism. He wants to secure the border. He doesn't want crime in the country. He wants to block cartels and human traffickers from exploiting the system. He wants to stop the fake asylum seekers. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this. I mean, every nation needs secure borders. Every nation needs to be, I believe needs to be mostly one ethnic group or one religion. I think that's more conducive to a nation that is cohesive. You see conflicts around the world where there's a lot of differences between people. You see that Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine. So I think his vision for America is far superior than this melting pot, globalist, weird economic zone that you believe in, which is just an identity
Yeah, the highest quality of
bereft
living index that we've
shithole.
ever experienced in the world.
Right,
Yeah,
right. You
that
need
whole
more.
thing.
You want more Uber
First,
drivers. You want more, Uber Eats and all this stuff. I mean, who cares about this shit if the country is just a weird melting pot that has no identity and has no culture and has no real destiny at all? Like,
If
where
your
is
right,
this
we'll
going to
go over
go
physiological
eventually?
needs are
First
in
Just,
Amender. You'll give you 60 seconds, First Amender.
if your physiological needs are in question, I promise you, you would care about it, right? I'm sorry. Like, that's just kind of how things work. And you're arguing removing immigrants from your society when there's people that come in on H-1B visas. One of the largest economies in the world is, in fact, California. And the reason why that's even a thing is because they accepted immigrants when all other states would not. And because they accepted immigrants from India as well as China, they managed to create the technology companies that we ourselves take advantage of every single day. By having your xenophobic intent, you actually end up losing because you end up losing on crucial technologies. I mean, hell, we can even look at like what happened with the Nazis. The Nazis kicked out a bunch of Jewish scientists, and what happened? The United States got the freaking bomb. We won because we didn't establish our xenophobic intent. And your argument is to create the xenophobic intent, make the United States weaker, just so that way you don't have brown people around you. Get a life.
Well, it's weaker now with all of these people coming in. I mean, look at the turmoil, look at the chaos, look at the race riots. I mean, BLM, all these racial
It's more
grievance
peaceful
politics
now
coming
than
up,
it ever has been.
racial
Look
grievance
up at
First
politics.
FBI
Amender, I
crime
gotta mute you.
Look,
statistics to show that.
shut the hell up, man. The fact
Yeah, you
is
just
that the
say
more
crap that's
multicultural, the
false.
more diverse the country becomes, the less cohesive it becomes. These people are entitled. I mean, there's all this bubbling resentment with black people in America already, like you look at the OJ Simpson trial and
Yeah, maybe we should treat them like
90% of
people
the
for
jury
once.
voted to acquit the guy simply because he's black and the victim was white. I mean, these are things happening in America. You have companies discriminating against white people in America. You don't care about that because you don't care about white people. You just care about the melting pot shithole that you want. So my issue is life will get worse for white people if the more multicultural becomes, because there's going to be discrimination, as there already is. Affirmative action in colleges, companies are discriminating against whites, and these brown politicians like AOC are calling for more and more privileging. Kamala Harris supports privileging, and Biden administration did
And
privileging.
time. First Amender, you got 60 seconds. Let me unmute you.
Yeah.
I think that people like this guy, we should put him in a mud pit, make him fight with all of the other arguers that want to push against race, because these people are more violent inherently from other white people. So we got to take these people, put them in the mud pit, and watch them fight. I think it would be really good. We call it, I don't know, racist mud pit extravaganza. I don't know. We'll work on the name later, but we'll figure it out. As soon as we get a Democrat elected into office, that's exactly what we want to do. Let's get the mud pit.
Wait,
I think it'll be so much better.
do you support the discrimination against white people in hiring,
No,
admissions,
I support
and all this
discrimination
stuff?
against you in particular.
Yeah, but
Exactly
do you,
you.
so do you support discrimination against white people and defend it?
No, discrimination against you, just you.
But it's happening though, right?
No, not at all. Right? I see. Here's
Right.
the thing,
So
right?
the
I
government,
want the
wait,
life, liberty, and property of all individuals, which
so
would
they're
mean
not
white people,
discriminating
brown
against white
people,
people?
and anybody else that wants to work in the United States. Why? Because we're the United States. We are the United States of America. Bring to me your refuse. You're
So
poor.
let-
your huddled masses
So let me
yearning
ask
to
you,
breathe
sir.
free.
Let
Haven't
me
you
ask you,
heard
sir.
of this quote?
Guy,
What the
you're
hell
smirking like
happened to our
crazy.
country? I'm sitting
let
here
me
and
ask
arguing
you,
with a stupid race
why the
realist.
fuck? Wait,
What I
why
want
the
to do
fuck
is
did?
let's go back to the 1 minute interval. Brandon, when you ask him a question,
Yeah,
I think the challenge is, he's going to take as much time as he
yeah,
can.
he's gonna take as
But I
much
think we
time as
should
he
stick with the
absolutely
1 minute
wants.
interval.
All
When
right,
I'm talking, can you wait
so
to start talking, Brandon? Is
sorry,
that
yeah.
and same thing, First Amender, you've interrupted Brandon so many times. We're going to go back to Brandon, 60 seconds, then we'll go back to First Amender.
So there is discrimination going on against white people, and this is one of the problems with the mass immigration. Why Trump's better is that these racial groups that come in, they're organizing based off of race in many cases. You already have that with the domestic, the Native Americans or Black people, whatever. But these new groups coming in are also going to do it. And you see it in college admissions. There are studies proving that white people and Asians are discriminated against.
I wonder if
There was
redlining laws had
a
anything to do with
survey.
that.
There was a survey showing that 1 in 3 white college applicants are pretending to be not white so they get better treatment and better chance of getting in, which proves again that there is discrimination going on. You had in 2021 all the major Fortune 500 companies, I hired 94% people of color, which was massive discrimination against white people. And they said they did it because of BLM. So this is going to continue. In the Biden-Harris administration were discriminating against whites in their COVID aid. They were giving it to minorities first, minority farmers, minority restaurant owners, and they say that they're doing this. And that's what Kamala Harris said on her platform, that we're going to help specifically Black people. So we're kicking white people to the bottom. So my question for you then is,
Maybe a chance. Go ahead.
why? Yeah.
Go ahead, ask your question. I didn't mean to interrupt.
So the less white people are in the country, or the more of a minority they become, how exactly is this going to circumvent anti-white policies? Will it become worse or better?
Just asked you to unmute for Samender. There you go.
By establishing anti-white policies. I don't believe that we have anti-white policies. I think that we have had redlining laws in the past that has specifically subjugated minorities, that resulted in lower educational outcomes because our property taxes are tied to these redlining laws, or specifically to people's property. And by having a worse off educational system in those areas, then of course you're going to result in people being less educated, which causes the problem that you're exhibiting. But then that's an argument of, hey, let's fix those things, right? Let's at least address the problems that are exhibited, not, hey, let's kick out brown people because we subjugated them in the past. It's completely idiotic, and it's also antithetical to the existence of the United States. The United States is a basis that argues in favor of the inalienable rights of individuals. We've had a rocky history regarding this, and I think that the spirit of the United States is a pursuance of life, liberty, property, and pursuit of happiness to all people, right? Men, women, all of them, right? Brown people, it doesn't matter, right? And I don't really care if like a person's brown or white next to me. Like, to me, I look at them as a human being. They're a human being, just like you, right? Just like me. And like, I wouldn't want to be treated in that way.
And time.
Okay, you just brushed right over the examples I gave you. There is discrimination going on against white people. We have examples of that. The Justice Department sued Yale and Texas A&M for discriminating against white applicants. You have all these you actually have cases where there's white people who pretend that they're not white to get advantages in their career. You had that with the study showing college students are doing. You had Rachel Dolezal and a bunch of other cases where they're pretending that they're Black just to get privileges or just to get promotions. And you see the big corporations are getting in line with this policy. You have critical race theory trainings being pushed throughout the sector, in the public and private sector, which they're telling you need to be less white, man. And that's literally what they're training their employees to be. You need to step down. Yeah, go look it up. In Coca-Cola, it came out that they were telling employees to be less white, man. So like, this is going on. It's going on in the schools. They teach critical race theory in the schools. They teach all this stuff in all of the companies and government agencies, and Trump wants to ban that. So it is a good thing that Trump is trying to push back against anti-white discrimination going on. The more power the minorities get, the more political power they get, the worse the situation will be for white people. It's very clear. It's already happening. They're being demographically replaced, and they're being politically disenfranchised. Those two things are deadly. And we're seeing homicidal rhetoric from professors who are calling for violence against white people. There's so many clips of
not
professors.
calling for violence against brown people, right?
There's so many professors calling for violence and destruction of white people.
We're at 60 seconds. Go ahead, First Amendment.
So if white people do it, it's okay. But if brown people do it, it's not okay? I just want to be clear, right?
So you support it then?
I'm asking you. Can you answer the freaking question?
Well, look, man, you interrupt me every 2 seconds. Why should I answer your stupid question?
If white people do it, it's okay. But if brown people do it, no, right?
White people are not doing it.
Are you not arguing for this, for kicking brown people out of this country?
I'm arguing for the political process of remigration.
Okay, so physically moving them, right? So yeah, you're kind of implying
just like what
violence
ICE does,
against
right?
brown people. Okay, so it's okay if white people do it, but it's not okay if brown people do it, right?
Well, it's not just gratuitous violence, man. It's a political agency like ICE removing illegals from the country, which is totally legitimate, which even Joe Biden does sometimes, right?
So if I said, for example, made a law that says no Nazis, race realists, they deserve to be in the mud pit, right? Because it says so in the law, that's okay with you?
Well, of course I would be against that, yeah.
Why?
Well, because you'd be trying to target me, right?
Whoa, really? I wonder how the brown people feel about what you're saying about them. How do you think that they feel? Do you think that they like what you're saying?
It's a
right?
political,
the violence that you're
political
arguing
battle,
in favor
right?
of?
Well, they argue for violence to disenfranchise whites, and so why would whites not fight?
They're not
back
arguing
with
to disenfranchise whites,
to,
but you are. You're
yes, they
arguing
are.
for
They're
disenfranchising
doing
all
it.
sorts of people that aren't like you.
I'm arguing for following what the founding fathers of America wanted for the nation, which was
a multicultural society. That's literally what they've argued.
Oh, really?
That's what's
So
been
the founders,
maintained. You're literally talking about a country that's born and bred in liberty. Like, you just don't like brown people. Let's just be honest. I don't like brown people. It makes me upset. They don't speak my language, and I just rather would have not brown people in my country. That's your argument.
My position is that the more power brown people get, like Kamala Harris, the worse the situation will be for white people.
No, that's
in
not
every
true.
case.
We've created a multicultural society, and we've created this globalist nightmare agenda. And the observation is that quality of living has increased substantially, right? Because in order to have a higher quality of living, you need to be able to fulfill the lowest levels of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And the only way that you can even do that is that there's lots and lots of economic players that are able to integrate into the economy.
If you don't have that, that
physically makes things worse for white people, for you.
How is being kicked down the totem pole in college admissions good for white people? How is being discriminated for a job good for white people? How is getting privileged handout?
If you're talking about affirmative action, specifically with affirmative action. Yeah, no, I can explain it to you. Sure. Specifically with affirmative action, it actually doesn't show in the statistics that that whites do not get good jobs just because there's less whites going into college. The reality is that a lot of businesses are in fact nepotistic, and there's a lot of white people that still get decent jobs, even though that it's harder for them to get into college, and brown people are being included. I personally believe that I want to lift all boats, and because I want them to be valuable economic partners. If they are valuable economic partners, then that makes my life better because they're spending their money in businesses that I support. And, I just would like to see more people doing better. And your argument is, I don't want people to be doing better because they're brown.
No, my argument is that white people are doing worse because racial coalitions who have a grievance and a revenge fantasy against whites are taking political power, which you support with Kamala Harris and her black privileging agenda, her black power agenda. Like this is what a study said. It said on an other things equal basis where adjustments are made for a variety of backgrounds, being Hispanic converted admissions boost of over being white equivalent to 130 SAT points, while being black rather than white convert a 310 SAT point advantage. And so whites are being discriminated against in college admissions, meaning they're going to get less well-paying jobs, and they're being discriminated against in the actual workforce as well.
Stats. just doesn't bear the stats what you're saying.
94%. Oh, 94%. Did 94% people of color were hired in 2021 by the big companies? Do you agree with
That's
that?
not a bad thing. That's a good thing. That lifts all
Is
boats.
that not
right?
is that not discriminating against white people though, to
No,
get
because
to that
white people can still
94%
get
number?
good jobs.
But they are discriminating against white people to
No,
get
they're
to
not.
that number. That's
White people
incredible.
can still get good jobs. White people are still working
But-
at these
but
big
they're
giant
not
companies.
getting-
The point is that there are
Okay,
people that are
but they're being pushed
stratified
out.
in our society, and we help people who are stratified. That's how that works.
Oh, so you support discrimination
No.
against whites to
Oh
lift
my
out other
freaking
people.
God, it's so dense, dude. Like I don't know. Like it's just it's
That's
just a
what you're
stupid
saying,
argument.
man. Look, they are specifically saying that they did not hire white people so that they could
White
hire all
people
of these
can
black
still
people.
get good jobs, even though that they decide to diversity hire.
They could, but
right?
they're
There
getting
is
less
no
good jobs.
stat that shows
They're
white
getting less
people
good
lose out.
jobs.
That's just not how it works.
They're-
You have
they're-
to understand
wait, they're
that
losing
the
out
economy
here.
is not a finite pie. The pie grows as more people are able to contribute to the economy. That's how it works.
So you're telling me that all of these white people that could have worked at these companies were passed over because they're white, but who cares because they could work somewhere else?
Yeah, they get good jobs anyway. Correct. There's more
there's
boats
less-
being
there's
lifted
less-
overall,
there's
which then
less good
result in
jobs.
more economic players, which improves the
there's-
quality of living outcomes for everybody,
It doesn't
including
mean a
white
new
people,
job.
including you, Mr. Racist.
It doesn't mean a new job will pop up an opportunity at a thin air.
Yes,
There
it
could
does.
be less
That's
jobs
literally how
available.
that works. We
They're
decided to bring in
discriminating.
immigrants in California in the 70s, and then we got FANG corporations in the 2000s. Okay, that's what happened. We got a bunch of technology companies, and it literally has employed hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people, right? If we didn't bring in those immigrants, then we wouldn't have gotten that benefit. So yes, it does literally make everyone's life better. I love how we're like discussing this over Zoom. Isn't Zoom literally created by a by an immigrant? Like, what is this argument?
Well, Zoom can be downloaded from the internet, man. You don't need an immigrant.
Yeah, someone has to freaking make
do that.
it.
So yeah, and they could make it
Troglodyte.
from any
What
country
is
in the
this?
world, you dumbass. You could make a technology company and hire someone from anywhere out in the world. You're basically arguing that it's good to discriminate against white people so long as there's new jobs being created elsewhere. But what if they wanted that particular job and they didn't get that job? And what if they had to wait a long time to get a new job? Well, that is discrimination. Now, if this was happening in the reverse, you would be totally against it. Now, what if the policy was we're going to hire 94% white people and keep out black people? Would that be okay with you?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
What if the big companies, they did the reverse thing where they said, we're going to prioritize hiring white people and keep down black and Hispanic candidates, or keep them out? Would that be okay? Would be the same lifting of boats?
No, because white people are already lifted, right? They already have their boats lifted,
right.
right? Whereas you have redlining laws that specifically affects that specifically negatively affected minorities, right? We created laws on the
Really?
books that discriminated and pushed people into a specific region, and because that educational outcomes are tied to property taxes, and the property tax comes from a percentage of the value of the house. If you are in, say, a ghetto area, then the value of the house is lower. And so that percentage amount of money that they receive towards the school is lower. And because it's lower, they get worse educational outcomes. It was designed. You have to ask yourself, why is it that you go to every single ghetto in the United States and for whatever reason, there is a Martin Luther King Drive and a Rosa Parks Avenue? Why? Why would that be the case? Well, the answer is simple. It was designed. They created it that way a long time ago, and we are currently seeing the rippling effects now.
So this doesn't even apply to all these Hispanic immigrants who came in recently who also benefit from the discrimination policies. It says Hispanic individuals accounted for more hires with 40%, and Asians as well. So it's not just for black people or redlining. And another thing is, well, black people on average do less homework and they're less intelligent. So, and they don't have fathers in the home. So there's multiple factors for why they do worse. It's not just redlining, man. So ultimately, you don't care when white people are discriminated against, and you don't care that they're being demographically replaced because you
I
have
would
no
be in
identity.
I would be in like if I saw people being discriminatory towards white people, then yeah, I would not like that either.
But you are
I don't
defending
believe
that with
affirmative
affirmative
action
action.
is no, I don't
It
believe affirmative
is.
action
It's
is racism.
discrimination.
No,
It's
it's not because it's
100%
understanding the
racist
historical
discrimination
implication of it.
against white
That's why it's
people,
not.
sir. Yes, it is. Oh, well, yeah, you have to make a justification for it. So now you want to bring more
I
immigrants into
did.
the country. Yeah, your justification is just a bunch of bullshit history you want to dredge up and say, well, they're all oppressed this
It's not
time 100
bullshit
years
history.
ago.
It literally happened.
That
Did it or did
it
it not
doesn't even
happen? We know it happened.
it doesn't even apply to the Hispanics who weren't there. They're recent immigrants, man, and they're getting the benefits too.
But you were talking about affirmative
So
action, and I'm telling you why affirmative action was even a thing. That's fine, right? I don't believe it's discriminatory. We can agree to disagree there, right? The problem is that we are the United States, and we want to have the world's most powerful economy in the world. I want to maintain that. There is no way to maintain the most powerful economy in the world without global trade and global immigration. You physically cannot do it. You're arguing a worse society. You will make the United States a worse place if politicians start following your argument.
that will be a better place. We'll bring the only immigrants we need to bring in are highly educated, smart people from Europe, and that'll be the immigration policy. And that was the
They're not
immigration
coming to
policy for
Europe. They don't
many,
want to. They don't want
many,
to come here
many
into the United
years. In
States. They
fact,
already think
that
the United
was,
States is a
listen,
shithole.
you shithead, that was the immigration policy for 100 years until it was changed, and now it's becoming a third world dumping ground. And all these people coming in, most of them
And
are
then
low
they
skilled
get
labor.
jobs, and then they
Most of them
contribute to
are,
the economy,
yeah, what, yeah, you want your
right?
GDP to go up on the screen. That's your worldview, is that GDP
But
goes
I
up and
want
that's
to
it.
see as much of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs between each individual fulfilled as possible, right? In the way that that basically means I want to see a higher HDI, which is the Human Development Index. Countries that have higher HDIs are more satisfying places to live. People like living in countries that have high HDIs. Some of the
So
highest level
why are people
HDIs are countries that
are
are
people
in
leaving
favor of
California?
immigration, people that are in favor of helping people out, people that have social safety nets with capitalism. I'm perfectly in favor of these things. I want to see that happen, and I don't believe that possessing a xenophobic intent is going to make a better economy. I have zero historical implication where that has ever happened. In fact, that has always resulted in a worse quality of living outcome. In fact, it just causes a bunch of social degenerates like you that I have to take seriously for some reason.
Well, you're the degenerate soying out here, man. You want
Yep, and
another,
you're
you want
losing
to
to the
turn
soy boy.
America,
Here I
you want
am.
America to turn into a screwed up backwards hellhole
No, I just want to
where
put you in a
there's
mud pit.
100 different races, 100 different religions, everybody's trans and gay. You want California, you want California
Yep, I want to turn
across
you
the
trans
nation.
and your kids and
Yeah,
everybody
yeah,
trans, and then your wife
exactly.
trans. I
That's
want
what
them
you
all
want,
trans. Come
man.
on, let's trans
I
them.
mean, I'm sure you're probably doing the drag queen story hour at the
Oh
local
yeah, bro.
library,
Hell
man.
yeah, bro.
I
Based,
could tell, bro.
based,
Look,
based.
look at, look at you, man. You are like, you got the BDSM gear. You were probably involved in that gay
Whoa, you
orgy at
want
the White
to? Are
House.
you offering?
You're queered out,
This is
man.
probably a good time to go into the Q&A. Folks, if you happen to have any questions, you can submit those still in the live chat. You can tag me with @ModernDayDebate. Otherwise, you can also do a super chat. That pushes your question to the very top of the list. And want to say our guests are linked below. Just don't forget that. That includes at the podcast. We really do appreciate our guests. They are the lifeblood of the channel. So First Amender and Brandon, we are glad you're here. We appreciate you being here. And we're going to get those questions for you right now. So this first question coming in it says, for for First Amender, it says you have a blue light. You they say left box. I think they mean First Amender has a blue light. The right box a red light, and both have Joe Rogan as a condition pigeon. What box should I pick in this false dichotomy? What are your guys' thoughts on this, if any?
I have no idea
I
what
think
they're
they're,
asking.
I think they're saying, uh,
There's a blue light, there's a red light, and Joe Rogan. What?
I think they're saying this false dichotomy of left versus right in America, where you have to pick one of the two. They're saying, which side should I pick?
Blue. Blue.
Okay.
Yeah, I like.
Brandon, any
Now,
thoughts?
blue. Well, if blue is Democrat, then hell no, of course not.
Yeah,
That's right.
red
In
for
Europe,
Republicards.
don't I understand? Is it reversed in Europe, where the colors generally in Europe, blue is actually conservatives and red is usually more progressives? Is that true?
I don't know. I don't think
This,
they really use
aren't
the
you,
color stuff.
Martinez? Aren't you in Spain?
Yeah.
Aren't they like more like left leaning than the United States? Or am I wrong about that?
Well, I mean, it's quite divided. It's similar. There's right wing parties and the left wing party runs the country today. Yes.
Fat ass dogs says, what's wrong with advocating for Americans to have more children instead of flooding our country with people unfamiliar with American culture?
The question is the problem with that is that people have a right to their body and they should be able to choose whether or not that they want children. There's also a basic concept of demographics where or anthropology where as a quality of life increases, people tend to have less babies. This just naturally follows. You can observe just about any country that when quality of life rises, that birth rate declines. And there's numerous factors as to why that is the case. And so, like, to me, it just seems like the best solution is like you could either implement policies that give child tax credits in combination of a solid immigration policy, right? Like I'm not against immigrants. I just want I want the United States to do well, and I want everybody, white people, black people, brown people, everybody to do better.
You got it.
Yeah,
This
I
one
would
coming in
support.
from-
I would support. Like Viktor Orban policy is good. He gives tax breaks and other benefits to families, and I think that has worked to some extent. It hasn't boosted the birth rate up above a replacement level, and I think the only way to do that, which is controversial, would be to do some kind of partial temporary work freeze on a portion of women and have them pursue family instead. But of course, that's not going to be a policy that women are going to vote for. So it's unlikely. However, things can be done to increase the birth rate in a country.
You got it. This one coming in from. Do appreciate it. Max M says, First Amender, every other country on earth secures their border. Why can't we?
I'm not against securing our border. I just think we need to address the problem at hand. And I don't believe that having a big, beautiful wall is the solution, right? The problem is that there's a lot of asylum seekers. They're coming in at the border, to Border Patrol, and they are saying that they're seeking asylum, right? There's not enough courts. There's not enough people that are able to guard the border. And there just needs to be proper funding and a more expedited path in order to gain citizenship. That's what I want, right? That would result in a better off society.
Yeah, you want full amnesty and full open borders and all that. The
I
fact
love
is
how you
that
just
you
say
could easily,
the exact opposite of what I just said.
You could easily just stop them from
God,
coming in and try to help those countries fix their own problems.
You just
I
have
mean,
to
Trump can
you
do
just
so
want
many
to fight
things.
a caricature of a
Listen,
Democrat, right? As opposed to like somebody who
But-
actually argues
You
a
are a
cogent
caricature,
point.
man.
What? You're
what's
a
your cogent
caricature
point?
of
Your
what? A
cogent point,
freaking
Well,
a
let's just
racist?
hear-
A
let's
Nazi?
just
Like
hear
what is
from-
this?
Let's hear from
the entire
Brandon.
time the entire time you're advocating for just a total multi-cult hellhole. But
Yeah, this
I
horrible
think
multicultural hellhole.
they
Oh, it's so
should
horrible.
they should help fix Mexico, destroy the cartels. America can help to do that to stabilize that country, and
Whoa,
less
based.
people will flow into the country. We can just do those things at the same time. We can stop them
Whoa,
from coming
helping
and
our
help fix this.
allies and
Hold
neighbors.
on, Brandon.
Based.
First Amender, I need to actually hear Brandon finish answering the question.
Yeah, First Amendment, knock it off. Go hit a line, bro. Go hit a line.
This one from Fat Ass Dog says, First Amender, earlier you claimed all nations don't reject all asylum seekers. Can you say the same for North Korea?
Say again. I'm sorry.
No problem. They said, Earlier, you claimed all nations don't reject all asylum seekers. In other words, they said that you claimed earlier that
Oh, okay. All right. You're saying what about North Korea? No, you'd be right. Yeah, North Korea doesn't accept asylum seekers, but then again, I would imagine that we probably don't look at North Korea as our model society, right? We probably don't want the Juche ideology. I'm talking about like OECD countries and other countries that are high quality of living standards and high HDI indexes. They accept asylum seekers, and so does the United States. I don't think it should be any different.
Well, Israel's a country that accepted almost no asylum seekers. So there's one.
Yeah, that's
This
not
one
a
coming in-
model country.
this one coming
Okay,
in
so-
from. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
So yeah, so your model country is
Also,
what exactly?
Israel does accept
Brazil?
asylum seekers. Just looking that up, they do accept asylum seekers. I have no idea what the hell.
Yeah,
you're talking about.
Netanyahu tried to deport the ones that came in.
Yeah, Netanyahu sucks. Nobody
Well,
likes
he's the
Netanyahu.
one running
That's
their
not
government.
that's
What I'm
not a
saying is
model
it's an
person to be
example.
like, oh, that sounds
It's-
like a good
It's
guy.
an example. It's an example of a modern
Christ.
country that doesn't have open borders policies.
That's just brutally stupid, dude. They have asylum seeking processes, right? You said that they don't.
they do, but
They do have asylum seeking processes.
they
You're
don't
like,
accept
well,
them.
Netanyahu don't like them. Yeah, Netanyahu sucks. Nobody likes Netanyahu. What is this argument?
Yeah, it's one of the countries that accepts virtually none. In the Syrian war, they accepted almost none, and many other asylum seekers coming to their country. They either detain them and deport them a few years later, or they keep them in detention and so on. So it's absolutely a nationalistic policy there.
This one coming in from Trudek says, "Let's go, Amender."
Let's go,
Thunderstorm
based.
says,
Cringe.
"Are Europeans the only people not allowed homelands, and why? Because the rest of the world is not multicultural. Why should Europe destroy itself for an experiment?"
I'm sorry. One more time with the question. I got distracted. Someone
It's a
pinged
long
me.
one. They say, "Are Europeans the only people not allowed homelands, and why? Because the rest of the world is not multicultural. Why should Europe destroy itself for this experiment?"
Well,
mean the
we've been
multicultural
having the
experiment.
experiment throughout the 20th century. By having our immigration policies, we've resulted in higher quality of living standards than ever before. I don't think that it's destroying our country like people are saying it is. It's observational that having more trade results in better quality of living outcomes. I think if you have a foreigner that is committing a crime, we put them in a box, just as we take someone who's local or born in the country, that if they commit a crime, we put them in a box. That seems to be a better system than, I don't know, brown, therefore bad. Like, it's just kind of dumb, right? It's literally just like dumb people, uneducated.
Do you think it would be
social degenerates?
Do you think it would be, yeah, like Democrats? But do you think that it would be bad for like Saudi Arabia to want to maintain like a Muslim identity?
Yeah, I don't
want to
be like Saudi Arabia. It's a horrible country. Who the hell wants to live in Saudi Arabia?
Okay,
Who thinks Saudi Arabia is a model country? It's like
Well, I'm
horrible.
just asking
Nobody
you,
wants to live
do
there.
you support any country sustaining a majority ethnic group or majority religious group?
Yeah, the identity of the United States is in fact multiculturalism. Yeah, it kind of is. It's been that way since its inception.
Well, it's been a mainly Anglo-Saxon Christian
No.
country for a long time.
No.
However, since people
I've
like
already
you took
linked
power,
you
it
the
has
Treaty of
changed.
Tripoli.
Absolutely.
That's empirically
Okay, and
false.
I linked you I linked you the initial Naturalization Act, which says only free white persons could be
Yeah,
citizens.
that was a
So there
terrible
you
law.
go.
Nobody liked that law.
Oh, so you just skip
They
over the
ratified
one
that
you don't
because it's a
like?
horrible
Okay.
law and racist, and nobody likes it. It's antithetical to the
Well,
United States.
nobody likes it. Well, why'd they
Yeah.
pass it then, guy?
Unless if you're like, I don't know, a social degenerate racist like you.
Well,
like, yeah.
well, why? Wait. Why did Americans overwhelmingly vote Donald Trump, who ran on mass deportations? This is a policy that's very popular in the
Yeah,
country.
we're
In
gonna
fact,
watch
half the
the
country is
deportation
supporting
of
it.
11 million
Wait,
immigrants in the United States. Yeah, I wonder
so
what
Yeah,
that
move
looks like.
forward.
Hey, do you remember COVID? What was that? Like 600,000 people died. I wonder what happens if we take that number and multiply it by
so
15. Like, are you serious?
86%.
What do you think is the
Listen,
We
result
must
of that?
Jenner.
That's
hold
going
on
to be a
before we go off
nightmare.
the. I hate to do this, but just because we have a lot of questions that people are burning to have you guys respond to. Mike Wright says, Amender, how do you not realize the discrimination against whites? Automatic L. Opinions discarded. Blind as a bat. And a soy boy. I added that last part. Go ahead.
Well, I'm a base soy boy. Look at me. I'm the best soy boy ever. Anyway, I don't believe that affirmative action is negative. What's wrong, James?
No, I'm in a good mood. I'm enjoying this. I just get a tight scalp. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Anyway, like I just think that like we could look at redlining laws. Historically, it resulted specifically minorities getting pushed down. If we changed our system where we don't have it tied to property tax, or some of the money coming from rich neighborhoods can get put into poor neighborhoods, I think that would be really beneficial. We wouldn't have to have affirmative action. It's actually kind of funny, right? Because like Justice Clarence Thomas was one of the first receivers of affirmative action. He actually would not have gotten into Yale without affirmative action. It actually, and then as soon as he gets into the Supreme Court, he decides to strike down affirmative action. Imagine like
Based.
your
Based black guy,
that there is your house is on fire and you're on the second story, and then there's like the firefighters that come in with a ladder. You get down on the ladder and then you kick the ladder so that way no one else can go down the ladder. You're such a dick.
wait.
Like no one likes you. Holy crap.
So you want to privilege black people. You want them to get into Yale not because of their grades, but because of their race.
No, I want to discriminate against people like you.
Yeah, that's a dodge. You want black people
I want
to
to get rid
be
of social degenerates
pushed
like
up.
you.
Well, you're the
This
social
next
degenerate
one.
guy.
We'll
No, I'm a
jump
soy
into this
boy.
next one. Thank you. Okay, this one coming in from Mike Wright says, oh, we got that. Hot dogs for sale. Says, First Amendment, your new Colossus poem is let's see. There are some things that we can't talk about. They say MLK Jr. speechwriter was of a certain particular descent that starts with a J. So I agree with you that Israel needs to open its borders for more Muslims. Or is Israel racist?
Yeah, I don't like
Don't say the J
I don't
word.
like the Jewish ethno-state of Israel. I think there needs to be a one-state solution and a separation of church and state. Obviously, that's probably not going to happen. More realistically, it would likely be another two-state solution, and it's only a matter of time before hopefully something can happen to reduce the amount of children dying. And I reach out to all Palestinians as well as Jewish people that have died as a result of conflicts that they have no say in. It's really sad.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Satan says, here are a few bucks for this low IQ intervention. But they didn't mention who is low IQ. Maybe it's me. I don't know. They say, Brandon says rape is bad. First Amender responds by saying, but there are still women who don't get raped. You are just talking past it.
Yeah, rape is bad. Like what? What is this argument? Yeah, take people who rape and put them in a box, but that doesn't mean that because the let's say that the rapist was a man, therefore take all men and put them in prison. Like it's just stupid.
Or you could be smart and realize that there is a tendency among a group of people, a
Yeah,
higher
like white
tendency
people,
among other groups
like
of
towards
people
like
to
being
become
violent extremists.
terrorists.
We should jail all white people.
To become Muslims don't have a tendency to be violent extremists, right?
We should jail all white people
Is it not
they commit a
is it
majority
not
of
a
the hate
higher
crimes.
tendency among other religious groups, right? So you don't even believe in any kind of tendencies.
No, I
for
just
any
don't
group,
believe
right?
in jailing people for things that they cannot control.
It's
I think that
not
we should
jailing them,
apply.
man. It's keeping them in their own country.
Respect the individual rights of all individuals, which
It's
includes
keeping
white
them in
people,
their
which
own
includes
country.
brown people. This is so
But
stupid.
they believe they're in jail by being in their own countries. We can just send them back to their own countries and let them live there, and that's great.
What?
We'll live
We
in our
don't
country
reject
and we'll live in
asylum
peace.
seekers. We're the United States, right? We're not North Korea.
Wait, FDR
Stupid.
rejected some asylum seekers, didn't they?
What? Yeah, that's a bad law. That's bad. That's a bad thing.
So when the U.S.
Yes,
does something,
when the United States do bad
you
things,
just said,
other people think it's
wait,
bad. FDR
you
did
said
things that are bad,
you said the
so we say,
United
okay, that's a bad
States.
thing.
So you said the United States doesn't do X, and then I show you the United States did do X, and then you say, oh, well, that's a bad thing. It did X. It should
Yeah,
do
it gets
this.
repealed
So
because
stop
no one
speaking
looks
for
at
the
that as like
United
a positive
States.
time in history.
You fucking lost the election, big guy. You guys got swept.
What does that matter? And
Act
just so you know,
California, bro.
less people voted this election than ever before. And
Right.
because that
Keep
less
coping,
people
man.
voted, a bunch of racist degenerates got their way, and now we're going to be in the find
Right.
out phase.
Weren't
We'll
you
go to
guys-
the next question. This one coming in from Seek and Destroy 99 says the founders never, ever meant this country to be filled with non-Europeans. Multiculturalism to the founders was a European, aka white cultures. I think they're saying that they were founding fathers were big on multiculturalism, but only multiculturalism within Eurocentric origins.
Yeah, exactly. That's actually what was true, because like even one of the early pro multicultural guys, his name was Israel Zangwill, but if you actually look at his play that he put out called The Melting Pot, he's talking about a European melting pot. That's what they were referring to back then. So they did not intend it to be a worldly melting pot.
It depends on what specific founding father you're talking about. There are certain founding fathers that were more in favor of open immigration. Others were not. They're not this amalgamation where they all agreed. They had consistent disagreements. But I would follow the Lockean theorem, where most of the founding fathers that were more progressive were arguing in favor of a deistic understanding, which is it was a right to life, liberty, property. They only tacked on the pursuit of happiness thing later on because they couldn't determine whether or not that black people were considered property. And so rather than having to argue about that, they argued about it for over 2 weeks and realized that they had redcoats at their door. And they were like, okay, well, we can't discuss it now, but they at least have a right to the to a pursuit of happiness. So they removed the property in favor of pursuit of happiness. And so, we can extend that into like what the United States has become, right? We extend the right of life, liberty, property, and pursuit of happiness among all individuals, right? That's not a hard step. And we've tried the American experiment, and it has resulted in the highest quality of living standards ever. Right? That's the reality, right? I know a lot of people want to be racist and be like, no, it's not. It's worse now. No, dude. No. We literally have a higher quality of life now than we ever have.
This is coming in front. Appreciate your question. Oh, a second, it reset on me. Max M says, Amender, you keep claiming, quote, redlining was made by law. Can you please cite a single law to prove your claim?
Sure. I would have to look up the specific. Can I have a moment to look it up?
Sure.
Let me look.
And then Mike Wright, I saw your my eyes jumped over it, but I'll read it right after First Amender. Thanks, Mike Wright, for your patience.
There's the Homeowners Loan Corporation, which was created under the New Deal to help homeowners avoid foreclosure by refinancing mortgages. Specifically, people that were deemed high risk were people that were brown or there were minorities. It was basically just marking predominantly minority areas as high risk and would avoid those specific areas. So white people got chances, whereas that was not the case.
Wait, did it say minority? Did it say minority directly in the law?
Yeah, they deem it high risk, right? And so if it's the high risk, right, what they're referring to is predominantly minority areas, right? So that's where the minorities lived.
Wait.
There was also the Federal Housing Administration policies that specifically created homeownership more accessible. However, it explicitly discouraged lending or near neighborhoods with racial or ethnic minorities. There were specific U.S. Supreme Court instances, such as Shelley versus Kramer is an example. I mean, I could keep going. There's a lot of different laws. There's the Fair Housing Act of 1968. There's the Equal Credit Opportunity Act of 1974. There's the Community Reinvestment Act. We could go over all of these things, right? They did exist. They are on the books. There you go.
Right, and you want to do redlining today just on white neighborhoods and reverse the
No, I
situation
just
and
want to
do
remove that.
favoritism to, but they're
No, I don't
actually
want
doing
favoritism to
favoritism for
black. I want
minorities.
everybody equal.
They are,
I
but
want
they
to
are. I
give
mean,
everybody equal
Kamala Harris,
opportunity.
and Joe Biden in most of those acts you're referring to, they've actually put in stipulations saying that the minorities get favored privilege
Yeah,
based
because
on
they're
your
still
same
there.
yeah,
The rippling
exactly.
effects are still there.
So okay, so you
Right.
support
So the idea is to
discrimination.
accelerate
You
that
support
not having
favoritism.
that problem
You
anymore.
support. So are there poor white people that deserve to get this stuff too?
Yes.
Okay, but what if
Whoa,
they don't get it because they're
based.
white? What if they don't get it because they're white? Because Kamala
Bro,
Harris
I'm not.
says, well, they're white.
I think that if a person is poor, right, and they're working, right, we should have social safety nets to be able to help that person, right? I'm specifically talking about particularly towards minorities and regarding redlining and how we can reverse that discrimination that had been there for over a century. And so now,
You're going.
When we talk about poor white people, yeah, I'm perfectly okay with food stamps. I'm perfectly okay with Pell Grants. I'm perfectly okay with things that pull.
But there's no Pell
up
Grants
and
that
out.
goes specifically to poor white people. There's
Yeah, there
only
is.
Pell
It's called a
Grants that go
freaking
specific.
Pell Grant. You just said it.
Yeah, it doesn't.
The Pell
It
Grant
doesn't
does
go
exactly
to white
that.
people.
God,
It
Jesus
doesn't go
Christ.
to white
You're so
people.
stupid.
It
Go to
go.
the next question.
There
You're so
are so
stupid.
many. Listen, you friggin' idiot. There's so many policies in the Biden administration that specifically grant aid, specifically grant loans and debt forgiveness to racial minorities and
Yes,
none
because of
to
redlining
white
laws in the
people.
past.
And what there are poor
God, he's
white
so
people who
stupid.
would be discriminated against as well. You dumbass.
This is the next question coming in from Mike Fright. Says, Amender, multiculturalism is a better quality of life for whom?
Everyone.
For the brown people that came here from
Everyone.
their countries that were crime ridden, but not for Americans. They say
Everyone.
crime goes up for us.
No.
How does quality of life increase for whites?
So I'm not against things like deportation if they commit, say, a felony. Those are examples of when there is laws put into place, it actually reduces the amount of crime caused by immigrants. In fact, there are statistics that show that the native-born population actually have a higher propensity of committing crimes than immigrants coming into the United States because of very strict laws that can remove green card status and citizenship status should they, I'm sorry, green card status, not citizenship. So, I mean, I'm not against those things. And the problem is that I want there to be more economic players. By having more economic players, this makes more available products and services available, which improves everybody's life because it drives prices down and everybody lives higher quality of living standard, which means you, white people.
Yeah, so why are prices going up then with all these immigrants coming in? The prices
Inflation.
are going up for housing and everything
It's happening throughout the world because of inflation.
There's less supply and more demand. So the more immigrants you dump into a city, the less supply of housing there's going to be, and the prices go up.
Yeah, we should have a form of a GI Bill as well as like as well as like build more houses in a governmental level. Yeah.
You
There's
cannot build more as many houses as immigrants come in. It doesn't work that way.
We did it before. We can do it again.
It takes
We're
a
the
long
United
time
States.
to build a house.
We're the most powerful country in the world. You're telling us that
if
we
you bring
can't
in
do
a million
anything?
people,
Are we? How
if you bring in
pathetic are we? We
200,000
can't do
people,
basic
if you
housing.
bring in 200,000 people in 1 month, you can't build enough housing to house them within another month, man. It takes a lot friggin' longer to build housing than bring people in. Okay, that's why the housing prices have been
quota. We could talk about quotas then.
Sky high in Canada, which has the highest rate of immigration of any country in the West. The rents have gone through the roof.
The US has one of the highest quality of living standards ever.
And the more people you bring in, the more congestion, the more traffic, the more they're going to be fighting for the same jobs, the same resources. This is not a good thing for really anyone. Not a good thing for anyone, guy.
Austin Graham says, coming in way late. Sorry. Has Poland's immigration policy been discussed? Is it a model country first amender?
I don't know anything about Poland's immigration policy. I don't know what it is.
Brandon, do you know what they're referring to? Does Poland have a unique immigration policy?
Well, they have a low immigration, and they accepted no refugees in Europe. I know that. So yeah, it is a good. Him and Viktor Orban have had that kind of policy where they accepted zero new refugees since 2015, and they're doing okay. They're doing okay economically too.
You got it. This one coming in from Marissa Saldana says, to First Amender, is it discrimination against legal migrants to have an open border policy when they follow the rules and waited years to come in? In other words, saying, hey, like, is this kind of
I don't know what they're
discrimination or
arguing. I'm
unfairness
not
toward?
I'm not in favor of open border policy, right? I'm okay with a closed border, but we need to address what the problem is, which is asylum seeking, right? So I reject the premise of the question that I want an open border. I don't.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Satan says, First Amender seems like the kind of guy to talk about quote unquote baby colonizers after October 7th. Is this true? Is this some sort of slang that you use, First Amender? Baby colonizers?
I have no idea what that even is referring to. So no, I don't know what
I
they're
think
talking
I
about.
know. Is it so? I think that in some cases, whites like Charisse Theron will adopt black kids or kids from other countries. And that's what in this case, I mean black kids from other countries, maybe Asian kids from other countries. And then some people, some of the wokesters, not all, will criticize and say, hey, she is trying to colonize by assimilating them into her white culture. Like, I think
I think
that's
if
what
you
they
want to
mean.
adopt
No.
I think if you want to adopt children, adopt who you want. Like, what does that matter?
No, no. I think what that's referring to is some people. I guess some people in the Palestine movement were calling the babies that were killed colonizers in Israel. I think that's what it's referring to.
I think you're right. That makes much more sense
Yeah.
in the context because they did mention October 7th.
Yeah, yeah.
First Emitter, what are your thoughts on what Brandon just said?
I don't know. I still don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
I'll read it one
Are
more time now
babies
that Brandon
colonizers?
clarified it. They said, you seem like the kind of guy that would talk about quote unquote baby colonizers after October 7th. So remember in 2023, October 7th, there's that huge attack on
Yeah,
Israel
I know
by
that.
the,
Yeah. I don't know what
and there's,
I still don't know what baby colonizer means.
help us out, Brandon. You're more
Yeah,
familiar with.
it's referring to leftists who are calling the babies killed on that day colonizers to justify the terrorist attack. Yeah.
No,
Is that-
I'm in favor of Israel. I'm not against Israel. However, am very anti Netanyahu, right? And I think the best policy would be a one state solution where we pull away from, we create a separation of church and state. Obviously, that's probably never going to happen. And more likely, it would be a two-state solution. I don't like Netanyahu. I think the way that he's handled this has marred the reputation of Israel as well as tacitly the United States as a result. And it's terrible to see, every single day, more and more Palestinian children getting killed, right, on the basis of the October 7th attacks, right? I think, that's an issue. Anyway.
You got it. I think that's it. I think we're caught up. Satan clarified. Yeah, that's true. I was way off on that. They said their super chat says October 7th was mentioned for a reason, James. It's a long I'm still waking up. I'm a little groggy today. It's let me see. Oh, we've got one. This came in much earlier. Druid said, First Amender, do you own a cat?
I do. Her name's Pepper.
Really?
Yeah.
How old?
She's 4 or 5. I gotta check the age. I think
Just one?
5. I think she's 5.
No, but like you only own one cat?
Just one cat. Yeah.
All right, that's still
Feel
cool.
sorry for
Okay,
that cat, bro.
What's wrong? I
First-
treat my cat. I treat my cat better than your mom treated you.
Yeah,
I promise you
There's
that.
right,
no
buddy.
mud. There's no mud wrestling with the cats. This one, Satan says,
Now, let's
First
hope
Amendment
not.
Mud
right.
pit for the racist.
First Amendment wants one state, and he wants to colonize Gaza and Palestinian land. LOL.
Yeah, I want Palestinians to be able to
crypto-Zionist.
live among Israelis and there not be any violence or hatred.
Yeah, and that's not gonna. It's not
I
even
know
gonna
it's
happen.
not
Look,
going
a
to happen,
multicultural
Martinez.
state.
I know. I've already
Listen, you
caveated
shithead.
that.
Listen,
Idiot.
listen, you crazy lunatic.
No, I'm a soy boy. You got to
Multicultural
get your insults
states
right.
don't work, man. They don't friggin' work. I mean, if you mix Israel and Palestine together, all those Palestinians have a
Yeah, look at
revenge
all
now
those
against
ethno
Israel, and
states
they're
that are
gonna
doing
kill
really,
each
really
other.
well right now, and everybody
Yeah,
wants to live in.
yeah. Poland and
Poland's not an
Hungary are
ethno state.
basically Poland and Hungary are
Fucking moron.
basically one ethnic group as the majority, the dominant
They
majority,
literally are
90%,
taking in
let's say.
Ukrainian after Ukrainian because
90%.
they bring in
Yeah,
asylum seekers.
those are refugees
Yeah,
that are going to
asylum
return to their
seekers.
homes. Can you shut the fuck up for a second, dumbass?
But how
Let's
do you
hear
just
from
say something
Brandon.
so
Well, look,
Let's hear
stupid
from
and
hey,
then call me
Brandon.
the
listen,
dumbass?
yeah. Well, look, they took in Ukrainians, and guess what? They took them in because they're white and Christian. They didn't take in any Muslims, and that was a direct ethnic policy that they did, and same with Hungary as well. So both of them have an ethno-state type of policy going on in those two countries. They're the safest countries in Europe. They've had zero Islamic terrorism in those two countries. And look at France, contrast it with France, the most multicultural country in Europe, the most Islamic terrorism we've seen in any country in Europe over the past 10 years. They have beheadings, they've had multiple mass shootings, attacks in that country all the time.
I don't know.
So that is a
There
result
are
of
Muslims
mass
in Poland. There's the Tartar
immigration.
community. You can look that up.
Yeah, there's a couple Muslims in Poland. So
It's
what?
not a
There's
couple
way more in
Muslims.
France.
It's an entire
There's
community,
way
including
more in
Muslims.
France. And
right?
look at France. It is a disaster nation in Europe.
Poland also accepted tons
Hellhole.
of Muslims
Hellhole.
during the 2015 European migration crisis. Like,
This
you're
one.
just,
many?
it's just
This one.
false.
How many? How
What?
many, guy?
I'm pointing out that there's asylum seekers that they did accept. They did accept.
Yeah, how many? How many?
Limited amounts, but it is an amount. They
Yeah,
accepted
very
Muslims.
limited amounts. One of the Polish politicians was
God,
on
dude.
TV
Yeah,
and he
he's
says
got a
we
goalpost
accepted
shift.
zero
Got a
migrants
goalpost
after
shift because it doesn't
2015.
argue my racist point of view.
So you admit they accept very, very few Muslims, right? The more Muslims you accept, the more
does it
Islamic
feel, losing to
radicals
a
you're going
soy
to
boy?
get, big guy.
How does it feel
This
losing
one
to a soy
from
boy?
You don't win anything, man.
Satan says First Amendment is pro ethnic cleansing. Then is that true? First Amendment.
Yeah.
What?
Where are you on the Israel Palestine issue? Out of curiosity, it's off topic. So if you don't want to answer, that's fair.
I've already said how I feel about the Israel Palestine discussion.
Fair enough. You got it. We have one from Iron Charioteer. They said, Brandon, does the Bible justify racism?
Does the
I think they wanna know
Bible
if you're a
justify
Christian or an
racism?
atheist.
Yes, there's portions of the Bible that specifically talk about that you can take foreigners and take them as slaves. I don't believe in following any religion to establish
I
morality.
didn't know your name was Brandon, but
Oh, sorry. God, that was your question.
The other
Yeah, so I-
Brandon.
I don't I'm not an expert on the Bible, but I think there's some stuff in there that would suggest so in the Old Testament, but I don't use it as the basis for my beliefs. So
This one from JR says, James, please continue to welcome First Amender on Modern Day Debate. I have my eye on him. And they have a little picture of a target emoticon. Wow. They say,
Mud
P.S.
pit, bro.
Brandon,
I'll see you in the mud pit.
This, there it goes. They say, P.S. Brandon. Oh, they say, Brandon, you're an embarrassment to us conservatives. Losing to First Amender, LOL. Wow, what a critic.
yeah, I'm sure that's First Amender himself tweeting that in.
One of First Amender's sock accounts hitting on himself and then
Yeah,
insulting
exactly.
Brandon. Nasty guy.
How
Okay.
else is a soy
This one
boy to
from-
get around, right? How else?
This one from Lan says, First Amender, what is the racial demographic of the more, quote, violent male group, unquote?
The racial demographic of the more violent?
I think they're saying of the more.
I think
quote,
currently statistically, and I could be wrong about this, it's black people, but I guess like the problem that I have with this is that a lot of the times it's like black on black violence, and it's often due to socioeconomic outcomes, not really like some like a racial thing, right? If there was a higher if people were poor less, then they would likely commit less crime. And so, that wouldn't be any different for white people either.
Well, there's actually some studies that show that wealthier white kids that get arrested more than poor white kids and stuff like that. So there's studies that kind of go against that idea.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your super chat. This one is from, oh, there it is. I Killed Earl says, white Christian nationalists have been the cause of many of the most recent mass shootings in the U.S. since 2019, not immigrants.
That's correct. That's why I argue these racists, they have to be segregated from society and put in a mud pit, right? Make them fight one another, and right? They can have their white society. It'll be great. Don't you want to see a bunch of racists fight in a mud pit? That'd be great.
Their fixation on mud pits. Let's see this. I thought I saw another one. Oh, this Junior says, First Amender, your perverted mind betrays you. Not like that, freak. Oh, actually, technically, it was me that was insinuating that Junior had his eye on you in a way other than competitively. They say also, Brandon, never insult me like that again. I am not First Amendment. Much love, James. Thanks for your super chat, Junior. I can see as these super chats come in, like 20 seconds before they show up in the chat, I see First Amenders taken away. But nonetheless, just teasing. Come on. Okay. But we are near the end. I think I saw one more question.
How else is a soy boy supposed to get his rocks off?
Such a nasty guy. We will pretend we didn't hear that. Let's see. Oh yeah. Iron Charioteer, my pleasure. And I think that is it for the questions. Oh, someone did ask. Well, maybe if you have a moment, if you have to run, it's okay. Give me like a wink to let me know that I should wrap up.
I actually have plenty of time now because it's the weekend and I don't have to. Yeah, so you're good.
Good. Earlier, someone asked, so I was going to make sure this is last because it's so off topic, whether or not you guys believe in aliens. I think in particular, maybe more interesting would be whether or not there's intelligent life out there, not just bacteria on some planet, but could there be intelligence in the universe? What's the probability?
I personally think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brandon.
I think we got an alien here, Mr. Amender, right here, right? He's been sent to torture the planet. But I don't believe in like that aliens have visited the Earth. I think that's unlikely. There definitely is some high probability that they exist in the universe, but there's not sufficient proof that they've landed on Earth or that they're anywhere close. So
the aliens are speaking to me right now.
What's up, alien?
And they're telling me put Martinez in the mud pit.
Oh my!
No. Okay, so in all reality, right? Like in all reality, yeah, there most definitely is life out there, for sure, and there is most definitely intelligent life out there. In fact, it would not surprise me that we would see hundreds of intelligent life just in the Milky Way galaxy alone. Right? No need to go to other galaxies to know if there is intelligent life. And I just think that I don't think that they visited us, though, because of the immense distances between stars.
Really? This one from, thanks for your super chat. Max M says, Dr. James, love what you do. Modern Day Debate is great. Thanks for your support. And thanks for your being a channel member. I don't really thank you guys enough. Channel members in the chat, thank you for being channel members. Thanks to our mods in the chat as well, keeping things within the YouTube terms of service so we don't get booted. We also have from MXXD says, is Brandon and First Amender, are they flat earthers or globers? Flat Earth, what do you guys think?
Flat earthers,
I think they're both globers.
Are really dumb. They're really
total
dumb.
I'm total globetard, man. I'm total globetard. Flat earthers don't like me.
You globe heads. And then we will wrap up with that. But want to say, guys, thank you very much, First Amender and Brandon. It's been a true pleasure to have you here today. It's been a lively one, but that's what we like. So if I ever seem like I'm like, oh, you guys, if I want to let you know, we prefer that way more when two guys are passionate and it takes a little bit of like peeling you apart rather than where it's a kind of a dry debate. So this is a really fun debate. Junior had another question. They say, James, how do you expect to find intelligent life in space when we couldn't even get any today in the debate? Oh my gosh. They said, P.S. My jokes aren't fun. Although, Junior, if you want to debate one of these gentlemen, let me know. By the folks, we do want to have new people on Modern Day Debate. We're at moderndaydebate@gmail.com if you want to reach out. I do have a link in the description that lets you know what info we need from you. So, for example, if you just say, like, hey, I want to debate, it's like, okay, just don't make me fish it out of you. Just send me, I want to debate this topic, and here's my position on that topic. Max M says to both debaters, flat or globe Earth. Thanks, M. We already got that one. I think they're both globe heads. And want to say though, thank you guys. It's been a true pleasure. Thank you everybody for watching. We will have another debate today. So Wits It Gets It will be on tonight. This is only going to be in 6 hours from now. The debate starts. That's going to be on whether or not the fluoride in our water is killing us because the US has, I assume other countries do too. Do
Can
you
I
know,
shout out a
Brandon,
couple
if
things?
does yes, one moment though.
Sure.
I have to know, does Spain have fluoride in their water? Do you know, Brandon?
I have no idea. I don't drink tap water anyway, so I assume that they don't, but because Europe usually bans a lot of stuff that they don't in America.
Wow. That's interesting. But go ahead. First Amender, what have you got?
Oh, just wanted to do a couple of shout outs. Number one, if you guys are listening to this, we have a Discord channel that we go on for Modern Day Debate. It is discord.gg/Modern Day Debate. I highly recommend to go there if you do like to just debate with other people and have logical discussions. I'm constantly over there arguing things as well as run a show every week. I also recommend if you like my arguments or love, hate, whatever, go over to my channel, youtube.com/@symbol First Amender to subscribe.
You got it. And folks, want to remind you, yes, even if you disagree with our guests, there's a value, or they are linked in the description box, both here and at the podcast. There's a value to checking out the views straight from the horse's mouth rather than hearing other people tell you what they say. I want to say thanks again. We appreciate you, First Amender and Brandon. I'll be back in just a moment, folks, to the post-credit scene in about 10 seconds. So stick around for that. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a true pleasure to have you. And yeah, I will let
Take
you
care,
guys
bro.
enjoy the rest of your day.
You too, bro.
Appreciate you.
Have a great one. Ciao.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Woo! That was wild. That was wild, wild, wild. My goodness. What do you guys think, chat? What do y'all think? Was that crazy? Just Googled it, and yes, Spain does have fluoride in their water. Yeah, this guy just says a bunch of crap and doesn't look anything up. I'm glad that I can Google fast. That's just wild. Anyway, it looks like that I think there's going to be an after show with Max. Max, are you there? Is Max there? Max. At MXXD. Let me see. We're gonna join that. We're gonna see the after show. After show link. What was there was like a program that they had me do. Amanda says, I think you did really well. Thank you. Amanda, you're the best. You're great. I really appreciate that. I think unironically that leaning into calling myself a soy boy might actually be quite good. I don't know. Like, I know that that's like, it seems counterintuitive, but It's funny to say, how does it feel losing to a soy boy? Let me take a look here. I'm waiting for Max's link. Where's the link? Where's the link? After show link. Come on. Come on, Max. What's his YouTube channel? Okay, it's Matters Now on YouTube. It's called Matters Now. Matters Now. It's pretty funny to tell people that and see their reaction. For sure, for sure. Looks like, okay, here's the thing here. Let me see. Contact Ozian on Discord or Ozian to schedule a debate. Let me look here. How do I join this? We're going to see. Hold on. We're going to join Max on this. Yo, that was wild, bro. That was wild. Here we go. Going to StreamYard. All right. Entering the studio. Isn't this like an app? Continuous First Amender. Unmute. Start cam. It like settings. Camera. Camera is OBS. Virtual camera. Full definition. Audio is... The microphone will be my Shure MV7. Speakers will be that, yes. All right. Your browser can't access your devices. Close any other applications. But it should work. There. Okay, now it's working. All right.
Went that way. So he was less about defending Trump and more about like how white people are oppressed in some way. That was so weird.
What's going on, Max?
Hello. Northern Freedom says, I am subscriber 100. I have been here this whole time. Wait, what? I don't get it. And Mr. Eman became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. But I think this is like a remnant from yesterday. So yes.
I gotta share this.
Share.
I'm gonna share it on my screen. Hold on.
All right.
Window.
Our good friend Billy, hello.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us, Billy. How are you?
Doing all right. Pretty tired still though, because we had a late night yesterday.
We had a late night, and we're going to have a late night today. So
it's gonna be my birthday too. It's gonna go into my birthday because my birthday's on Sunday.
Oh yes, awesome. We're going to sing happy birthday to ya.
Can I just say, like, that guy was like a complete moron?
Yeah, I don't feel like what he was doing was very productive, and I feel like you did a good job not engaging in like trying. You were like very like you didn't fall for the bait. Like you were like you didn't resort to his tactics of saying like listen you dumbass or something like he call go hit a line bro or liberal spurging or something.
That was funny because that's how you know that he has no idea what he's talking about. I really laughed when he said that because he was kind of accusing Amender of being too hyper. But if you do a line, it's going to make it worse. So
yeah,
like please don't talk about stuff that you don't know.
Like I had coffee right? But then again, I have coffee before almost any debate, and it just helps with my concentration, right? I'm able to, retort back, and I can think of something very quickly, and I can respond quickly, and it just helps, right? Having a coffee, right? That's what I had. That's probably what he's was referring to. But his argument of his society, it would literally make things worse for white people. Like, white people would lose if you followed this guy's instructions.
Mm-hmm. Right. Before we get into it, welcome Batman and Northern Freedom. He said, just trying. I'm sorry, I don't know if you're a he. They said, just trying to say that there are Trump supporters in your subscribers. Yes, I know. We have a very wide subscriber base, and it's fine. I don't have a problem with you being a Trump supporter. We can discuss ideas, we can disagree, but always from a place of understanding. No, the only ones that get a little bit of the rough part from me are kind of flat earthers, but that's a whole other issue. So before we get into discussing the debate itself, make sure to do the social thing is like, share, subscribe, send it to a friend, send it to your significant other, go to the corner, yes, the corner of your street, and you'll subscribe to Matters Now. And that way we can share the love for the channel. And we're going to dive right into it. I'm going to leave you
Do you like my hat?
the link. I'm going to leave. Yes, that was funny. I'm going to leave you the link if you want to subscribe to Amender to support him, or if you want to go over to his YouTube channel and insult him. Either works. A hate view is still a view. So thank you for your support to all the haters.
Based.
All right, we're going to start with the openings. So Amender went first. And whenever we have the debaters on the show, what I like to ask is, do you feel that you accomplished what you set out to do on your opening?
Me personally, for myself, yes, I think so. Like, he was talking about all sorts of nonsense that actually had nothing to do with the discussion. And it was just like, whoa, what are you talking about? Right. So that was part of my opening. And then I went to talk about specifically the wall, right? Cause that's one of the big things that, Donald Trump is arguing for, and empirically it just makes life worse. So it's that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Mm-hmm. All right. So do you feel that any improvements you could have made for your opening, or anything like that?
Probably what's better is a written opening, but
yes.
Honestly, there's a negative thing that comes with a written opening, and the problem is that if you have a written opening, it is possible for them to rebut your written opening before you even said your written opening. That happened in my first debate under Modern Day Debate, where they said, oh, they're going to say XYZ about January 6th. And yes, indeed, my intro included January 6th as an argument. And if I didn't write down, then I would have been able to be like, well, how could you not talk about January 6th? It's a pretty big deal, right? Then that would have at least had been more effective. But because I stuck to the writing, I think it just did worse. So just simply being able to fly off the seat of your cuff, I think it's actually better. I do.
Yes, but I think you can always do a little bit of both. You can write an opening, and if you get a section of it preemptively addressed, maybe you can pivot.
Yeah, maybe bullet points. You just bring up bullet points. Yeah.
Oh my Lord, look who's back. Blessed be he. Where the hell were you? Stop harassing Billy, please.
It's okay.
Yes,
it's okay. She's subscribed to my YouTube channel, so I'm okay with that.
Oh, because she's a little creepy stalker. But I hope you're doing great, blessed be he, and good to have you back with us. I was actually wondering where the hell you were, because you haven't been for like 2 months on. So I hope you're doing great, you and your husband and
Give me
your
a quick
6
second. I'll be
kids.
right back.
Don't harass Billy. All right. I'm going to hand it over to DJ Batman before you, Billy, because he looks so presidential today. I can't. It's so awesome.
I'm gonna let you know right now, Max. I don't really have anything to say about the openings. I mainly want to talk about the open discussion. So yeah, you can skip me for the openings this time.
No problem. So, Mr. President Batman, Your Honor, Your Sir, give us your thoughts on Amender's opening. Can you hear me?
I forgot my mic was muted.
Oh, there we go. Yes. How are you, Mr. President, my good sir?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out the best places to be, and I thought, well, since this is about Trump and he's going to be president, might as well be in the Oval Office, so. Well, to be honest, with the openings, well, I think Amender did okay. The other guy, I kind of zoned out a little bit there, to be honest, because he was just I don't know. I wish he would have brought up more stuff than just the basic stuff that was brought up, because it was supposed to be Trump on trial. There was a lot more than just immigration and stuff like that. Would have been nice if he would have brought up like the tariff stuff and some other things, which he didn't. But I don't have a whole lot to say about the openings because, like Billy said, it's mostly the open discussion that I'm interested in.
Yes, I don't think we can fault Amender, and we'll talk a little bit about that in the open discussion portion of the debate. But I don't think we can fault Amender on that because Brandon just wanted to talk about how white people are oppressed and enslaved and all this nonsense.
It's pure stupidity. I'm just like, this is like, what do I call this other than like lack of education? Like how am I supposed to respond to this in an educated way? Like, we can't even talk about immigration policy when he's just like, oh, brown people make me uncomfortable. Like, bro.
Yeah. 1 second. Oh, blessed be he says she had a family emergency. Her father-in-law is sick. I am doing great. I hope he gets better. So but good to have you back with us. I poke fun, but I actually when I don't see the people in the audience for a while, I actually wonder like, hey, I wonder how this person is doing and stuff. But I hope everything gets better in the future. Blessed be he. So Amender's opening, I think it was good. I have some inside knowledge that he wasn't really prepared, but there is kind of a mitigating factor that there's not much about Brandon online. I did some digging, and Brandon Martinez, that's a really hard thing to like Google and get to the correct person. Because there's millions of them.
Very common name.
Yes,
go ahead. He really doesn't have like a huge following. Like, I mean, I don't either, but I mean, just so you're aware, I mean, he has, I think, like 10K subs on Twitter, right? It's like nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I will say when it comes to Twitter, it's more of a right-leaning platform than anything else. And actually, I know this because I watched a YouTube video of somebody that started a whole new Twitter account and didn't click on anything, political or any of that stuff. It was like music, art, and all that stuff. But the moment they got on it, it was just, Trump this, Trump that, Elon Musk. He's like, wait a minute, I didn't subscribe to any of these people. But it turns out that it's like 70 or 80 to like 20 or 30 for Democrats. So it's mostly right wing leaning. So kind of sad.
Oh, we have some spies because Demolish Dr. Richard Manson said hi to like everyone, but then blessed be he strikes back. Do not let demolish. Onto your channel, they defended a Muslim read in court. Okay. The problem is that even though we wholeheartedly disagree, we wholeheartedly agree that that is bad, those people still need to be lawyered up. So I wouldn't fault anyone for defending a murderer, a cartel member, a drug trafficker, whatever. I think that is their job, and there's no moral judgment on them because of that. So I understand your point. People, everyone needs equal footing on the criminal justice
innocence
system.
until proven guilty, if you will. Yeah.
True. And even if they are like actually guilty, they still
have their due sentence in court.
Having a defense it's part of the
Completely
game.
agree.
So you can't just fault someone for defending someone because it's their job. They don't get to choose their clients. So now moving on. Now, Brandon's opening. Oh my God. What did you think, Amanda? What was going through your head when the title of the debate was wrong, and in the pre-room I was watching on the MDD Discord, kind of the green room screen before the stream got started, and James clarified that they were going to talk about Trump's immigration policies.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as Brandon started, it turned out on how white people are oppressed and all of this.
Yeah.
Not really relevant garbage. What was going through your head as that was happening?
In the moment, I'm just like, all right, write down the fact that this is completely irrelevant. Write down the stuff that is irrelevant so you can repeat it back. And I'm just like, yeah, I was stuck on the fact that, yeah, this is just completely irrelevant. We shouldn't even waste our time with this. Like, this guy is just like arguing like his gross, weird, like racist, like let's be honest, right? I want to be very clear that people that argue like this, they are in essence social degenerates, right? And the reason why they're a social degenerate is because we, for hundreds of thousands of years, the human condition has survived through cooperation, right? And he is arguing exactly the opposite of that in like, be damned any other humans of the human condition, and only I am better. And that usually results in your society falling apart, right? Because if everybody thinks in that way, then it basically, it's a dog-eat-dog world, which makes society worse. And so I argue that it is effectively, as far as I'm concerned, a form of social degeneracy. It's literally a degenerate just arguing his racism.
Yes, it did kind of seem like that in a way, like, oh, white people were so oppressed, they want to replace us, and it's such a weird thing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because my country doesn't really have that level of racism that I find it so foreign to me and funny, but it's hilarious.
I mean, I've been seeing more and more of it since Donald Trump got elected, which is really a shame. I mean, there was a surprising amount of people on the modern day debate comment list that were in favor of him just because of the fact that they just don't like me, right? They look at me and they go, well, he's a soy boy. I don't like him. I think I'm going to go in favor of the racist. Like, what?
Well, I mean, to be honest, a lot of the people that show up in the chat aren't, I would consider that smart, to be honest.
I mean, there's a reason we have a section called the dumbest comments in the side chat.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Yeah.
So, but I will... Oh, no, sorry.
Go ahead. I'll explain later.
No, I was just going to say, Mender, one thing I wish you would have brought up when it came to the immigration thing was how many would be getting deported, and the fact that Trump also said that any child that was born in the United States by illegal immigrants would also be deported as well. I would love to have seen what Brandon would have had to say to that, because right now we got approximately about 11 million illegal immigrants in the U.S., which would definitely hurt us than help us in any way, because a lot of them end up working on like farms and stuff, which average Americans don't want to do because you don't get paid as well, and I'm not saying they all work on farms. I'm not that one of those newscasters like, oh, if we get rid of all illegal immigrants, you have no food, but a lot of them do, and a lot of Americans don't want to work in those harsh conditions for the little pay. So,
I mean,
but
saying that like we're going to have less food available, that's not wrong, right?
Yeah.
Like most of these people don't want to be working like, 10-hour days, out in the sun all day picking fruit, right? They don't want to be doing that. And like, you have to ask yourself, like, obviously if the immigrants are going to get kicked out, well, then that means that, people who are native in the United States are going to have to fill those jobs. And I promise you, they're going to be demanding much higher wages than what would be there for the immigrant. And so the prices of all products will increase substantially because of xenophobia.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah.
But I think you could have driven, but it was hard. There was a lot of pushback on you interrupting, but I think interruptions went like back and forth. So I don't really care about that.
I'm going to interrupt the racist. I'm sorry. I like, you literally don't matter to me. You are actually like human refuse if these are your arguments. Like I literally will show no respect to you.
But I think that you could have maybe driven the point home a little bit, because, for example, right now the construction industry relies super heavily on immigrants.
Yes.
So now you get rid of those immigrants, you're going to have less housing. And the thing about that is that you get less housing for everyone, not just the immigrants, everyone. And now that the US is having a hard time with housing in particular, not just for immigrants, for anyone, it is a problem. So house prices are going to continue to go up. That causes trickling effects in the economy. People are not able to afford houses, which it's a whole snowball of dumpster fiery stuff. But I wanted to say that today, because of some of the stuff that were being said by the people in the side chat, we're not going to have a dumbest comments section, because it was dumb, but it was also racist. So I just said, like, yeah, no, I don't feel like repeating some of the stuff that they were saying. I had to. Unfortunately, it was more than just me, because they were really going down with the
racist,
with the stuff. Yeah, the racist. Yeah, it was so weird.
America. Yeah.
Blessed be he. I already explained to you, and you said I would always side with the victim, not the perp. Yes, but two things: innocent until proven guilty. And I already explained my logic that even if a person is guilty, they do deserve a lawyer. So I don't know how else I have to explain myself to you, but this is not a controversial thing. No one does moral judgment on a lawyer for defending a suspect of a crime. That's not part of the thing. So, like, please, I understand, but it's not what you're thinking. Hannah, hello. From food to housing, the effects will be wide. Yes. Food, housing, security. There's a lot of things that will be affected with this kind of thing. And Batman was mentioning this idea of removing the privilege of, if you're born in the US, you're not a citizen. You have to be. That is so weird, because that is pretty much like that in every country. If you're born there, you're a citizen of that place. That's how it's pretty much always been. You can have dual citizenship and that kind of stuff, but it's so weird that they want to remove that.
And I did want to bring this up real quick, which is, and me and my friend recently had a discussion on this, is that, we do got to kind of get a handle on the immigration thing. But the one thing that we were discussing was the fact that when it comes to becoming a citizen, it is extremely difficult. And the fact that a good majority of the U.S. public that have been here since like their families been here for a long time can't pass the test themselves. We make the test so difficult that not even actual citizens of this country can pass it. So we have to make it easier, for them to become citizens to then get the stuff.
I mean, let's be honest, right? Like that, the test is kind of stupid. Like, think about
Yeah.
it. Like, oh, what did George Washington sign on? Blah blah blah. And it's like seriously, like who? Like, why do you care that a foreigner knows this? Like, why do you care about that? Like, are you so like? Is the United States so fragile that it has to like inhibit its nationalistic tendencies on everyone? It literally makes no sense. It's like we're the world's most powerful economy in the world. Like, why waste our time with this dumb nationalistic tendency? We're so powerful. We're an amazing country. Like, what?
Yeah.
Hmm.
But I will. Oh, go ahead, Billy.
Knowing the states at least though, and the capitals that's fine. But yeah, other than that, it's like there's not really shouldn't be forced to. Well, maybe certain other things too, but that's like not it doesn't matter as much.
Does any other country have
I think in Canada we
like
do too,
that kind of test?
I think we do in Canada too, yeah.
Oh, wait, we still have some drama from the side chat. Adam, I am not a lawyer. I believe he is innocent and the ex-wife was lying. He got poor and scared and took a plea. Okay, fair enough. I'm sorry, but blessed be he, or maybe I interpreted what she wrote as you defending in the legal sense. So, oh, blessed be he. She's such a warm and caring and loving. She's the embodiment of Christian love. So for you, Amanda, why do you believe in globalism, dude? What is wrong with you? And blessed be he is First Amender, not First Amendment. But
Because
okay.
you can't actually live the quality of lifestyle that you have grown accustomed to without globalism. You live in the world's most powerful economy in the world. You don't become as powerful as the United States without globalism. You need to have free and open trade in order to enact a higher quality of living standard. I got news for you, right? We trade more than just avocados, but just as an example, how are you having avocados in winter, right? Obviously, we're grabbing avocados in the southern hemisphere during winter because that's when their summer is, and so we're able to enjoy avocados year round. That's amazing, right? Just that alone is like really, really cool that we like have that technological capability. And like basically what you're arguing is, oh, let's lower our like living standard substantially, right? Because it's more than just avocados, right? It's vehicles, it's services, it's almost every product that you see in the grocery store likely comes from some other country in some way, shape, or form. And we benefit with the open trade of these nations. You living the quality of living that you have, like sitting there and getting up and having a freaking cup of coffee and a bagel or whatever, that something that simple, and you're just like, why do we need this globalism? You're literally a moron. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you don't realize how good you have it.
Yeah, not just that, but the last time we went after the world with tariffs and all that stuff, that thing that happened back in the early 1900s that devastated the entire country hit us hard, because we realized that we're more connected than we realize. Like, yes, we can make American-made stuff, but it's and I'll just bring this up as a concept. I make T-shirts every once in a while, right? And most of the shirts I buy usually have to come from another country because they cost me between like $5 to $8 a piece. But I asked somebody that was all about American-made stuff. I said, okay, so would you buy my shirts if they were if they were made here in the U.S.? They're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, you're gonna have to pay at least $30 or $40 for a shirt. They're like, what? That's too much. I'm like, it's gonna cost me $15 just for the shirt being made in America. So that means I have to at least double my profit, a little bit more, to make some good money. Are you willing to pay that? They're like, well, no. And I'm like, then you don't care about American made first, because it's gonna cost more.
That's correct.
It's like, This is the thing that people don't understand. And the other thing I have to say this real quick is most of the people that are with Trump, and I'm not with either side of the political party, but the people that side with Trump saying, yeah, American made first, all that stuff that they buy, from his hats to the American flag and everything else that they buy,
The
it's all made in
Bible.
China. It's all made in China. It's not made in
Yes.
America.
The Bible, the Trump Bible is made in China.
fucking
Love it.
crazy, bro. That's
Absolutely love
wild.
it.
Uh,
The Trump sneakers, the golden sneakers,
made
also
in
made
China.
That's
The
hilarious.
gold coins that are only worth
China.
like $20, but you sell them for $100, are made in China. It's like,
All right, so we covered the openings. Let me see what the chat is saying. Aragorn, I disagreed with both of them. First Amender sounded more sane, especially when Brandon said things like he doesn't want to let anyone in or discriminating certain group of people for the actions of some. Yeah, that was so weird. Like how he was kind of equating that all Muslims have terrorist tendencies, and it's only a minority. It's never the full group, so it's super unfair to judge. But I think Amender drove the point well when he did the counter example that if a white person does crime, then should we lock up all white people or say that all white people have crime tendencies?
No,
but
men specifically, and that we got to put
Yeah,
them in the mud pit.
yes, the mud pit.
yeah.
My mud pit argument is sick. I love my mud pit argument.
Super unfair from Brian, but that's kind of what you get when someone just is looking for a way to discriminate.
Yeah, they always discriminate against other people, while like they themselves, they don't include themselves in the discrimination. Like if they open the door to discrimination, then all bets are off. Who's to say that I don't discriminate against him for being like a gross Nazi?
Yeah, but in the
Sorry, a
in
gross
the
racist. I
head,
mean, I don't know if he's a Nazi, but he could be.
in the head of the person that discriminates, I have the right to discriminate you, but I can't be discriminated for any reason.
Yes.
That's how they
Because he didn't do
think.
anything wrong. It's only them. They did something wrong.
Yes.
It's like, come on, dude. Like, get real.
He reminds me of Richard Spencer. I don't know if you guys know that guy. Maybe not, because he got punched in the face one time, and that was what started the punching the Nazis in the face.
Oh.
But anyways, yeah, he was that guy.
Punch a Nazi in the face. That's sick.
DJ Batman has been a member for 5 months, but has been with us from the start. Thank you so much. The most clippy says, ask Commander how he feels he won in percentage. I feel it was a 60-40.
I mean, I don't know if I can put a percentage on it, but I feel like I did really well in that debate. But I don't know. I mean, everybody, obviously, like my impression will be skewed. I mean, there's going to be other people that may disagree with me.
Yep, fair enough. Any of you two? No.
Well, yeah, I'm more conservative, but I don't vote, so but I'm more leaning on the conservative side. But at the same time, I don't try and tell people how to live their life. So I'm not that far right, but I personally don't tell. Like, I have my own things that I believe in, and I don't try and push those things upon other people. I'd rather just let people decide for themselves.
Would you like to put a percentage on like the debate today?
What do you mean? Percentage?
Who won?
Yeah, who won?
Oh. Well, yeah, I didn't agree with Brendan, so I definitely think that First Amender won the debate, in my opinion, based on the fact that, and also, like I was saying at the beginning, he didn't resort to like juvenile tactics in throwing insults that were not even necessary at all. And it was just like so dry the way he did it too. He'd be like, Yeah, shut
Oh
up.
my, yes. He
Shut
was
up.
just so. It was like. It was so
But
funny.
my main thing that I had a problem with is that there's a bigger problem too with immigration that maybe that guy didn't consider too. He could have um, thought about is that the Canada and the U.S. border is larger. It's the longest international border in the world. So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and there's also Indian families that get tricked by these smugglers in the wintertime, and then sometimes they end up dying when they're trying to get to America from Canada. So there's actually problems at the northern border too that you would have to take into account too, that they don't take, and it's actually less protected than the southern border too. So
Yeah.
it's easier to sneak across that way.
Yeah, that is almost never gets brought up. The contention seems to be the border with Mexico, but no
Because
one
browns.
ever mentions like
Browns
yeah.
make me uncomfortable, and I can't have browns.
But the
So
funny thing is the brown people go to the Canada though, and then they go in from Canada. So yeah, they don't
Well, no, because
understand
they
that.
don't
That's
read anything, and they just
yeah.
Yeah.
they just
Yes.
parrot the
Well,
same dumb talking points and
One
just
sec,
be like,
Batman.
gross and racist.
Do you want to
Yeah.
put a percentage or say who you think won?
At the end of the day, it'd be a Mender.
Okay.
Brandon was just annoying.
Yes.
But I did want to say this real quick, because I hear it a lot from the right side, which is illegal immigrants hurt the economy. Certain aspects I can understand because there's certain things that I look at that are kind of unfair for regular people, but you still help them out. But like I would say it's more affecting like Mexico, for an example. Because
Mhm.
I recently read a thing that their government is going to start kicking Americans out because Americans are bringing
yes,
US
take that.
because Americans are bringing the US dollar down there, which is making all the businesses raise their prices, so it's getting harder for the actual citizens down there to afford stuff they normally could buy because the American dollar is worth more. So that I can understand. Now that right there is people coming into a country and messing everything up because you're taking a value that's way higher into a country where your money is worth more. So then, yeah, of course, everyone's going to raise their prices. And then the people that actually live there are going to be like, wait a minute, this used to cost me like 5 pesos. Now it's 30. Like, what's going on here? Like, this is ridiculous.
I mean, even if that wasn't a thing, just as a way, like, okay, you want to keep us out, then we'll kick you out too. Just as a power move, I think that is great. This is why I like. We're going to do a quick rundown of Blessed Be He. Why do you waste your time playing video games, Billy? You don't have to answer.
I love video games.
Yeah, we all.
I think
do.
I think a lot of people do. So I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't need to say
I
anything.
would ask
I'm
you-
playing RuneScape right now.
I would ask you, Blessed be
Nice.
He, why do you waste your time having kids and going to church when you could be playing video games? Like that makes no sense. No, this we already read this one. And then Blessed be He strikes back. Billy, you have been indoctrinated with atheism. Please remain pure in spirit. Billy is not an atheist. Billy is agnostic, right?
I'm even leaning now more towards Gnostic. But that it's just based on personal stuff. I can't defend that argument. But I
Okay.
feel like it's a better argument than Christianity. It's and also it's
Okay.
yeah, well, and it's more complex too, and there's things that I don't agree with that too. So I don't know, but I'm still kind of maybe agnostic in a way because I'm still undecided. But I feel
Okay.
that Gnosticism is makes more sense to me than mainstream
I mean-
Christianity.
It would make for a better movie than Christianity for sure, because you have the Gnostic, like the all-powerful God, and then you have the evil, the demiurge. So it's story-wise, it's more interesting.
Well, and it makes sense why the world is the way it is. Like it would make more sense the way the world is nowadays because of the way everything seems to be. It doesn't seem to be all roses or dandelion. I don't know. whatever you. It's not all like teddy bears and
gummy bears. Yes.
Yeah.
Publius says Amender did a great job. Came through factually, which was great. However, with the Native American reservation topic, it was a bit of a rhetorical, optical slip up. Fair enough.
How so? Like, I mean, I feel like, well, I mean, I guess like regarding eminent domain, it's probably not something he would care about. He'd probably be like, yeah, just take away their land. Like, I don't care. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's it's a thing that it will probably never finish going away until we kind of put it past that we acknowledge, okay, this happens and we move forward. If we try to keep on throwing the blame, like, you took our land and that kind of stuff, I don't think that's productive. I think it's been
I'm saying,
so
like,
long that we should move forward.
They're given a specific amount of land, right, in those areas, and some of it is on the Mexico border. And, you know, they were guaranteed that by the U.S. government, and so they still hold that land today. And some pretty strong laws that maintain their ownership of that land, because they're willing to acknowledge the what happened in the past, and to just give them that land, right? Because obviously, we stole their land, and it makes sense that we at least allot them something, right, for the fact that we that the white man came in and destroyed all of that. And so I mean, I guess the question is like whether or not you eminent domain that. Like, to me, it's like, no, don't eminent domain that. That's horrible. That's like a moral issue there.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I acknowledge all of that, but I think at some point, how much time does it have to pass until we move forward and stop looking backwards at that? I do agree that they should have some,
as long as they're alive, they own that land. That's how long.
Yeah, and Publius says, I don't think it's based in ethnic lines. It's more around federal preservation and adhering to a peace treaty signed after our wars, genocides against them. Yes.
Well, one thing I do want to say is I don't really like when things get down to, like, white people did this, black people did that. It's more of you got to look more specific. It wasn't really white people who did it. It was Christians, because they were the ones who came here and tried to force their religion and say, if you don't worship, our Pope and our Lord, we will harm you and do all these horrible things. I mean, yes, you could say yes because they were white, but but then it's just generalizing. When you got to be more specific of what type of group of those people. Because I don't know. I just see a lot of things where people go, white people did this, Asians did that. And it's like, it got to be more, I think being more specific of the type of people they are, I think is a lot better, than the skin color. So
there's no way they said worship our Pope, right, in the U.S.
No, because
there's literally zero chance that that's what they said. There were Puritans that showed up and people that were against the Catholic Church, so that's why no Pope.
Right. Demolish the test to become nationalized is just to prove the individual commitment and desire. That's an interesting take. Aragorn, yes, the test is incredibly stupid. I got 6 out of 10 questions. I got 4 wrong until the last question. If I failed that question, I failed the test. Can't remember any of those questions anymore. I mean, that's what it tends to happen.
Yeah. And I will challenge anybody in the comments, literally go take the test. Like, you're going to fail every single time. And that's why I say, like, if most Americans fail the test, why are we imposing this on people trying to come into our country? It's just stupid.
Yeah, it's probably not important. I was wrong when I said it's important to learn the states and the capitals, but I mean, I think they're trying to see if you can, like, I don't know, there's maybe there's better questions they can come up with, but I mean, it's maybe it's harder with the US too, but in Canada we don't have as many states or we have provinces we have to memorize, but it's not as many as in America, so it's easier maybe to.
Hannah says, knowing how the government works is one thing. Reciting all the capitals is not useful. Yeah.
Well, again, I would say if we did the whole like how like what the different parts of the government does, again, most Americans would fail. Because I've seen videos where people go out and ask them questions like about the different branches of government or how many branches there are and what did they do, and most people usually fail. So again, it's if it's just really difficult because most Americans don't even know what the 4 branches of government are. They don't under.
It's 3.
Oh, it's 3. Yeah. See, even I'm getting things wrong.
That was funny.
And I try to keep up as best I can.
Me, who is the father of our country? And I had to choose between George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. And I was like, I mean, technically speaking, the first president is George Washington, but he didn't really have a lot to say in terms of the founding of our country. However, Thomas Jefferson had a lot to say. So maybe Thomas Jefferson is the father of our country. And it said, no, wrong, George Washington. I'm like, that's a really subjective question. Like, what do you mean father of our country? Do you mean first president? Or do you mean like, oh, contributed the most? Like, what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we have an interaction here. I'm going to show this comment. I'm not going to read it. But then, blessed be he says, Trump is innocent. And then says, the people have decided that Trump is innocent. Blessed be he. That's not what the people voted. The people voted on whether they wanted Trump to be president. The people don't get to vote on whether he's innocent. And his guilty verdict in court actually prove that he's guilty. Like, he actually has guilty verdicts. He's a felon president. So
not anymore.
You can't say that he's innocent. Yes. He's still, the felonies don't go away. He was convicted of felonies. He wasn't sentenced, but he was convicted. So that doesn't go away. Just because
he can pardon himself, which is the big problem.
Even if he pardons himself, he is still a felon. And yes, I know that Jack Smith dropped the charges. They didn't drop the charges. They kind of paused the investigation. It might resume after he's no longer president, but he has other convictions more than that. So
Trump's gonna release a rap song too now because he's gonna think he's all cool. He's all cool because I'm the president.
Seeing his cabinet really kind of scares me. The fact that Kennedy is in charge of health and safety. Elon's in charge of spending efficiency. Our education person is literally forgetting her name, but the daughter to the guy who runs WWE.
McMahon.
Stephanie McMahon.
Stephanie McMahon. Yeah, she's in charge of education. I'm just like, what world of idiocracy are we in at this point? Like.
Is that serious? Oh my!
No,
I didn't even know that. Wow,
serious.
That's messed up, man. She doesn't know anything. So it's pretty funny.
Northern Freedom says to be a felon, they have to sentence him. No, sentencing is separate. You can be convicted of a crime, and they can do an exchange. For example, you can, instead of getting sentenced to jail, you can get sentenced to community service. You are still convicted of a crime, even if you don't go to jail. So the verdict is separate from sentencing. It's weird that I have to explain this, and I'm not even an American.
All right. I just took the civics
test.
And I got a 95%. I got a 95%. The only one I got wrong was who's the father of the country, and I should have said George Washington, but I guess I got technical with it. That's a trick.
That was a trick question. It was a trick question, yeah.
The felonies will go away once he takes office and pardons himself, at which time he will no longer be a felon. Sorry, you're not accurate here.
No, it is true. It is true. There's been lots of lawyers who've said that he can actually, if he pardons himself, he can actually get rid of all the felonies and everything else he's been charged with.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that he didn't get those. It's
Well, no, I understand
it's a
that.
legalese. So it's
Yeah.
just you're arguing at this time. You're arguing semantics.
Well, I'm just saying the actual charges on record will go away. I mean, people will still know, but he can erase all that.
Right. Okay. So, oh wait, the tariffs. Trump tariffs is going to change the world. Number one, no, it's not. And number two, the only thing that is going to change is that it's going to increase all your prices. Yep. I think he's talking about implementing from the get-go tariffs on Mexico and Canada.
25%.
That will just increase the price of your groceries, your vegetables, your fruits.
And Canada is going to do stuff to
automobiles.
Push back on that. We're gonna push back on them with tariffs on things that they need that they get from Canada. So
and Mexico is doing the same thing.
Why wouldn't that happen? Like, these people are so dumb, dude. They think that, like, oh, if we do the tariffs, all of a sudden all the jobs gonna come. No, bro, it's just gonna make stuff more expensive. Right?
Like, it's just gonna backfire. Yeah,
paying individuals less than $5 an hour, the jobs aren't coming back.
Yeah. Well, not just that, but like inflation in this country has been going up since 1916 when we brought the world banks back, aka the Federal Reserve. But the other big problem is a minimum wage worker today, to have the same quality of life as a minimum wage worker in the 80s, would have to make $167,000 a year. And no one's getting anywhere close to that. They're making like 30, 40 grand a year. And that's like just enough to just get by, but not to be able to enjoy life, not be able to go on vacation or, so it's just sad.
Blessed be he never changed. I love you. You provide me with limitless amounts of entertainment. She says now, yes, tariff will make poor people get a real job, which is hilarious because blessed be he doesn't work.
She's a babysitter. She babysits.
I love you.
Right?
Blessed be he. I love you so much. So much.
Unless she hires a nanny. She hires a nanny so she doesn't even babysit her own children, so she doesn't even do anything.
I repeat.
Plus, when it comes to tariffs, it's like if people want to see how much damage tariffs can actually do, look at the Great Depression. That's what happened when we over-tariffed people. It collapsed our economy and made everybody in the country extremely poor, and people struggled. You know?
And especially if which I think is totally fair. It's like, okay, if the U.S. if Mexico and Canada start putting tariffs on the U.S., I think that's a fine move, and it will make everything worse for everyone. But I think the smartest move would be for the cartels to just double the price of cocaine, and let's see how the fucking U.S. does after that. Because it came up during the debate like, oh, these cartels. Yeah, do you know why these cartels have so much power? Because the U.S. can't stop doing drugs because Americans love drugs. And
they get guns from them too. They ship guns too, illegally too.
Well, it also doesn't help that there's actually been shown a lot of numbers that with all the medication we put people on, it ends up pushing people eventually to drugs because, you're taking something, you're eventually taken off, you get so used to it, you're like, I got to get that same high. I got to get that same high. And then they end up going to drugs, because they just like big pharma just likes to, huh?
No, I mean, people do drugs, people do drugs.
Well,
The gateway to it, it's irrelevant.
Well, no, I'm not saying the gateway. I'm just saying that with the kind of narcotics and stuff they do give people for some things, it kind of you get addicted to it. So then those people end up,
but that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh,
the opioid. We're not talking about the opioid crisis. We're just talking about how Americans love to do drugs, and that's why the cartels have amassed such fortunes because Americans can't stop doing cocaine, crack, and meth. It's
drugs.
Just. It's
drugs
like
are bad.
Drugs are bad, okay?
Yeah. We need to ban coffee. The evil drug.
They always put the blame on the cartels, but it's like, okay, the cartels will have zero power if there weren't literally
I
millions
mean,
of
we just
people.
like ended the drug war. Let's be honest. Like it would degrade the cartel's like power by a lot.
Yeah, look what Portugal did. They did it like back in 2001, and they've had a huge success rate. Their overdose has gone way down. People are actually getting the help they need, and they went, a different direction. They actually decided to help people and not punish people. And guess what? Who would have thought actually helping people and getting to the root of problems actually solves problems?
Stop.
Oh,
No
yeah.
way. I got a chubby.
Blessed be he strikes again. If you have faith in Satan, you cannot be saved.
Hail Satan!
Satan doesn't exist. Satan is just a character in a book.
I believe in
So-
Stan.
Yes,
His name's
and
Stan.
Santa.
Satan is the real
And
God.
Santa.
Ah.
Santa is Satan. Don't you know if you just
He's the
move
real
one of the
God.
letters?
All right, so now that we've gotten through the banter with the audience, keep sending in your messages. If you have questions, you can always send super chats. Open discussion portion of the debate.
Well,
a
I'm
little-
Santa's twin
a little-
brother. Stan.
A little interrupty, but I think you held his feet to the fire, and his whole thing was like, "Oh, white people are getting discriminated. It's not fair. America is white."
Like how
and,
fragile are white people where it's like, oh God, how dare we give like minorities opportunities? Oh God, why isn't that me? Like how much of a little bitch are you? Like what?
They're taking our jobs.
Like imagine
It's
that,
a
right?
great
Like a soy boy is
job!
calling you a bitch. Like, bro.
Yes. And then it got mentioned that about remote work, but they will see an immigrant going to the US as the typical, they took our jobs, but they for some reason, they don't see outsourcing as the same thing, which is even worse because that money leaves the US in full. When an immigrant goes to the US and works there and consumes there, the money gets recycled back into the economy. When you outsource jobs,
Or even outsourcing actually results in an improving of the United States dollar because it's money that effectively leaves circulation. It increases the value of the dollar for every person, right? That's basically what that does. And then even better, right? Like you're basically getting services in return, likely to the United States. And so like the United States does benefit on this one way or another.
right? But I think that when you outsource, you get half the benefit, except for that like leaving it, the money leaving and kind of getting somewhat taking care of the inflation just a tiny bit, but having the money cycle through the economy, I think that's better.
Well,
they don't see that as a
any
problem.
observation like economically speaking where it does benefit or like it's negligible. It's not really something
right.
to be concerned about. Anyway.
Fair enough, yeah. Gonna clip this. This is a great left cope stream. I'm not a liberal. I am a communist, and the left actually won the elections in my country. So you can clip anything you want, though.
I didn't know you were a communist, Max. We should have a
You do
debate.
know that. We actually
forgot.
had a
I
debate.
completely forgot.
Yes. Yes, and we won the elections.
See, I still argue for like capitalism with social safety nets. That's where I'm at with it. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So open discussion. What are your takes on it? Anything that came to your attention, Amanda?
Well, like I wanted to make it apparent that this guy is a moron. And like just bringing up like the topics, like the kind of shit he was saying, it's like, bro, how do you openly say this and not like let's be honest, right? This guy can't get up and go outside and say this stuff without effectively getting punched by someone. Like there's a 0 probability that would happen, right? So this guy likely stays at home alone, quietly, doesn't say anything to anybody, and then just like spouts his racist rhetoric, right? Because that's what he feels like deep inside. Like it's so pathetic.
Yes. Well, I do have to, and that's why I asked the question, and I'm super glad that it got answered. He might be a racist, but at least he's not a flat earther. That's progress. In here, where
That's
we
a really low
regularly,
bar, Max. Like, come on. That is such a
well,
low bar.
you have to grab from wherever you can. And I'm trying to be charitable here.
That
At
is
least he's
wild.
not a flat earther. And
I
like,
I
good
think
on
he's
you,
still.
Brandon.
I think he's young Earth creationist though. Maybe. Maybe.
Okay.
I
Are
don't
all
know.
atheists
I can't say
communists?
for sure though.
No, we're not. You can even have religious communists.
I'm like a
Communism.
hardcore atheist. I am not a communist.
I am an atheist. I am a communist. But my mother, she's kind of like a half believer, and she's also a communist. My father is an atheist, and he's a communist. So, like, they're not. You're mixing up stuff. You're mixing up stuff. Blessed be He, and that's why I love you, because you're so weird. So, Billy, open discussion portion of the debate.
Yeah, I mainly said already what I want to say about it. About that, I think the problem is more on the northern border than on the southern border. If you want to be technical, because it's the longest border.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of problems and it's unprotected too. So it's definitely a big issue. It's more of a problem.
Yeah, and it's like a lot of wilderness, and like it's even harder to protect than the U.S. than the U.S.-Mexico border, because that's kind of a lot of desert and river. Yeah, a lot more land, and it's kind of wild forests and that kind of stuff. The mountains, and yeah, it's way harder. But I think, Amender, you made a great point that, okay, yes, let's say we put the wall. A lot of people will still just go on a tourist visa and just overstay their visa. And that's not something you can take care of with a wall. So what are you going to do? Just ban tourism? No.
That was a fair point too, that they could just fly to the US too and just overstay their welcome.
They do that all the time.
As they said, yeah.
That's
So
actually
it's
the
like
majority.
Right now, it's like, I think it's like 60-40, where it's like the 60, is asylum seeking and or going over the border, and the other 40 is just overstaying a tourist visa. And it's like, even if you had the most perfect impenetrable wall, well, then what you just did is just made that 60-40 0-100.
Yes.
Like why would it change? Like you think that a Mexican can't afford a plane ticket? Like, of course they can. They're paying thousands of dollars like to get help from coyotes. Like, what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, it's just, okay, you don't get the illegal immigration. Just do the same thing. Instead of searching for a coyote, spend the money in trying to get like a tourist, which is really not that hard.
No.
Like, because every country wants to encourage tourism.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's just... Yeah. So, Batman, give us your thoughts on the open discussion portion of the debate.
Well, I think from the beginning, it was doing good, but I think later on it kind of just was doing a circle for the most part. It was just kind of circling back to where it was. I kind of zoned out after a while, because I was just like, why are we back on the same stuff again? I'm confused. Like, but the thing that people need to realize is and this is why I stay more in the middle, because I try to listen to both sides and try to figure out who's right and who's wrong on certain points. Now, the one thing I have looked into, especially when it comes to illegal immigrants, is that there are some states like California and stuff that kind of do too much. Like, I'm all about making, like, I do believe, even if you're here illegally, you should get like some help, like food stamps and stuff. But the thing I'm not okay with is the amount that they do give people that are here illegally, because we have actual citizens that actually need help, and they're not getting
food stamps
it.
Is a federal program. You physically can't get food stamps as an illegal immigrant. You would get, if you had, say, like a fake social security number, that would get flagged. An illegal immigrant actually cannot get food stamps in any way. However, there do exist certain states that have benefits for illegal immigrants specifically because of their quality of living, and they just have a different belief. Like they feel like that they should be helping these people, not shunning them. But like, yeah, regarding food stamps, no, you can't. You physically cannot get food stamps as a immigrant, illegal immigrant.
I have no idea about that.
Well, it's just more of at the end of the day, it's like, we should still help them, make sure they have a place to live and all that stuff. It just, I just see some policies that go through that just, it's like you're doing way more, and that's why I come back down to, make it easier for them to become citizens so then they can, get all the benefits that everyone else does. But I see a lot of regular Americans that are struggling, especially on like disability and all this stuff, and housing and stuff. So it just, I think we should put Americans in the country first, but people who are here that do need help, we should still give them help. I'm definitely not for, not helping somebody. We should always help people. It's just, we have to put who needs more help, and then give, some help to those that still need it.
If people have the economic opportunities, then they can be valuable members of society. If they're valuable members of society, that means they can economically contribute. If they can economically contribute, that means that businesses that I like do better. And, I myself live a higher quality of living standard. I benefit selfishly by helping other people.
Mm-hmm. All right. Trigger alert. The C word, the communist word came out, and blessed be he, spiraling. Is Billy a communist? Please say no, Billy.
Say yes, Billy.
Well, I'll just say yes.
Say yes. So
just to get you triggered.
Maybe she stops being.
What you don't get for the beard? I have the beard, man.
Yes,
Karl
look
Marx
at that
beard.
glorious communist beard. That's
My father, Karl Marx. Grandfather, great grandfather.
Oh, she's not in love with you anymore. Demolish the Dr. Richard Madsen. A question for the panel. What does it mean that Max is a communist and agrees more with the Democratic Party in the US? Agrees more than with. Can you clarify? Agrees more than what with who?
That's what that means.
Well, and also the word communist isn't like the same as it was back when the, USSR was a thing. So,
yes,
it's a completely different meaning and thing today. And that's the thing people have to remember is that definitions change. Meaning of things change over time. Just because it was something back then doesn't mean it's something today. It's like curse words we consider offensive now were commonplace back in the day. So
yes.
I would consider myself more of a socialist than communist, but I guess it's they're similar in their ways they work.
Yeah, I mean
similarities. Yeah.
Historically, socialism is the way into communism. But this nice segue into the next one. Communism failed. That form of government leads to covetous behavior. Okay. Communism failed, but communism had actors actively working against it.
I just desperately wish that the United States didn't do anything against it, to just watch it fucking collapse on its own so we could kill this horrible argument. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but maybe that way you could have had an argument. But
well, I still think
now
we have an argument. Like there's countries like Yugoslavia that was left entirely alone and just failed, right? It was tried in over 57 different countries. It didn't work. And it's like, but what we can see worked is likely that, like, hell, you can even argue that the material dialectic was fulfilled, right? Because like you have the thesis, which is pure unbridled capitalism, which is the Gilded Age. And then there was the Vogue socialism, the antithesis, right? And then now we just have like social democracies where it's like a mix of both capitalism and socialism. And that's the synthesis, right? So there you go. We just already achieved our material, like the material dialectic, just not in the way that Marx had originally intended. And like me personally, like I think if you have, like you're going to have this giant system change, then we need to be damn sure that it works, right? And it's like, I don't really have a strong indicator that it would work, right? Like macroeconomically that we would exhibit better quality of living outcomes than just simply capitalism with social safety nets.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean that is usually a what if argument, right? Like the historical communism had actors working against it, and for all of the things that happened, like Uruguay never did better than the 15 years that we had the left in party. And even though we don't do like historical communism, we do kind of our own thing and we have strong democratic values. We have done way better with the left.
Yeah,
but
no, I'm
then,
not against like the
1
left.
second.
I'm just sorry. Go ahead.
But then she said that that form of government leads to covetous behavior. So does capitalism, blessed be he.
Yeah,
Coveting is just like human nature.
I mean, that's just a dumb
Maybe
argument.
that's what we have to change. It doesn't have to do with your political system.
I mean, everybody will be covetous no matter what, because you probably desire to meet your physiological needs, right? And your needs of safety.
Yeah.
Like every single person has to be selfish to some point, right? In order to live like a higher quality of living standard. So like, I don't know, like pointing out covetousness. I think like what they're doing is just bringing up the Bible. Like,
yes, she's a fundamentalist.
Gotcha.
Yeah, she's super weird. But yeah, I love it when people find it hard when they find that I am communist, because they in America the Red Scare and that kind of thing. A lot of people don't even have the best image. They just have some sort of fear mongering kind of a thing.
Do you not think, Max, that
Hello.
the reason? Hi, Max. Nice to see you again. Do you not think, Max, that the reason that communism always fails is because it doesn't work with human nature? Like people, as much as we're very similar, people are also very different. We have different capabilities, we have different abilities, different drives, motivations. And because of that, different people are going to be are going to have different levels of productivity. And I expect to benefit from how much effort I put in. And if somebody else isn't inclined to put in as much bloody effort, then they don't get as much benefit. Whereas communism tries to cut the tops and the tails off of that. So
wait, because I disagree with the whole human nature part. I think that what we refer to as human nature is just us trying to kind of survive. I think that if you had all of your needs covered and you could eat and you didn't have to.
Yeah, but isn't that a false premise? You get your needs covered by putting in effort. Somebody has to do something. Somebody has to expend calories, expend ingenuity. They have to do something in order to cover the needs in the first place. And if somebody is just going to not do anything to cover the needs of themselves at a minimum, that means you're going to end up.
Blessed be said coveting leads to lust.
Oh,
bro, fucking sick, bro. Let's do that, dude. Yeah! So I'm gonna like covet and then fuck, dude. That sounds awesome. I'm gonna just sit there and smoke weed and have sex. Oh my god,
having sex while making it rain.
This notion that we're all equal is nonsense. It's bullshit. We're not all equal.
I would like to finish what I was going to say, because I got half of a sentence out.
Sorry, Max.
People tend to think that human motivation is only money. No, as a person who kind of creates stuff, when money is not a problem, and let me remove this. When money is not a problem, the process of creation is the reward itself, is the motivation. So let's say that if you are a carpenter and you have all of your needs met, then there would be no reason for you to charge for that chair. You could just give it away. And I think a lot of people shield themselves inside the paradigm doesn't work because of this so-called or perceived human nature.
Yeah.
But I think things can be different.
So Max, can I just ask you a question?
Yes.
Let's say everybody's needs are met. right? We work in a system where somebody needs to produce a chair in order to sell it, in order to have their needs met. And then you have another system where everybody's needs are met and people just produce chairs because they like producing chairs. Which system produces more chairs? And based on competition, which system produces the better chairs? I'm going to tell you now, the system that produces more and better chairs is the system where there is a necessity to produce bloody chairs. Not the system where you don't need to produce a chair, because if you don't produce a chair, there is no downside.
Well,
right?
Sure. I know that's what people think.
No, that's what it is. That's the basis of bloody evolutions.
Middle of a sentence. I know that's what people think, but I disagree in that that whole competition system produces good chairs and also produces shitty, crappy chairs that are good for nothing and are just a waste of resources.
Well, I did want to say something with this. Here's the thing: if we actually put our brain power together in this world, which we kind of don't with the way things are going, and we actually made things that lasted a lot longer, actually put manufacturing in certain ways where things that would take a lot of time, like for instance, housing, we could literally basically make molded homes using, machines would do all the work, and we could produce homes way better than we can now. If we actually did that, most jobs that we consider, that people need would go away. We wouldn't need fast food restaurants anymore. We wouldn't need grocery stores because we would have buildings that are used to grow food year round. We would, like people would be able to explore and live their life better than they live today, but you'd still be able to get the things you need because everything would be monitored and maintained, but without much actual needed for humans to actually like spend all their time working on that. Because we could have, because like, for instance, like automation and like computers running things actually does work when you actually put the right people in charge. Look at, for instance, like how Amazon, moves their stuff around. They're little robots that will pick stuff up, move it to where the person needs to put in the box, and those things run flawlessly. Look at what NASA's done with their rovers and how amazing they work for how long they work. If you actually put the right people in charge of building things to run smoothly, you wouldn't actually need people working their life away. So yes, people would make chairs, but again, they'd be making it because they want to make it, and they would give it to people, be like, hey, would you like this cool chair I made? But again, not everybody would be making chairs. People would be doing all kinds of things. You'd have more artists, you'd have more musicians, you'd have people that actually would be able to do the things that they've always wanted to do because now they have the ability to do it, and we would have more abundance than less. Plus, we would also cut back on all.
Hold on. You're too long-winded. Because Bill Bradley pushes back at this and says, no, this is naive. Children think like this. There are lots of jobs people are not just going to do because they don't want to, because they want to. Right, but we have never been in this position of us actually being able to automate a lot of stuff, and we can start dispensing with some of these jobs. So I think that we are in a great time, but it's just yes.
Sorry, we are in a great time. We do have the ability to automate a huge amount of stuff. But there's lots of stuff that we can't automate, and also I think like
what
fundamental. What do you mean? Like what? I mean,
yes. What can't we automate?
Well, there's loads of stuff we can't automate. I mean,
give me one example.
Well, you can't automate what I do. I design and build home offices. I employ.
But you can't
automate. Sorry.
Well, no, like you need in order to automate that, you need a bipedal robot with ambidextrous hands and fingers that also has the ability to think creatively. So, like, that doesn't exist yet. Like, we're not in the future yet.
Well, but here's the thing, though.
But
Like- Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Max.
that's like a
Judgment and ethics
highly
would be really hard to automate. I don't think you can automate that.
sure, but you can still have judges. Like
Yeah, but you can't.
I'm-
like
but-
the judgment of it, like
Yeah, what we
specifically
can-
the ethical judgment, it would require a human to do that. A machine is not capable of that. I mean, you can feed it that, but it wouldn't necessarily equate to that.
Well,
Right.
John,
Well, you can give it a pre-programmed list of parameters that it can
Yeah,
can
you
run
have to
on
feed it that,
until it
so
comes up against a
it can't have
circumstance that hasn't been accounted for by the parameters, and then you need a human to add more code, to add more parameters to account for the situation that you didn't account for originally, and that's always going to be the case.
Right, and there's absolutely no human that loves to code, right? So there would be no one to actually fix that code.
No, but you can't automate the
Okay.
process of making moral judgments. You need a sentient.
No,
human
right.
entity to
I
make
wasn't
moral
referring
judgments.
to moral judgment. I mean, we all know that.
You can't. No, you reduced it down to the coding, and what I'm saying is the moral judgment is the thing that matters, not the coding as to how you conclude the moral judgment. So,
Right, but we all wait, because I was talking about the thing that you said, not about the moral. Like, of course, we are not going to ever delegate morals to machines. That seems like a stupid idea. I was talking about like your work, not the moral judgment. I mean, I don't think.
I see what you mean. Sorry, no. Okay, sorry, I obviously misunderstood that, so I apologise. But I think fundamentally, the reason that I think communism fails almost always, in fact, always. There are a lot of excuses that are made for it, but it just doesn't seem to jive, for want of a better word, with human nature. We want to see a reward for effort put in, and the reward for effort put in has to be proximal to the effort that is put in.
John, you already said this, and I already gave you my answer. That is what you get in a capitalistic paradigm. You think that the reward can only be obtained if you get something for something. What I'm telling you is, as a person who creates, I make music, my reward is the creation itself, because I have work on the side, so my needs are covered. I don't do the music.
Okay, correct.
Thing. Hold on. I don't do the music thing so I can get money. I do the music thing because I love what I do. So the reward is doing the thing itself. I don't see why people can't see that.
Can I try and steal menu?
Sure.
So if all of our basic needs were met, if all of the undesirable jobs that needed to be done could be done, I mean, obviously, writing music, creating a beautiful piece of art, directing a film, a piece of entertainment, of course, I agree with you. The people that create these things aren't just acting from monetary motivation. They feel a huge amount of satisfaction from performing these tasks, these creative tasks, right?
Real quick,
but the person that needs to shovel shit, I would argue, does not feel any kind of simpatico or fulfillment from shoveling shit, emptying bins.
Yeah, that'd be automated.
Right?
But you have to get to that point.
Right, John. But those are the things that we can automate today.
Yeah, but how do we get to those things? How do we get to being able to automate those things? A lot of people had to do a lot of jobs they really didn't want to do in order to get there in the first place. It's not built in doing stuff that we're always going to have to do things that we don't want to do. Being in a situation where we can only do things that we want to do, and we never have to do anything that we don't want to do, where there is no such thing as duty. Performing a task that I don't particularly want to do, but I know that I have to do it because it's necessary.
Well,
the notion that we're ever going to exist in that world, to be honest, seems like the definitional of like a utopian.
No, it's not utopian. Everything is like we cannot. It's not utopian. This current time that we live in is the best time that we could actually implement socialism and communism because of all of these things. But let me hand it over to Amender and then to you, Batman, because
Yeah,
Amender has been, I think.
someone just
Yes.
said, hold on, they said, oh my goodness, where is it? Jesus, I had to, oh yeah, artists like communism, LOL. Who would have guessed? I'm an artist. Screw you. I'm a capitalist. That's messed up, bro. Like, don't pair me up with this. Like, what is this? Sorry.
Yes, I did see that one, but I didn't. Yeah.
Have you seen my artwork?
Sorry, gents. I'm gonna sorry to interject. I'm gonna have to go. I just literally dropped in just for this.
Sure, and we can have a debate. We can have a debate, but I think the thing I regularly see is just mentioning that I am a communist gets people all kinds of riled up,
bro. I just
which is fun.
Max, honestly, I'd love to have a deeper chat with you about it because I think you're the right person for me to have this chat with. Because I don't think what you're saying is. It's not that there aren't things that we can learn, that there aren't things that we can take from communistic principles. I think there is. I think there's a balance to be had. But I think hardcore capitalism leads to predatory monopolies, and hardcore communism just leads to absolute corruption and breadlines. There's a balance to be struck, and there are some things that we can automate. There are some crappy jobs that we can remove the necessity of being performed by people that don't want to perform them, and that there are more creative endeavors that people can engage with. But you can't have it all one way and you can't have it all the other. I don't think that's a reasonable thing to expect.
Yeah, and I would generally agree that usually the answers are halfway or compromising between two things. But yeah. All right, let's bring it back to the debate. We got so sidetracked. I have to avoid mentioning, but someone always remembers like, yeah, Max is a communist, and then it always ends up somewhere around there. Oh, is Blessed Be He having a meltdown? Yes, she is. But let me address this. Question for panel. At this point, how can you read a comment by Blessed Be He expecting the end will be well thought out? I don't. That's why it's entertainment. She's hilarious. But I don't expect her. I treat her like I treat flat earthers. I just laugh at the comments she makes. It's so back to the debate. Did Brandon, because I was dealing with the side chat and I was talking to some people on the MDD Discord. Did Brandon make any other point other than how whites are being oppressed and replaced in America? Does anyone remember?
Well, one thing I do remember him talking about was the decline of the population in the United States, which to be honest, most countries are dealing with that. But at the end of the day, it really just comes down to the fact that it costs like way more today to raise a child than it was just back in the 80s or even the 70s. So a lot of people are choosing not to do that. And of course, I know he said like, well, maybe they need to focus on families again. I'm like, again, just because you have a family doesn't mean that they always are going to care about you or take care of you the way you need to. Just because, you have a family. Because here's the thing. It's kind of like that saying, your real family are the people you choose, not the people that are blood.
What does this have to do with anything?
Well, what I'm meaning is we build our families ourselves. Like we choose who our brothers and sisters are, but
that has nothing to do with like kids.
Well, I know, but at the end of the day, it's more of, if we're able to get rid of the systems that make it expensive to live and bring costs back down, people might have more kids. But to be honest, the population of the planet is already so big and we're barely able to take care of ourselves as it is. Why do we need more people? We're over 8 billion at this point. We went from 3 billion in the 1950s to 8 billion, over 8 billion today. And all of our systems haven't kept up with that. Like, we have so many systems that haven't expanded, like mental health and many other things. They've stayed stagnant for decades. So it's like, if you're going to have a bigger population, you have to grow everything else with it. So
Right. Yeah, but I mean, the short answer would be it's super expensive to have children right now. So maybe we should, before we want to get more population growth, we should maybe get that sorted out and take care of everyone who's already here.
Call them what? Someone is calling them a breeder. That's freaking incredible.
Yes.
Breeders are the worst. Oh my god, I'm gonna use that. Call them a breeder.
And at the same time, blessed be he is actually having a meltdown. Atheists are missing a lot of joy in their life. Joy comes from within. His light and his life is within you. Blessed be he. Have you noticed how I have been smiling since the show started? And I'm laughing at you. You are the one that seems to be missing some joy. Wink, wink.
I sacrificed to a succubus few years back, and she just will not stop sucking my dick. She won't stop, and I'm just so happy. I mean, she's doing it right now. You can't see it, but I can keep it straight face.
I do have to ask Blessed be he to that comment that they made. So I have to ask this, and I want a legitimate answer to it. So you're saying that joy comes from inside, okay? So let's say you're living literally in the middle of the desert, barely any food or any water. You're struggling, you're starving to death, you don't have enough food. Are you still going to find joy?
Yes.
From the inner side?
That's what she thinks.
Yes. I sacrificed to a succubus years ago, and she will not stop sucking my cock. I'll be fine.
Bill Bradley, who seems to not have liked the fact that I mentioned that I'm communist. Degrowth is not a very Marxist belief. Love it. You need growth if you're going to create enough abundance for concepts like commodity, currency, and class to disappear. No, you don't.
I think there will come a time where it will stagnate. Like, the exact amount of people that are leaving will be the exact amount that comes. I think, I genuinely believe that will happen because it's like, you can't just have perpetual growth. It's just not physically possible, right? There's one Earth. There's only so many resources, and it gets to a point where it's like, okay, how much is where it's not really possible,
Yeah. Well, yeah. I will say in some aspects, for the U.S. itself, we actually produce enough food that we could literally feed the entire planet, but we waste most of it because, problem. Well, yeah, but food I'm just meaning, yeah. But the thing is, though, is if we decided, say, hey, this is a week from expiring, instead of letting it expire, give it to somebody who needs it. It's more of
a concern.
Wait, oh my, wait.
It's a big liability concern. If food goes bad and someone gets sick from it, that could hold the company liable for giving the food away.
Sure. Wait, check this out. 1.2 or 1.9 over 2 adults as a repopulation rate results in either societal collapse or euthanasia as retirement. And you're telling me this based on how many times this has happened?
You just have immigration. It's really simple. It's never happened because we just immigrate, right? It's way easier to just immigrate than force people to have babies. What do you think women are? Just like baby breeding machines, weird. And they have no rights. It's so freaking weird, bro. Yeah, gross.
So weird.
Breeder.
This is so weird. Wow. Atheists are so basal. They cannot think outside the box. Oh. I love it when you talk like that.
How you doing, succubus? You doing okay? Right. She's doing good.
It's like
she's doing good.
Blessed be he. Your box is a book written about 2,000 years ago. That's your box.
1700, but yeah.
No, it's not that late.
No, like the actual most of the books in the Bible weren't even made, you know, and like it really wasn't like an actual Bible wasn't really compiled until like 280 AD. Like, and even then, it's like,
Yeah,
is it
but
really
that's a
compiled? Just like
compilation.
those other books that would
Yeah,
have had to have been
the
released.
Gospels, you have the Old Testament, which is older, and you have the Gospels. That's why I did 2,000, because it goes a little bit further back. But I was talking about the writings. The most accepted is roughly 70. But yeah.
Well, and I just have to say this real quick, but hey, I may be stuck in a box, but my box is bigger on the inside.
My box brings all the boys to the yard. That's what I would like to say.
I'm hoping somebody gets that reference.
Of course, that's a great song.
No, I mean the reference that I was saying. It's bigger on my box is bigger on the inside.
No, Doctor Who, but I'm not that big of a nerd. I'm not that kind of a nerd. I've never seen Doctor Who, and I've never seen Star Trek. So
Star Trek is cool though, man. Doctor Who though, I don't know. But Star Trek is cool, man.
They never played it like here, so I don't know.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I didn't like it when I was younger. Now I like it when I'm older. Now I've
I don't know. I didn't
like
say. I didn't say immigration, Richard. I didn't say it was Amanda who said that, so we would have to ask him. But I would say that like people are still going to have children. Like this idea of how society will collapse and people are not having children. This is just fear mongering.
You just have
children are still being born.
Like just immigrate. Like it's not that big of a deal. Like I don't know why people think that we have to come up with some weird eugenics program where it's like just bring people into the country. What does that matter? Like how dumb are we where we can't come up with the simplest freaking solution that literally requires no effort on our end? No, I think like the crazy ass thing where we like force women to have babies, but just the right amount of babies. That's really what we should be doing. Like, bro.
Blessed be he tells you, Billy, my friend, get out of there. Let me ask you, Billy, is Blessed be he your friend?
Quick, Billy, escape your box.
You really want me to answer this question?
Yes, because I would say, blessed be he, Billy's not your friend. You're just obsessed with him. Which is weird when you're married and you have 6 kids that you're obsessed with someone on the internet. But maybe that's just me because I'm an atheist. Maybe the Christian way is to actually be obsessed with someone in the internet when you're married and you have 6 kids. I don't know.
Well, blessed be he was Muslim. Well, no, technically since she's a woman,
no,
she
she's
wouldn't be able to
Christian.
have multiple partners.
No, she's Christian.
No, I know. I was just trying to say, because Muslims could have multiple wives, but now it's like, wait, it's a woman,
Yeah, but
so no,
it
that didn't work.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that doesn't
That wouldn't work.
Yes. Yeah, but like people, the world is not going to run out of people. This is just so weird. So weird. People have, and for the people that don't have kids, then you have the people that have 3 or 4 or more. So it kind of balances out. But still, if you want more population growth, I don't know why you would want more population growth. Maybe we should look into making living a little bit easier with people. No?
Yeah. First
Like-
thing, be get rid of the damn central bank.
I'm not against central banks.
Central
Yeah,
banks
hot
are the
take.
main cause.
Hot take, not against central banks. They should be regulated to hell, but yeah. Regulate
Well,
the
you
heck
can't
out of
regulate them though.
Yeah,
They're
you
their own
can.
thing.
Oh, wait. You're talking about the Federal Reserve. No, I don't have
Yeah.
an issue with the Federal Reserve.
Well,
Yeah, what a central
that's the
bank
central
is.
bank is.
yeah, I
they-
don't have an issue.
they-
I thought you were talking about just bankers. I'm sorry.
Well, no. If you actually, and I just gotta say this quick. If you actually look at the inflation rate throughout the entire United States, it's always when the big banks were involved. When Andrew Jackson got rid of them, inflation dropped. And in 1916, when we brought them back, that's when inflation has been steadily going up. Because
inflation isn't necessarily a bad thing. It helps incur spending and reduces deflationary spirals. Prior to the central bank in the United States, we had consistent downturns in the economy and upturns that were happening like once every 15 years or so, and many of them just as bad as the Great Depression. I mean, they were horrible. Like, there's a reason why we created the central bank to help stabilize that, and indeed, that's exactly what it did.
No, we didn't create the central bank. The central bank is its own entity. It's not governed by any government.
I understand that. We did create the central bank, right? It was a law that was passed, and then we created the central bank, and now we have less.
No, we brought them back into the U.S.
The Federal Reserve was implemented in what, the late 1920s, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
1916.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
1960.
But Woodrow Wilson himself, a year later, wrote a letter saying he realized he just screwed America because the central bank doesn't adhere to any government body. They're their own thing. Now, having banks themselves are
that.
fine.
I'm saying that there's a couple of reasons why that's even a thing. Like, number one, if you give legislative power for the central bank, or specifically to tell the central bank what they can and cannot do, then what happens is that you have people that are not economists who now have power to be able to like make money, right? Whereas that's not the case for the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is basically checking in on itself through its own economists. And I think that's probably a better situation, because I got news for you, man. I don't want Donald Trump to have access to that power. No. Why would I want anyone to have that?
Yes, that is fair, but having an institution be the arbiter of that same institution seems, at the very least, counterintuitive.
Okay,
like
if I saw like there's a great deal of like corruption that's like causing
no balance,
like a sudden like destruction of the United States economy, then yeah, I would be in agreement with you. But that is not what the Federal Reserve, in terms of their actions, have showed. Right, it has shown great stability in the U.S. economy and been able to pull us out of some pretty nasty stuff.
Yeah, by pumping more money in than we have actual to back it up. Money is backed by itself. You can't do that.
Inflation on its own is not actually a bad thing.
No, you're at the end of the day, you're not supposed to have more money than you have to back it with gold or silver. It's not backed by it anymore. It's backed by itself.
That's correct. We're a modern system. Like, ask yourself this question, right? Trust me, I used to be like in favor of in your side. I used to be like full on libertarian, where I was like arguing.
I'm not libertarian.
That's fair. I was arguing in your favor, right? And then I asked myself this question: why is it that every single modern economy is not set on a gold standard? Why? Right? Like tons of economists, thousands of economists, they all came to the same conclusion. We don't want to be pegged to gold. Why?
Because we moved into the fractional reserve banking system.
Yes. Well, we have a fractional reserve banking system that effectively, right, we were incapable of being able to handle the amount of deposits which causes sudden bank runs. And so there's also the fact that you can actually maintain liquidity and you can actually maintain leverage for a specific currency, specifically in times of hardship like war, right? You can basically like call out for a loan, whereas like the only option for a gold reserve is you have to mine more gold, and it's just not feasible, right, for a giant economy, right? That's why every single modern economy doesn't use that. It uses the leverages of modern economic systems of Federal Reserve banking.
But here's the thing,
it's inherently inflationary, and it's also kind of based on like the government ends up owing money in the form of bonds to the Federal.
That encourages spending, though. That's a good thing. You want to encourage spending, because I promise you, deflation looks a lot worse than inflation.
No, but let me say this: if you actually look at the inflation rate throughout the entire United States, okay. We had to get more money during the Civil War, but at that time, the central bank wasn't a part of the U.S. We went through it. We got the amount of money we needed to fight the war against the South, and then inflation went right back down to what it was before the war started. Everything was fine. Everybody was prospering. It was up until we brought the central banks back and up until about the late 80s, early 90s is when cost of living went below inflation. Or no, cost of living went up. Yeah.
One of the things that I remember is that if you expand the money supply with the fractional reserve banking system, but you don't expand goods and services, that creates problems because now that
What
reduces the
happens is that
purchasing
by
power.
having by having inflation, a certain amount of inflation, I believe like a 3% inflation to match with population density, then what happens is that it basically encourages people to continue spending their money as opposed to saving their money, creating the problematic deflationary spiral. Like you think inflation is bad, deflationary spirals are much, much, much worse.
Yeah, but inflation that we see on the news when they're saying, "Oh, it's 2% lower than last year," but we're not taking into account all the decades that inflation has been going up. The fact that the fact that an entire McDonald's meal from the 1950s that back then cost them 35 cents today costs
you got
$15
paid less. What do you
dollars.
mean? What is like the number is up?
No, you actually made more money than you do today. You're able to buy a house, buy a car, and all this stuff on a single job. You
That's an
can't do that
argument
today.
regarding the what they did with the GI Bill in the 1950s, where they increased educational spending, right? And then this resulted in people getting better jobs, which allowed them to pay for houses, right? Nowadays we don't have that, and we also don't have like giant programs to build more houses, right? I mean, we could do this, but we just haven't done it, and like that's how we fix the problem, not removing the Federal Reserve.
I think this would have been a better topic than the debate that happened.
Yes.
The debate topic.
Than
I
the
think this would have
fucking
been a
gross racist.
yeah. I think
uh,
that it definitely could have maybe been a
it
little
does
bit better.
happen that the after show gets so much better than the actual debate. It does happen very often.
Yeah, this topic's a bit more interesting, and it's
and
I
we're
feel like
all
it's
just
definitely
here
a bit
like
more interesting,
chilling,
yeah.
giving our views. It's a chilled environment. No one is calling anything like names to. Yeah, that's crazy.
Bro, I want to call the gross racist names though.
Well, yeah, I mean that's fine, but it's just that we are disagreeing while still being respectful because no one is just like being horrible.
I was just like, you deserve to be in the mud pit.
Yes. I mean, which is fair. I mean,
Mud
see a
pit.
racist, punch a racist, or let them know.
Wouldn't you guys like to see that? I'd pay for that.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
See the racists in the mud pit fight each other?
Yes.
I wouldn't, no.
Blessed be he, you're starting to get creepy again. Like, dial it back. Maybe go with your husband a little bit.
Blessed be he say?
She's obsessed with Billy for some reason. And I don't understand why, because she's married and she has 6 kids. Like, I don't think Billy would
repent.
Would go there.
Repent.
It's
I
like,
have to repent for
repent.
Yes. I don't know. So it's like, yeah. But it's funny. And then, blessed be he also gets super obsessed with Isa. She doesn't understand that Isa is multicultural. Like, she doesn't understand at all. And it's hilarious. Until it gets creepy and borderline discriminatory. And then we always have to, like, rein her in. So we have a debate later today. So I think that I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I don't know how we streamed until really late last night. We're going to do with this today. We have another one in the afternoon. I'm sorry, in the evening. So let's go around, give our final thoughts on the debate, do a little roundup, and we'll be on our way. Let me start with you, Ahmed.
Yeah, I mean, like I feel like I did really good on this debate. I think like having the mentality of like, listen, stop treating these debates as if that there's something different. They're not. It's basically like as if they're calling into your show, right? And it's just some random hoo-ha. Who cares about, let's just argue at that level, right? And I'm just like, bro, just be super combative, like really fight them on it. And I think it actually showed. It seemed to go a lot better than like my more stilted approaches with the past two debates. So that's one thing. The next thing is, if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, please do so. I'm very, very, very small. You can find me on youtube.com/@symbol First Amender. So you can see that on my chat there. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. Consider it because, yeah, like I said, very, very new, and I'm debating like big dogs like Andrew Wilson nowadays.
I it's okay not to take a debate seriously, but I think you just got lucky. Because
We'll see how it goes next time.
like for example, if you try to do a flat earth debate with this kind of approach, you're gonna get absolutely stumped. So I always advocate for be prepared, make a presentation.
I'm
Presentations
literally
add
like, for the flat Earth debate. I'm just gonna show one video. Like, there's one video that I like to show,
you're gonna get creamed.
and it's just one video.
Absolutely creamed.
Wait, who
Yes,
are you
you're gonna
facing
get
in the
creamed.
flat Earth debate? Do you know who it is?
I'm not facing anybody on a flat Earth debate. It's a big
Oh.
flat Earth. There's more.
No, but
I'm just saying that if you did, it would depend on who it is, though, because some of them
Yes.
know the arguments well, but I don't know.
Yes, and you can never underestimate the power of hand wave dismissal. So that's why I'm telling you, I think preparation is better. You just got lucky today that he had 1 point. Like, white people are good. Now that they're trying to eradicate us. Please let the Nazis come back. That was kind of his argument. But you got lucky. So
Yeah,
I would suggest
maybe.
do a little bit more preparation. And the one thing that I always say, presentations make distinction.
Yeah, probably.
Like they make you stand out on a debate. I think that they go a really long way. If you have access to, PowerPoint, they have some really sleek and cool designs that you don't have to spend the whole afternoon designing a presentation. You can just use a couple of templates and put some information here and there. I think that works great. So just keep it in mind. But maybe that's me. But in my experience with doing these after shows for about a year now, a year. It was a year in October. It's always better to kind of, if you have a presentation and the other one doesn't, you automatically score some more points just because you put in the effort.
Max,
all right. Yes.
Before we go, I just wanted to point out
We're
that
not
somebody.
Yeah,
Oh.
go ahead. Sorry.
No,
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that Demolish Doctrine wanted to bring something
Yes,
else to
Richard.
Amender.
What? Can you repeat that?
No, not that one. But yeah,
I know.
check out my store. I will say I recently put on these really cool lithophane Christmas bulbs that you can put on your Christmas lights. So if anybody wants some custom ones made with like family members that have either passed away or ones that are still alive that you care about, I am doing those. But yeah, Demolish Doctrine wanted to tag Amender in something. Not sure if you see it.
Why? What is happening?
What did they say?
2.3% inflation. The effect buying power of $1 is decreased by 50% per 16 years. Pay does not double every 16 years.
That's correct. I mean, I'm a firm believer of unions, and I think that we should establish our worker rights again. You will not find me arguing against that. Yes, I completely agree with you. Productivity doesn't match with the pay that people are currently getting. That's really important. I mean, we've been eroding away at worker rights since the monetarism policy of Milton Friedman in the 1970s. And it only got worse as it continued on under Reagan and even under Clinton, that Just no policies were created to strengthen worker rights. In fact, that there were direct opposition to weaken worker rights, and we were sold the pill, of the right to bend over state. I mean, right to work state. Sorry.
What?
Yeah, they got the right to bend over state. It's where the company, they can just bend you over, and you're supposed to say please and thank you, right? The real name it is the right to work state, but really the reality is that you're basically bending over for the company, and like that's really what it is, right? We've eroded away basic worker rights, and people are wondering why capitalism doesn't work. Well, because there's no negotiating power between the worker and the business owner. That's how that works.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but okay, I believe you. Sometimes it's hard to keep up because I don't know all the ins and outs of some of this stuff, and
Yeah, so there's like there's
no,
union-
no, it's okay, it's okay.
Okay,
Don't explain it.
yeah.
I would like to start being on our way. Anything else, Batman?
Wanted to make sure that was brought up because they had tagged Amender. So
Sure. If you want to make if you want to make sure something gets kind of out there, like tag me, not someone else. Billy, final thoughts.
Yeah. It was the debate was okay. I mean, but not like, I mean, it was okay in the sense of it wasn't. It could have been worse, but like I said before, First Amender, you may have said some things to him, but I feel like it was definitely nowhere near as bad as what he was trying to do to you. He seemed like he was trying to provoke you into being mad, and I didn't really enjoy. But I mean, only thing I have to say is that I felt like you interrupted too much, but you already said why you did that, so I don't want you to have to say that again. That you weren't going to
Yeah,
do
but
stuff, so
it's
not to say stuff. So yeah, that would. I mean, that's my only criticism, to be fair. But I mean, it's not like
it's valid. Amender is a little bit interrupting something.
Okay, so
But it's
here's
okay.
the thing, right? I've had instances where I would interrupt a little bit, get flack, and then I would have instances where I would not interrupt at all, get flack because I'm letting them walk all over me, quote unquote.
Yes.
And so like at the end of the day, like I'm just like, all right, forget it. I'm just going to interrupt, right? Because it's like the guy says something false, dunk him on it, dunk him super hard, right? And don't let up, right? Literally hold his feet to the fire, make him very uncomfortable that he's there.
Yes, but sometimes
I do it too,
like,
so I can't really say anything. Yeah, I do it too sometimes.
It's a difficult, but like most things, the balance is key. When you have a point, don't let them get away from that point. But sometimes it's good to give them enough news so that they hang themselves. And I deal a lot with flat earthers, so I know that letting them get their derp out so you can refute it can also be a really good strategy sometimes. So that's why I didn't really bash you on it. I just acknowledged that sometimes you're a bit interruptive, but I wasn't kind of faulting you on that. I just know that it's kind of the way that you argue in general, because we've debated before. So all right.
And I was going to say that
Yes.
I'm going to be streaming the debate on my Twitch channel tonight. The Witsit debate. I streamed the debate too on my Twitch channel, but I don't stream on my YouTube channel the debates. But yeah, I'll be streaming it on my Twitch before the after show, and then I'll be on the after show tonight, and I'll put the links in the chat. I think I might have messed it up though, or no, they're separated. Okay. But thanks. Sorry, I'm kind of tired though. I'm kind of talking.
Yes, I'm very tired too.
Sorry,
Richard, I'm sorry, but if you want to make actually sure that I read something, you can always send a super chat. But you have to kind of remember that I'm doing a show, so I keep an eye on the corner of my eye in the side chat, but I don't. Sometimes I miss stuff, so I apologize, but it is the way it is. And yeah, blessed be he. She got a little bit of attention because she hasn't been around, and she started to get creepy. So It is what it is. La, 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 la. So, yes, one final thing. Blessed be he. Why are you so woke? I killed Earl. That's kind of weird. I love it that you talk about weird. You are very weird, blessed be he. But I'm glad to see you back here. I hope that your father-in-law gets better. I'm not I'm not debating anyone. I hope your father-in-law gets better. Yesterday we had an after show for the debate between FTFE and Matthew Hakim. Matthew Hakim, of course, didn't understand anything that was happening. FTFE absolutely took it. Hermit, hold on, I'm giving Hermit Jack. Here's the debate that we talked about today. Today we had First Amendment against Brandon, supposed to be about Trump, turned out on how Brandon is feeling threatened that white people might disappear or some shit like that. It's like basically Brandon was just defending racism. And one thing that I noticed, a lot of people in the side chat were saying Brandon is not a good representative for Trump because he's being too racist. And I was like, what? What?
Well, I just think it's kind of weird that they keep getting people when it comes to U.S. stuff. They usually get somebody from outside of the U.S. It's just weird. It's like
I would never dare. Like we do it here because like if I don't like I have to host the show, so I will eventually like give my opinion. But I wouldn't dare go onto MDD to talk about U.S. politics as a person who just lives in Uruguay. That is just weird.
Well, and here's different because this is an open thing, so people have the ability to speak. But I think if it's like a debate about a specific thing, like if they had a debate on like let's say China, right? Or and they got two people that are actually from China talking, or one person from China, but then one person from Canada. It makes no sense.
Batman, I'm trying to wrap it up.
Sorry.
Someone is Cozy 1984 is asking for Billy's links. If you scroll up in the side chat, they are there. Billy, if you want to paste them again for them. And we also had Classy Neurotic. I love that name. Subscribing. Thank you so much. We are on our way to take a rest and hear some dirt from Witted, who's going up against a neuroscientist, Dr. Chris Thompson, and Witted has absolutely zero knowledge of chemistry. So it's going to be awful. It's going to be great, and we're going to be here for that. Before we go, make sure to do the social thingies, like, share, subscribe, send it to a friend, send it to your significant other, go to the corner of your street and yell, subscribe to Matters Now. And maybe while you're at it, you can try saying one time, subscribe to First Amender. And, maybe share the lab for the channel. Billy, you might have to get a restraining order. She's up to you now.
Oh, no.
Do you think she will go in your channel and harass you there? If she does, would you kindly let us know?
Yeah, I stream on the Twitch more though, so I guess I just have the videos on YouTube. Yeah, I don't live stream on YouTube as much anymore.
Let me share First Amender's channel because we have it filtered so it doesn't go.
So it doesn't show.
It doesn't let. Yes.
Well, just look at it like this, Billy. If she wants to chat in your Twitch stream, she's gotta pay.
Yes, blessed be he.
I'll put it on subscriber only.
Subscribe to Billy's OnlyFans, and that way, yes. All right.
That was supposed to be a secret, Max. Nobody's supposed to know about that one.
Everyone, the debate in the evening starts 8 p.m. I set the after show for 11. So as soon as the debate ends, in typical after show fashion, we will get started. With talking about chemistry, I'm so excited for that. Like, actually excited. That will be fun. That will be hilarious.
I got beer ready too. I'm gonna be drinking some beer too for it.
I don't drink, but I should have bought some weed or something like that. All right. Thank you so much. We'll catch you on the evening. Take care. Have a
Bye, y'all.
good afternoon. We'll be seeing you.
Well. Okay. Well, that'll do it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I will talk to you all later. Thank you.